gasoline was allowed.
Having huge credentials and doing lots of advanced mathematics and not thinking.
We reduced the general population's IQ by some measurable amount because of that lead in the gasoline. That's a crazy story.
Completely. I mean, that's my thesis is that half of the country is lead poisoned, and that's part of the problem. That's why we have the country that we have.
What years was unleaded gas? Leaded gas. The last.
So the public
I can't formulate a fucking thought. Let me see. 1996. Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah, that was like right after I graduated high school. Damn it. I'm toast. My brain's cooked.
Well, yeah. I mean, so Gen X and millennials have a very high level of lead poisoning.
Is that why I'm like this?
Maybe. I mean, I think that's why baby boomers are the way they are.
Wait, so what are the symptoms of like lead poisoning?
Sometimes I just jerk, randomly.
Lower IQ, higher aggression, less empathy.
I'm pretty aggressive.
So
I am kind of aggressive. I'm very territorial.
That literally makes everyone that voted for Trump.
So lead poisoning just describes Roy. That's basically the symptoms are.
No, if you have lead poisoning, you're one of the best lead poisoned people out there.
Thank you very much.
I have lead poisoning. I for sure have high levels of lead in my blood. We all do.
I want to
Generationally.
I am a great lead poisoned person. And nothing wrong with it.
I will buy that shirt.
I'm rocking my Iron Maiden shirt right now, so kind of liking it. Yeah.
Is there like a way to detox from it? Like, is there a way to get it out of your system?
No, it's like mercury. It just kind of, it just like goes in your organs and kind of hangs out. Body can't really. There's no like
There's some liver for it, yeah.
Your liver needs to be able to attach do a little chemistry thing to it to make it potable, so you can get out, clear your urine.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just your liver doesn't have didn't evolve to deal with lead or mercury.
I think there's some sorts of medication.
Like charcoal? Isn't that like...
You can eat giant chunks of charcoal if you want. But you should, have some water too. It's gonna dry you out a bit, Christina.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to top out at, what was it, 10.2 billion by 2060, but the rate the rate that we are replacing people is slowing down because people are having less children, right? So I don't know how creatively we can get to have an infinite growth of the economy with a population that's starting to slow down in terms of replacement.
UBI and renewable resources and renewable technologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if the tech giants were smart, right, they would ask Pappy Trump to pass a law that says that modular nuclear reactors are now the way that these data centers are going to be powered. And if they were even smarter, right, to ingratiate themselves to the towns that they're building these monsters in, is to put a water treatment plant at the tailpipe end of these facilities, so that you're replenishing the water, you're feeding clean water out. So you're not just sucking up the aquifers, right? You're putting it back in. But in a country like this, that takes regulation, right? And that's not going to happen. So, like, we are literally on a path to catastrophe if we have an exponential growth in AI, because the infrastructure itself will not be able to support it. So if Texas shuts down because it got too cold one year, right? What does that tell you? Like that we're going to be okay when these giant data centers are sucking up 6 kilowatts of energy, which is going to happen within less than 10 years.
So, do we have a war? I'm sorry, maybe I'm uneducated on this, but do we have a war with AI with other countries? Like, is there a reason why we're like trying to have so many?
See, what I have is I have a war on love. That's that's what I'm doing.
Royvis, bless your heart, Royvis. You're going.
If you want to have a war on drugs, I got a war on love.
No, like.
Iran wants to kill us with these stupid. They have like these inexpensive, stupid drones, and they want to kill us.
They don't want to kill us. They want to kill the United States that's in their backyard.
I won't be mind being killed by like
no, they want to kill us.
Geometrical shape horde of drones coming towards me, like some weird fucking tetrahedron fucking collection of weird little drones, and then they just what they do, like they shoot little darts at me. Like, what are they gonna? I'm not
going to chase that rabbit. To answer your question, Christina, we are in an economic war with China to get to artificial general intelligence and super intelligence, right? And the major players in the United States are at war with each other. So it's not necessarily national interest other than China and Russia, but Russia hasn't been a major player in this for a while.
Yeah, but a lot of funding comes from the Middle East and Saudi Arabia specifically, and so now we're fucking around the Middle East, and we have this conflict of interest with like
they're starting to buy our
destabilize the area that we depend on to finance our fucking
stupid
insanity. Right?
Really stupid, and we created we have one of these leaded presidents.
If the United States was a human being, this dumb lumbering idiot, like he just like tries to pet, it's like a mice with man. He tries to, pet his
diabetic, missing toes, open sores, drooling on themselves.
I only drool on
eating Chick-fil-A.
It's good.
Christina, do you know how many folks that voted for Donald Trump?
Do I know any?
Do you know many?
I did. I'm not.
You did?
Good idea. That's a major red flag.
Yeah.
It's a red hat. It's not just a red flag.
The literal red flag.
Literally.
Every empire has come through the same thing, though. Turning into that fucking rabid, horrible, self-satisfied, lack of. The irony is when Hansen talks about imagination should be used to go, right, obviously the world was going to have to change with the advent of AI and robotics. How do the people, how do we eat, how do we survive, how do we have the lives? Yeah, and my point was, I can't go past the fact that it can't happen under capitalism. So I'm not against AI or robotics. It's just that I don't think it can exist in the world that we live in. And capitalism also, in my life, the difference between the rich and the poor since like the 60s is it's just beyond anything. It's just massively increased. So, trillionaires, billionaires, God, when I
support heat during the winter. Like that level of greed.
And that's the other thing that we're not talking about, right? Between the 70s to now, it used to be that the owner of a company made 7 times more than their lowest paid employee. Now it's 300 to 700 times more. And to answer your question, Austin, it was 77,302,580 people voted for Trump.
77 million?
Yeah.
What
Do you think
percentage
that number would change? Do you think that number would
All of
change
it.
now?
Well, the Republican talking apparatus is turning on Trump, right? Like he's lost Tucker Carlson, he's lost Candace Owen, he's lost one of the blonde ones from Fox News. Like I forget her name, Megyn Kelly. He's losing people that were his sycophants, and they're like Tucker Carlson. Literally, he made an apology video, being like, "My bad, I fucked up. I got this guy. I helped get this guy voted in. It was wrong of me. Blah blah blah. I'm sorry." Which is, okay, great, fine, but that doesn't help anything, right? And a lot of the people that voted for him are are learning brutally that their vote was wrong, right? You have these dudes that were voting for Trump because he was going to be anti-immigration, and now their wives or husbands got deported. Oh, too bad. So sad.
Yeah, but to be fair, Romero, there was a reason they did vote for him. Partly because there was an alternative, and they were looking for change.
There was Kamala.
Well, yeah, you're right. They were looking for change, but we already had a Trump presidency, so he was to some extent a known quantity. In his first round, only was less catastrophic because he had adults around him being like, "No, you can't do that. No, you can't just shoot protesters in the leg. No, you can't do this." Where now he's surrounded himself by a bunch of alcoholic sycophants that just do whatever he says. Right?
I get that. I totally. I'm not defending him.
No, I'm not saying that you are.
From a democracy point of view, though, it shows it's a failure in the political system to have.
Yes.
Choice is the wrong word. I don't know, but he's a consequence of a failure of politics as a way of expressing choice for people to vote.
You're extremely right on that. Yeah, that he does show the one good thing about Trump is that he's shown all the weak spots.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
and if we're smart,
it's a failure to communicate.
No one can eat 50 eggs, Roybus. No one can eat 50 eggs. But you're right, and so when you have a political system that runs on money, corporate money, foreign government money, right? Then you have politicians that are spending most of their time getting re-election money than actually doing things for the population. And I've learned when I was in high school, I thought Bill Clinton was a good president. I was a dyed in the wool Democrat, and I hate the Democratic Party. I don't like the Republican Party either, but I hate the Democratic Party for the one reason that their inaction telegraphs exactly what their values are. They don't care. They're going to get paid anyway. And yeah, things are better under Democratic rule. Like budgets do tend to get, balanced or close to or managed better. And the infrastructure tends to keep running, but they're still getting paid by the same people. They're still getting their marching orders from the same billionaires and trillionaires. And so and every member of Congress goes in, having $500,000 in their bank account and comes out millionaires because of insider trading, because of illegal activity that would be illegal in any other profession, right? So how these people are never going to rein themselves in, right? It's like the police. They're like, oh, we killed somebody. We're gonna look into it ourselves. It's like, well,
yeah,
okay.
That'll never happen.
It's like, okay, fucking, that's stupid.
Well, self-regulation never works. And going on about regulators, you can have good regulation and bad regulation. It's a bit like, the smoking industry. So the percentage of people with lung cancer now compared to the 70s is like at least 50% less. The government the tobacco companies, they were going, smoking doesn't cause lung cancer. Fuck off, of course it does. Yeah, but the government had to step in to regulate. So there's good regulation, and then there is bad regulation. I get that, but just because there's bad regulation doesn't mean there should be no regulation.
Correct.
Isn't bad regulation just no regulation, though?
No. Sometimes there are rules.
There's some really bad regulation.
Yeah, that are just antithetical to the point. But you're right that a lot of no regulation also happen.
So, what is the resolve in all of this? So, the people who are in power are just puppets and there's a small percentage of the puppet masters doing this. So how are we going to actually make a change? Because there isn't going to be any regulation, because these people are being paid off to make sure that they just keep doing what they're being told. So how do we stop this? Because it's been going on for decades, but people are finally making
read
laws.
the fourth turning. The system breaks is how you fix it. The system breaks. You get the global catastrophe. People learn these hard lessons, and then you have about 30 to 40 years of upward growth and mobility and stability for people. And then the billionaires forget the lessons of the past and start doing their shenanigans again. And then proliferate.
I think making sure people with horrible characters like Trump have no chance of winning. People waking the fuck up, but the right turned woke into a curse word. People need to wake the fuck up.
What I don't understand is why we don't have really not extreme, but intense psychoanalysis of people before they can run for political office. Why are we not having these people tested for antisocial personality disorders, making sure these people aren't psychopaths, sociopaths. So
because the Epstein class is never gonna regulate itself.
The only way you can beat a psychopath is if you are a psychopath, okay? That's usually the logic that people put into, at least our crazy guys on our team. And then you end up voting for crazy people. No, this is a huge thing. Their personalities are exaggerated, so are their flaws. And when people look at such adversaries, they're like, hey, look, if a team has a crazy person, our guy should be scarier. And that kind of logic sometimes leads to making poor decisions.
No, I'm saying you cannot run for office unless you pass this test.
Yeah, Christina.
So then they will just become undetectable. So that's not a good path. Usually people...
Christina, earlier I was supposed to say, not everyone realizes when you vote for president, they don't just have one job title, they have two. They have more than one job title. Their main job title is President of the United States of America, but they're also the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military, and they're in charge of a nuclear right button that can kill millions of people, literally. I had an idea, presidents should be able to pass the military fitness to return to duty and physical fitness tests before they're president. I think that'd be sensible.
Yeah, but you'd have to amend the Constitution to do that, which requires 2/3 of both houses of Congress and 3/4 of all the states.
Exactly.
You're probably not getting that through 3/4 of all the states.
I think it's a good policy. I think it's good. I think, unfortunately, that's not going to filter out psychopaths. And even if you filter out the psychopaths, you may not solve the problem. Many of us have, I hope all of us are familiar with the idea of the banality of people, right? A lot of the time, people are bad, but they're not biddable, okay? They're not clinical. They're just bad. And you can't come up with a test for people just being bad, all right?
There's really good psychometric tests in the 21st century, but just being able to be, just being able to
psychopath because you're bad.
I'm not a psychopath.
Well, but also,
a person is not a psychopath just because they're bad. So the idea that you get this test and it assesses whether you're, sure.
Yeah, Batman is a psychopath, right? Batman is a good psychopath.
There probably are no psychopaths enough.
But it's just a bare minimum. Like typical military officers with weapons of mass destruction, they need to pass tests to be able to handle that responsibility.
Right.
You should have that for a president.
Yeah, and anyone just in politics in general. I just feel like there should be levels of understanding how to just be a decent, good person. It's not even being a good or bad person. It's beyond that. You have to have a level of empathy to be able to be a good leader. And you also have to be somebody who's not ridiculously selfish and try to be somebody who's more, I don't know.
All those reasonable people would never apply for that job, though. All the people who sound reasonable would never take the job because it's too much.
Good. So then we need people who are like not like that.
Christina and Austin, if this test was going to be there, who would administer the test? Who would decide what
Professional
things to go
psychiatrist.
Who would decide which psychiatrist and which psychologist are going to
Just run the void comp test on people.
This doesn't include any political decisions, and it's all scientific, right? You're creating something that doesn't have standards, and you're taking the power of choice away from people. People in a democracy have a right to vote for a psychopath. You want to challenge
Yeah, but they should know. They should actually see the stats of this person's
They know
mental
Christina.
health.
They know Christina.
Right.
They do.
No, they don't. I think most people are very naive. To that stuff. I think people still want to believe that, like Trump, that he really had like their best interest at heart. I think these people were very naive, and now they're seeing that that's obviously the furthest thing from the case.
Christina, do you know what it takes to change the Constitution of the United States?
No one's trying to change the Constitution. I think it's just having checks and balances.
This is not an argument against the substance of her position, Benjamin. It's just not. You're just talking about some procedural stuff. But the problem with Christina's idea is not that it's difficult to leave it on. It's that it is wrong. Okay, and you should not change the subject of that. Christina's idea is incorrect. It's bad position. It's immoral. All right, it will lead to more problems. It will not solve any problems.
I actually agree with Jason. I don't agree with Jason a lot, but on this one I do agree that it creates a separate layer.
Can now be sexual harassment.
Or weaponized censorship the next time around. So it's,
We already have weaponized censorship in the United States, right? So but that's the thing. We live in.
But I'm not saying that this is information that this is like something that, if possible, an unbiased like set of doctors, professionals in this industry with set standards, with set metrics, science backing this up, to be the ones that could be like, this is your result, you cannot move on to the next step. It's just procedural. It's not something that we need to.
But you'd have to look into the entire American political process too.
But that's
what's
not an
wrong with
argument
that?
against the substance.
It's how
the time we did that, we had a civil
That's
war.
not enough. But that's not an argument against the substance. And Christina, I understand that that is what you want to achieve. And the problem is that's a bad idea. Okay, and I've offered.
Well, you can say that's. I think that's a bad idea, but you don't have to say.
Okay, I've offered reasons for that, which you haven't engaged with. Okay.
See what Christine wants. She wants to change the way we think and how we feel.
And one reason that's a bad idea. None of these people that you're trying to exclude from office are clinical.
You don't know that.
Well, listen, the whole point of a psychopath is that they can be subclinical and undetectable.
Yes, that's another point.
Not true,
Which
actually.
is that you cannot reliably detect a lot of these things anyway. Okay, so you have two problems there, okay? One of them is bad people are not psychopaths. A lot of the time they're just bad. They don't have anything mentally wrong with them. They just are bad.
I think you're thinking that psychopaths equate to like.
No, what I mean is they aren't clinical.
People just point
People are not diagnosed.
So it's
I think
if Texas shuts down because we've got 2 polls 1 year, right? What does that tell you?
I'm going to kill this person, maybe not, or whatever. But how do you evaluate that on an adult inventory? On something like a multi-faith?
I want to help Jason out here by saying that power is one hell of a drug. And the more power you get, the more unfettered power you get, the most likely you're going to be decisions that seem less moral, right? We see this with a lot of cops in the United States, right? That shoot first, unload a whole fucking clip into someone's back, and then go, oh, what did they have in their hand, right? Or how government officials do insider trading while barking at corporations for doing the same thing, right? Or corporations themselves being considered legal entities that are alive, but they're immortal. Like, there's all these things. So power is one hell of a drug. And if you want to solve a lot of these problems, you need distributed power. But I feel like we don't really operate that way. And I think that you could have that for a little bit, but then the schemers and the people that want to take advantage of the system, that want power, that are addicted to power, will start doing their shenanigans again. So that's why I say you have to let it break. You have to let it collapse, which it is, right? We're in that time in history where the 80-year cycle repeats.
Yeah, so, I mean, historically, societal change has never come from government. It's come from the people and a revolution. And I believe that humans act best as a community. So, it's like if you have a village and the elders are in there and they're looking after their community. I think that the problem we have in the world that we live in is that we're too detached from actually our leaders. And, the cliche is, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So, I agree with
I think once we're solidly in the age of Aquarius, a lot of these things will then make sense to be able to tie up some of these threads, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're in the transitional period astrologically, which I don't think many of you.
I thought you didn't like astrology.
Dude, your voice is crazy, dude. I don't know what you're doing with your phone. You need to pull it out of your butt.
He's in the back. What's up? Okay.
You guys feel like rubber ducky? Your little lush bath bomb in there?
I just wanted to finish my thought. I think that some people think that antisocial personality disorders are not as common as they are, but they are in fact very common. And in fact, most people who do get into positions of power do have some level of that. So I'm not saying that all people in politics have some level or degree of that disorder, but most of them probably do, because it just requires a certain level of mindset and desire that takes you away from being really, I don't know, associating and feeling.
I said that earlier because no one can fucking hear you.
But that's my last part on that.
I can't help you from here. You need to hire me to work on your audio, so I could probably help you set up some wedges, run some cables.
But I think we should just all live on a farm and raise our own animals and just live like it was in the 1800s, 1700s. I think that will solve all our problems.
I think we go full Bronze Age.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not even being sarcastic.
Good gladiator fights.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that.
Oh, you would love gladiator fights.
Jason.
Your mic is super duper low.
Could you pick up a higher vibrational frequency to communicate with? I'm going to be in this woo-woo today. What deep it is. Hollywood bar that's quiet and dim.
Did you pick it out?
Yeah.
Good job.
How was I picking it? Down here.
You're the one who's like, I'm gonna make her choose what we're doing.
I'm making her drive. She has to drive a little farther than me, actually. Get this place. So.
How is it now? How is it?
It's noisy. You have like some white noise. It's fine. I don't mind white noise. It helps me sleep.
Yeah.
You guys ever sleep with like a white noise generator in the background? I have like an air purifier to keep on next to my fucking head.
Oh my god, I do that too.
See? I got the blue one.
Recordings of the beaches of Portugal.
I thought you listened to Roy as fuck.
Oh no, that's only when I'm fucking, actually.
How do you? I like how your wife like.
Hey, how do you know it's the beaches of Portugal you're listening to?
Because literally the YouTuber shows you a photo and like says, "Hey, this is the beach," and then they show another beach, and it's just beaches of the world. So my favorite one, the beaches of Portugal, for whatever.
Sounds different.
It's just a preference. It's like, oh, do you like this? Do you like that? So like, just have a listen through. And let me know.
Have you done like an A/B comparison, like different beaches and sounds and waves, or?
Yeah. Like a lot of A/B testing and stuff.
Double
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Not double blind, single blind, but.
It's too bad Romero left, but I think Romero is onto something. Yeah, we need to lower the stakes. Our overtime concentrates, institutions drift over time, and every so often you have to reset and rebalance the powers of the institutions. We've seen a big drift toward a more and more powerful presidency and a more and more indifferent and ineffectual legislature.
And then aloof, detached populations.
What do they have in their head?
Going into their own.
Right. Or how government officials do insider trading.
Through something like the militia system. You just have to get everybody out of their house once a quarter, out to train together, rotate them to other states and stuff like that, and make civic duty part of people's lives in this school. And like countries that have conscription, say it has very positive something like that in this country per se.
Alright, just one little clip right
How old was your dog when?
Jesus, so growing up in Los Angeles in the late with the highest exposure to leaded gasoline exhaust in U.S. history. As a child born in '77, you were in the bullseye for environmental lead exposure. Long-term, subtle, and often invisible impacts to your cognitive, mental, and physical health, even if you did not suffer from those. So, yeah, I'm like probably, yeah.
What could I have been without the lead poisoning?
What could I have been without the fluoride and the lead poisoning? What could I have been? Fluoride equity down! Lead binding equity down!
longer than that because from working with one company for any period of time, you only learn from what that manager can teach you. But by rotating for 20 or different institutions or living places, I was able to pick the best of their production models and create my own.
Than a lot of parents, and for our children, for our nephews, nieces, our grandchildren, and there are way too many people pushing things before even regulation has been discussed. And it sounds very vague what I'm saying, but I have a lot of thoughts, and I just trying to find and collect my thoughts. But what I'm seeing is that a lot of people are not. Why are people not asking? Stop. This needs to stop. We need to talk about regulation first before we can think any further about how agents or the whole AI evolves, right? So I mean they have driven up the capitalism for a reason, right? It made a lot of people corrupt. It made a lot of people become materialistic, greedy, and in the process, I think humanity has just lost the values. And this is, I think, the core message that I wanted to deliver. But I'm somehow struggling. It's quite late here. I'm in London. We need to go back to our values and ask, what are our values? What does an ideal world look like for us? Not only for us, but for our children. And I think then we will get the balance back, potentially. We don't ask ourselves enough who we are. A lot of people don't know who they are, what they value. We just don't have the capacity anymore. Everyone is about survival. Everything has gotten so expensive. It's just so much stress, even in places that used to be very serene, beach lives. Life has gotten so expensive for them as well. So it's not the world that we once used to know, and I think that also doesn't give us a capacity to reflect.
Oh, thanks for that, Kango. I really appreciate that submission. And I think, it's in alignment with what I was thinking as well. Because, I think what I like about this conversation is that, no one apparently seems to have automatic opinion on where this is all heading. So, I went through different cycles, especially related to AI technology. At first, I was jaded about it. I was like, okay, yeah, I really don't see what the whole fuss is about. And then I started using the technology, and I became excited. I was like, okay, I'm excited about that. But I know there's other considerations that I'm not having. What does this mean? And I started reading, about the philosophy, ethics related to AI, and all of the possible opportunities and negatives. And yeah, I don't have to pick either angle. I think you probably like that, where you're not just thinking about your possible kids, or if you even decide to have kids, but you're thinking about all kids and what the future looks like. So I started thinking of what the future of education looks like, and what opportunities presented and what opportunities going to change. But I think with the most latest book that I'm reading is what Brian's been speaking to, is the reality. So what I like about this book, Infinite Machine, is that it's going through the whole process of the early emergence of the technology and people who started it. So everybody's familiar with it, and how they were actually one of the first companies that developed the technology. And what this book is doing is something I probably wouldn't have thought about it doing. It talks about all of the people who were involved in the funding and the creation. So like you were saying, Brian, about the games. Dennis is actually a master
chess player. I mean, and in the book it talks a lot about his exploits in chess and Go, and one of his first startups was a company called Elixir, which was gaming. So there is a close connection between gaming and AI, and technology has been developed along similar patterns where some of the different, when he talks about the initial investors like Peter Thiel and Luke Sakis and Bryn and Larry Page and when you read that part, there's a lot of people with deep political and ideological perspectives on humanity. And they see AGI as a way of actually implementing those ideas or controlling those ideas, right? And unfortunately, needless to say, some of these people are not the best people. I mean, some of them are literally those exploiters, capitalists, billionaires that we think is actually what's ruining. So
mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. And my body I invoke thee. All me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse. The time given of none. Save it be, oh me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sword with gold. The flashing of my head I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a purpose and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold. And my blue figure at the end of me there. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that's gotten power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I'm hard and not through waves of music in the song that I made of all to expose thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, roll, shine and conquering Lord, oh Lord, I'm in God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I stand beneath, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with
There you go. It's a little crazy.
By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, or reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so with all the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the engineer. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5 and the voice of the 6 and 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain By the love and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so with all the flashing of day that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets that I feared, by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham shall rule. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dawn who waves up the song I made of old to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the love that I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet sent I feared. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers is thy sword of revenge, and its strength is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers trail on the feet of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine the wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of beauty in the song that I made of old to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strength is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the keys of praise, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham Gabriel. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of beauty in the soul that I made of old to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. By the wand of dawn, power in the voice of master. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avengers. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its striking of cheek. By the sword and voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of beauty in the song that I made of old. hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike at thy cheek. By the sword and invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, strike at thy cheek. By the sword and invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham Gabriel. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music in the song that I made, oh, to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shout the conquering word, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham Gabriel, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abraham. conquering Lord, for us my hand is the sword of revenge, and strike thy king. By the sword I voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices of Ramadan.
I just think that the whole thing has to change. I'm happy that robots, AI, takes over every job. Yeah, and I think that's great.
To have a certain amount of women, a certain amount of gays, queers, steers, or people that ride fixed gears on their bikes. Doesn't say any of that. Right? It is a smorgasbord of different kinds of outreach that looks at different kinds of experiences. You can have affirmative action in the workplace and still be all white. It doesn't always lead to results. It also encourages people to not look at things like names on a resume. So a lot of hood things like you might be called Jaquan Jenkins.
My name is Chris.
Okay, I didn't say you, I said like you. They might be called Jaquan Jenkins. Or
I check white on my resume every time. You know how many interviews they got?
And then you showed up and they had you arrested.
No, then I showed up and I got the job.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, the white thing I got a job now.
No, you didn't. Anyway, let me just continue. I mean, you're not really listening. You're like telling jokes. I'm not going to waste my breath. You think what affirmative action is, and you just, I'm so fascinated by black men like you who are conservative or Republican in their politics, and so they say, but want reparations. It makes no sense. Let me guess, you like to read the sheet.
No, don't even know who that is. I personally don't want reparations. I think that the black community as a whole deserves reparations. I work for the shit I get.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
you don't think the black community, if you get reparations, they didn't deserve it?
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying that it doesn't change. It doesn't sway me one way or the other. Do I think that the black community deserves it? Yes. But am I gonna cry about it if I don't get it? No. Instead, I work my ass off. That's what I do. But do I think we deserve it? Yes. But am I gonna cry if we don't get it? No, because I don't think
No one's crying. No one's crying. So I love this. This is good. So I want to go back to your point. So you think that Republicans are more likely to hold up reparations for black people? Why do you think that?
I think that I would rather trust the devil I know than the devil I don't. And I know the devil. I know that the Republicans ain't shit, and they will say it. Okay, specifically this president we got now.
No, stay on affirmative action.
He openly say he ain't shit as a Republican.
Stay on reparations.
Okay, you said why Republicans? Why not? This is why.
I'm talking about judges. No, judges. Stop. Judges.
The only judges I know locked me up.
Stop it. You said Republicans on the Supreme Court will be more likely to uphold reparations than Democrats. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the county judge that locked you up for beating your girl's ass. I'm not asking about that.
First off, why you gotta disrespect me, bro?
Well, I don't know what you got locked up for. What'd you get locked up for?
Yeah, you could have asked. Not for that. Not for drugs. Thank you.
Oh,
I don't beat women. I don't beat women.
You just poison them and the children in the community. So you
This is hilarious. Wait a minute. When you say drugs, you were taking them or you were selling them?
I was selling them.
Oh.
But that was years and years ago. But that's not the point.
What type of drugs was it?
Mostly Xanax and ecstasy.
Incredible. So you were destroying black communities. Keep going.
No, I was destroying white communities because that's who bought my product.
Of course. And how long did you go to prison for?
4 years.
Oh my God, you was moving real weight. or state? State. God damn. All right, keep going, brother. I don't do that, bro. I'm a carpenter now. Okay. I got 5 children. I'm a grown man.
Praise the Lord.
Like, I'm still interested. I'm still interested in this idea. So Republican judges are currently knocking down everything that black people and their allies fought for when it comes up to the Supreme Court. But somehow to you, that's better for reparations. I just don't understand that. So for me, okay, I guess for me, it's through every presidency in my whole life, I don't think anything has gotten better for black people. Really? Not really. Okay, let me ask you a question. So, how old are you? 38. Okay. So you were around for Obama. You don't think black people's economic situation from the end of Bush was better than by the end of Obama? No, not for me. Not for me, and not for anyone that I know. No. You said black people. You didn't say your circle. Okay, well, see, y'all always do that. You mentioned we're talking about 40 million people. Now it's about okay. Well, then I'll still say no as a whole. Okay, cool. What was black unemployment when Obama took office? Do you know? No, I know. I mean, they're probably gonna say it was like 80%, and then when he left, it was like 20 or some shit. No, I think it was like 17% at its peak. And then what? It went down to what, half? Like 6 or 7. That's not bad. I know under Trump, it got to its lowest ever in his term, and then under Biden, it got even lower. You think black people's unemployment is worse? Has it gotten better since Bush? Well, considering I have a really good job, I would say that things have gotten better. But the only thing with things getting better is they're starting to have to hire people because it costs to live here. Like I've never had more. Like I make good money, and I still go paycheck to paycheck. But okay, that's just the American dream. But that's a different thing. Let me ask you another question. Since you were in prison, have you ever looked at the incarceration numbers when they peaked? Oh, they're mass incarceration. They're high. They're still higher. Are they higher or lower now? Well, technically they're lower, but they're still high as fuck. They're significantly lower. Yeah. So is that better or worse? It's better because they finally started letting. So here's the thing, like, you mean when you say incarceration numbers, do you mean people that are in or people that are getting jailed? People that are incarcerated. Incarceration crested. That means reached its peak and started to come down around 2010, 2011. Yeah, that's when they stopped arresting people for dumb shit. Because right. So is it better or worse? That's what I'm saying. So is it better or worse? It's right now. It's better. Right now it's better. 2 minutes ago you said nothing was better, brother. It's not better. That's not because of the Democratic Party, and it's not even not because of the Republican Party. I think it's more because of the damn world is like, why the fuck are you arresting a million? It's quite literally because of the Democratic and Republican parties. Like quite literally, that's why it is. They passed laws. They changed laws. Okay, but prosecutors stopped prosecuting. Who gives all the votes? Who's city council? Who, like, all the way up the chain? And this is like what you just said is exactly why I think that the Republican and Democratic Party shouldn't even exist, because it should be on the backs of the people of what we want as a whole. Whether my vote might be some outlandish shit, but if there is 3 million people in a state and 2 million of them vote one way, that's what should happen. It should be the people. That's why it's saying we the people. It shouldn't be, well, I'm a Republican, so I'll take it under advisement, but I'm going to go my way regardless. And then go to the fucking electoral bullshit with these bit of votes or all that nonsense. It should literally be on the people. So that's what America should be. That's not what it is. So shit's going on. People getting act up. Oh, well, they want this. You know what? We're going to finally give it to them. Okay, we're going to legalize weed, but everybody that's in prison for that, we're going to leave them there, but we're going to stop arresting people for it. That's what big part of why crime went down or people that are in prison still that got arrested in early 2000 for weed. Yeah. So the claim that you made, let me continue. I wouldn't necessarily call it better. I'll say it's different. I wouldn't call it better. It's just different. So fewer black
people. 1.3 to 7 cases per 100,000 Hispanics or fewer.
I would guess and say 100,000. A lot. What about the check? I mean, you said how many? Let's see. In federal prison, no, prison in general, not there are. That's relatively low. Okay. Let me see. Number of black men in prison. I don't know these are. It's about 1 million. That's a fucking lot. It is. I didn't say it was good. I said it was better. And the only way to get to it to be good, unfortunately, is to work through a system. You checking out of a system is not going to help them. Yeah, I get you too. I got you. I can't life expectancy. Is life expectancy higher or lower now than it was when we were coming up? Would you say, are you talking like life expectancy if you're just a healthy person and like how you live, or you saying like life expectancy living in the hood, like overall? Just overall. The overall number is probably going to say better. Yeah. So I don't agree with the better, because this is motherfuckers are using shit and doing shit, and, you know what I mean? But whatever. Okay. This is the life expectancy from 2000 to 2019. It increased most for black people. That's awesome. Because you said nothing was better. I don't think the Republicans or Democrats made life expectancy better. Of course they did. Can I tell you how? Yeah, I would love for you to tell me how they made life expectancy better.
The Chicago mayor's race, it is 10 months away, but...
Should I tell you why? Certainly. People couldn't be denied for coverage. It had mandatory screenings that had to be covered. So there used to be a gap in cancer.
A money race for the
gap between black people and white people. Because of Obamacare, that racial gap is now negligible. Should I put the paper in the chat? See, you're so jaded and cynical, and I understand why, to be fair, that you don't want to hear the new information. But like Dick Gregory said, I had the when they killed Michael Jackson, they killed him with a laser. I saw the check, nigga. And so I'm telling you, as a square bitch ass nigga, that's the information. And so now we're encouraging what? More black
property taxes are not going up next year.
Candidates, it is already
earlier and earlier before Obamacare did it. It's called the cancer screening racial gap. Huh? Am I saying it's perfect? No, I'm saying it's better. Extracting ourselves from the system does not help. I don't remember the last time I went to the doctor. It's a personal issue. There's a Democrat Republican to pick you up on a lot of black folks go to the doctor. Black men, the women. Well, yeah. Well, that's actually something that the brothers. So this is something that what does that mean? They need to go to the doctor. Wait, so women fucking? Who are fucking each other? They scissoring? What's going on? They be out there fucking. Anyone that so who are they sleeping with? Anyone that almost bleeds to death every month needs to go to the doctor. Women almost bleed to death every month, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so who are the women sleeping with? Whatever men they sleep with, I don't know, or women, or both. So they're mostly sleeping with men. Why wouldn't the men go to the doctor either? Are you saying women are fucking more than men? Black women fucking more than black men? Is that I think no. Don't do that to me. I ain't saying black women are fucking more than black. I'm saying all women are fucking more than men. But we were talking about black people. Oh yeah, still black. Yeah, black women are fucking more than black men. Okay, I don't know the numbers on that. So let me ask you, if you have 5 children, you now have a good job, you're a carpenter. 20 me Pasquali Slaudi, Eleghi son, et Patris et Filio et Spiritus Sanctus.
I'm not Catholic.
You're a carpenter. 1 second, sir. If you're a carpenter, we have to shout out Jesus Christ. Hey, JC, would you die for me? Zana, ho, Hosanna, hey, superstar. When you're a bitch ass nigga, sometimes you just bust out to Latin music. That's what square niggas do. Anyway, let me continue. Let me continue. You have 5 children. Hey, Dad, I want to take my training wheels off the bike this summer. Well, yeah, boy, we're going to learn how to ride that bike. Hey, Daddy, I need some pink barrettes because Grandma got me a new shirt and the barrettes I have are purple. You got all these beautiful babies depending on you. You don't go to the doctor to make sure you're healthy so you don't die on them from SNDS in 6 years?
I eat properly, I diet right, I exercise, and I work. And when I die, I'm going to die.
What does that do for the kids?
I got life insurance.
No, but they need to. Oh, let me ask. How many of your kids live with you?
Oh, none of them.
That's what I figured. All right.
Well, hey, whoa.
He got 5 speakers.
They was just out here. They was just out with me for a month,
Please.
2 months ago. When they come, their mama come, and she stay with me too. And when I go out there to see them, I stay with her in the house that I bought that they live in. We just ain't together no more. We was together for 14 years. Don't try to make it like I'm some deadbeat motherfucker.
Any man that says I got life insurance, if I die, I died. I got 5 kids is deadbeat in my book.
Well, I'm sorry that your book ain't my book.
I know. My book cares for the child. Yours doesn't.
I care for my children. Why the fuck you think I work like I do? Because I work 6 days a week, bro. I don't want to do that.
So you're working yourself to
I'd
death.
rather than you know. But I don't, and I provide for my kids, and now my oldest son is about to go to track scholarship. All my other kids play sports, and they don't got time to get in no trouble, and they don't ever even have the inkling of ever living the type of life that I had to live. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a great father. So
You're right. Young black kids.
Anything never.
You're right. Young black kids who play sports never get in trouble. Young black kids who do sports, especially when their dads aren't around, definitely never get in trouble.
I didn't say I'm not around. I said we don't live together.
Where are you? Where are they?
I just want to say one thing.
Where are the kids?
They 12 hours away, but that ain't nothing but a short drive.
That's not living together.
I said we don't live together. I said
I'm just saying. You're apart. 4 hours.
But I'm always around.
No, you're not. You just said you work. How can you be around, always around, if you work 6 days a week, but you're 4 hours away? Break that down, you ugly grass nigga.
Because every 3 months, they either come here or I go there and see them. And I talk to all of them every day. I make it a point to speak to all of my kids daily.
Okay.
Like, yeah, did I make some mistakes that caused me to have to be apart? Yes, I did. And that's my fault. I got to live with it. I got to deal with it. But I'm not going to make excuses for it. Like, yeah, I fucked up. I did some shit. And, it is what it is. And now I'm where I'm at. But
I understand that.
You don't get to take away from my parents and they're saying that I'm not a good father.
I didn't say you weren't a good father.
I made a bad choice.
No, I'm saying that you saying if I die, I die. You leaving a kid $1 million does not replace the daddy. Money. We're not just here for money. The kids need us as their father, not just the money, is what I'm saying. So if you're saying, I work 40, 60 hours a week, 6 days a week, I'd rather be selling dope because it's wearing me down, wearing my body down. If I die, I die. That's not good. Kids, you gotta have some sons, right? 13-year-old boy needs his dad around. If you die, it's not if I die, I die. You know that.
That's agreed. But like, I also have been, because I actually have, my second oldest son is 13. And I be on his ass all the time.
Okay.
Which it's harder because we don't live together, which again, this is one of the things that I got to deal with because of some
liberation from the Republicans instead of the devil, you know.
Well, I feel liberated from both of them now. I ain't fucking with either one of the parties. One of them wear red and one of them wear blue. You know what it sounds like to me, Republicans and Democrats? The Crips and Bloods of the white world. That's what they are. They just another game.
How so?
Because all they do is pretend to beef with each other and hate each other and then go out to lunch.
And then they pass a bunch of policies that make life bad for the rest of us, and you wonder why they are, because people like you don't get involved.
But they do it together.
Yeah, but things
the red and the blue. But you want me to pick one side or the other?
Well, I want you to pick a side that's closer to your beliefs and then work with that side and in that side to make the world a better place for me and for you and the entire human race.
So the last time I had a political view was towards the best of my beliefs. My beliefs was I want to keep my guns. I want to keep the ability to protect myself, my family, my kids. There's certain things that I want to keep as an American citizen that I believe are the core values. And the Democrats was against it. And
so the Democrats are against it.
I believe that if my son is born, he's always going to be my son.
I got you.
He ain't going to never be my daughter.
I got you. But that's
Democrats
not
don't believe that. Democrats don't believe that. They believe that your son could become your daughter.
Well, so does Caitlyn Jenner. She's a Republican. Trump has trans people.
Ain't no such thing as Caitlyn Jenner. That is Bruce.
That's what Trump. That's what Trump said. So you all. Let's go to the guns.
Yeah. So he got me fucked up too. Then, like I said.
Oh, you don't think there are any trans people in the Republican Party?
I'm jumping off the train with him too.
Got you. So I want to back up.
That is a man.
So you
are a man.
Hold on. So you are allowed to have guns in California as a felon?
It's a constitutional right. Where we're talking about the Constitution.
No, the Constitution. Yes, it does.
What does?
The way the courts interpret it. And so the courts allow certain states to take away guns from certain felons. You know that.
But what does the Constitution say? Second Amendment.
You have the right to keep.
You have the right to keep and bear arms. And it doesn't say, and there is nothing in the Constitution that says unless you get in trouble.
It does say that. That's what the
What does it say? Quote it to me real quick.
To tell you, can I just answer the question? The well-regulated part gives states and the federal government the ability to take guns away from citizens. I'll give you an example. If you're well-regulated, the Supreme Court said many times.
No, I want to know what it says in the Constitution.
I'm telling you how the law works.
But that's not what I asked.
I can read it since you need me to.
I want to know what the Constitution says, not what they decided.
It's not changed. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. There you go. The first three words, a well-regulated, 4 words, well-regulated militia. Let me just continue. So states can take away your voting rights, gun rights, all things for being a felon. You're in California, very democratic. Have they taken your guns away?
They tried.
How? Bring it in.
They said I was a felon and I couldn't have guns. And I said,
how did they take it down?
Guess what? I got guns. So.
Oh, you have illegal guns?
No, of course not.
So how do you have illegal guns in California? You took them to court?
What?
You beat the state of California in court?
No, absolutely not. I just went and bought the parts and I built my own shit.
Okay, so I would not be admitting to a felony on a stage.
That's a massive felony.
Really, don't do this.
It's not a felony, and they couldn't prove it anyway.
Well, you just acknowledged it, so they can't.
No, I don't have any of those things anymore.
Good. Okay, I see.
What about your right to vote? Can you vote in California?
I've been able to vote.
Right. So why did the Democrats take your vote away?
I don't know.
The Republicans take away felons' right to vote.
Really? Because
Donald
Trump's
states.
president, and I was able to vote then. Donald Trump's president, like the last time
I said in states, Donald Trump's not a governor. What's going on, bro? You listening?
You said Republicans take away
felons' rights to vote in their states. That's what I just said. Donald Trump's never run a state. What's happening?
So let me see. I voted in Florida. Is that a blue state?
It depends on where you vote. It depends on when you voted.
South Florida, like, well, I don't know what that was. Yeah, I don't know. But I lived in Florida, Vegas, Cali, Wisconsin. I mean, I know Cali's a blue state. I think Vegas, like Nevada, is a blue state now.
Yeah, it goes back.
But it was a red state. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't got time. I don't. Honestly, I don't. That's what I say is I don't really.
You don't have time to vote at 20 minutes on Tuesday.
I just don't care about all that.
So you can talk to me for an hour on a Sunday night, but you don't have time to stand in line for 20 minutes and vote. I understand.
Vote for whom? For somebody I don't believe in?
Well, how about this? Why don't you participate in primaries to get people on the ballot who you believe in?
Because I don't know none of these motherfuckers. I don't believe in none of them. That's the thing. I don't believe in none of these politicians. I don't believe in
a politician. That's bizarre.
How
you believed in a woman you made 5 kids with and left her?
Well, that's I had a problem at one point in life.
You believed enough that 5 kids with a woman.
I just used to act up. There was a time in my life that I used to act up.
You had 5 kids. I love this. You could believe enough to bust off to. I would say you and that woman probably had sex no fewer than 400 times. And you probably bust off up in her, respectfully, at least 200 times. You believed in her enough to do that, to produce 5 children, human babies, in your likeness, carrying your blood DNA. You believed in her and you left her. But you can't spend 20 minutes.
I didn't leave. Like I said, that's a sticky situation. A big thing happened, and it was a necessity for me to leave.
She turned trans?
What?
She turned trans? That's why you don't like trans people? She turned...
No, she's still a woman, and we still kick it and all that. But there was just some things that happened, and then I got locked up.
You still sleep with your baby mom of 5 kids?
Yeah, I still sleep with her. She still sleep with me. When she comes see me, she stay with me. When I go see her, I stay at my house that she live in that I paid for.
Is that her in your pictures?
No, that's my ex. That's my most recent ex. That bitch is crazy. Excuse me, that girl is crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you had to leave for a reason, but y'all still share bodily fluids.
No, we cool. You know, we cool. We better as friends type thing, but we also still like
friends
so
with benefits.
Otherwise, you have to use the lure of the 5 kids.
No, because I still get pussy.
So why are you messing with your baby moms? That's messy.
Because I love my baby mom.
Put your hands down.
You love her.
You can shit on my
your children that you're not there for.
3 of my children. She's raising 3 of my children. I got 2 other baby mamas, bro.
You have 3 baby moms?
Yeah. But one of my kids is grown. He just got a scholarship. He's on his way to college.
38 years old.
Yeah.
That's what Democrats let you do.
Well, it is what it is, though. I'm not going to apologize for my life. I didn't ask for this life. I was given it, and I lived it. I lived it my way at that. Which, in hindsight, may not have been the best way. I should have probably done a few things different. But it is what it is. I'm here now.
This is one of the things that I love about
You're on YouTube, bro.
Ben, you're muted. Was that Frank Sinatra, My Way, or Usher?
Yes, okay. Look at Sean. Ain't nobody ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself.
Why would I be ashamed?
Oh, well, I would tell you why I would be ashamed to be under 40 years old.
Why would I be ashamed of anything, bro?
I didn't say...
I'm here lying about shit.
Again, I don't think you would be ashamed. I said I would be ashamed. I have a different set of morals and standards. That's what I'm saying.
You probably grew up different too.
Oh, so So you're saying that poor people who grew up in the hood who are black, they have bad morals and they can't make better decisions? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I wasn't. The morals that I have now, today, as a man, now that I've learned different things, didn't get taught to me as a youth. That's not. I didn't get taught that as a child. I didn't grow up with morals. I grew up in a whole different life.
Oh, so when you were 12, 13 growing up,
I was already getting locked up, bro. I got arrested at 10 years old.
I understand that. But you weren't taught that having a bunch of baby moms was a bad thing.
But no one talked about baby mom. I was taught this. I was taught that if you black, you can sell dope or go to sports.
Okay. You're right. There was nothing on TV. There were no examples. There were no programs in school. They just taught you dope or sports. You grew in California.
Those things were in school. But again, considering that when I got home, I didn't have parents in the house like that. So I was always outside. So I got raised outside.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, lots of people get raised outside. But let me just continue. This is what I'm telling y'all about Elder Terod and others like this. 20 years, 30 years of destruction. Poisoning communities, the brother said no morals, etc. They clean themselves up, and after 6 months, they judge other people. They're better than other people. They're all of a sudden these free thinkers. This is what happens all the time. These people run roughshod over society. Elder Terod like this, and then they get a little religion. Later on, now they're better than the rest of us. It's amazing. But I appreciate the sweet.
I don't think I'm better than nobody, and I damn sure don't put religion to think I'm better than nobody, bro. I just do me.
That's fair. Now, but we're talking about other people that come in the room sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I wish you all the best.
At least I ain't coming up here lying, motherfucker. I could have came.
No, I agree. I mean, no. I said I appreciate you. I appreciate you talking about it, but I think you should become a Republican activist, and you should vote for Republicans. And see how they treat you instead of the devil you know. You should join the Republican Party.
Why would I join any of those parties? Like, what is the benefit
to protect
of
your
joining
rights?
one party or the? That's my question. What's the benefit of me joining one party or the other? If I walk outside right now, who do I go hit up and say, hey, I'm joining the Democrat Party, bro? What y'all gonna do for me?
You're right.
Are they gonna give me something? They gonna pay me?
You're right.
I'm like that's my honest question. Like, it's the same way when I was a kid outside in the streets, and why I got involved in the shit that I was getting involved in was because there was gain for me. I mean, mind you, it turned into not good game because I ended up getting locked up a bunch, but there was gain in the beginning. If I just walk outside right now, I can't just go find somebody that's a Democrat and say, hey, put me on. I'm a Democrat now. Now what we doing? That's the way that I see it. I know that's not how the world works, but that's the way that I see it. I don't believe that calling myself a Democrat makes me different than me calling myself a Republican. I vote, if I vote strictly based on if he's saying things and say that he's gonna do things that I think he's gonna do that they're beneficial to me. I don't care what the motherfucker is. I don't care if he's Democrat, Republican, Independent, or whatever. If he like, this what I'm gonna do, and I'm like, that's what I need, that's what I'm voting for.
Okay. I just didn't know 40-year-old men thought like this. That's fine. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, motherfucker. There's a lot of people like me.
I know, that's why the country is going to shit.
Yeah, because of us. Because of the hard-working people like me. You're right.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with you being hard work. I'm talking about political culture. So I wasn't
We don't give a fuck about politics. That's the thing. We care about politics.
I know. That's why the politics is so bad. Because hard workers like you stop caring. That's exactly the point. If someone
because our votes never change anything.
Are you in a union?
Yeah.
Oh my God. My head is about to explode. Wait.
Look, I don't like the union, but the union is good for me because it protects wages, it protects job security, and it's a necessary evil. I don't necessarily care for the union, but it's good for me.
So that would be the reason to support a political party, because there's a political party that's keeping unions viable, which is the direct benefit for you. There's another party that's trying to get rid of unions, where their leaders say it's bad for unions. They put people on the court to get rid of unions.
They ain't gonna never be able to get rid of unions.
Who told you that?
They're not gonna be able to. They already tried. They tried.
Sir, union membership is steadily going down precisely because they are getting rid of unions. You just happen to be lucky enough to live in the most democratic state, or one of the most democratic states in America.
I don't live in California.
Oh, where do you live now?
Utah.
Oh, well, they could be gone.
Yeah, I live in the Mormon state.
They could be gone. I mean, Mormons are a little bit different, but they could be gone. They're more traditional Republicans, but they could be gone.
But I've also worked jobs like in the industry. I used to work in a mine, and I worked because it was a union, and it was a big thing. Like, when you go to like your onboarding and all that shit, they'd be like, oh, if you guys want to start a union, you have that right. But if you started talking about any union thing, because it only takes the workers can start a union. If you start mentioning union, they'll fire you. The same way with like Walmart. If you start talking about some union shit, they will get rid of your ass, which should be illegal.
Well, it was illegal until, oh my God, yo. This act is funny. People come up here and love Democrats who don't even know.
I don't love you. That's what I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't care about either one of the parties. I only care about what's beneficial to me and mine. If that aligns on the Democratic side, then great. Then I'm a Democrat for that time. If what aligns to me next week says that it's on the Republican side, then fine. I'm a Republican for the next week. I don't need to. I'm not no fucking politician, bro. I'm a regular ass person in America. I'm just a regular person. I don't need to be like, oh, I'm this or I'm that. Like I feel like that's the same thing like when I used to run around with gangs. Oh, I'm from here. Oh, I'm from there. And I don't like you because you from here or from
gangs
there.
Give you union protection with good wages and retirement and healthcare?
Unfortunately, no. They did give me a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
Cool. So not like gangs, but I take it.
Well, you get what I'm saying.
I don't.
Take it a little way too literal. Come on.
I don't. I'm not taking it literal because you're getting lost up. You're getting caught up in the political conflict and making an analogy to gangs, all the while saying you like Democratic policy.
Some of it. But at the same time, I know the Democrats was trying to take my guns away.
No, they
weren't. Aren't they the ones that want to try to strip guns?
No, they don't want to strip guns.
Or just make gun laws more stringent.
You're not supposed to have a gun.
Who?
You.
Man, the Second Amendment say I got the right
No.
to keep
Okay, can you, Chris, maybe you don't understand that each amendment is subject to reasonable restrictions. The court has ruled that. The court has ruled that on many occasions. So if you don't believe the Supreme Court, I don't know what to tell you. The court has said well, that's a problem for you because if you're going to commit crimes, if the court has said crimes, you have a problem.
But here's the thing.
Listen, let me just finish.
Just because I committed a crime in the past does not mean that I should not be able to defend myself in the future.
Chris, can I just finish? So the court has held numerous times, and in fact, it's been much less restrictive in terms of gun laws. They basically said that there isn't a standard, but you can still have some reasonable gun laws. Now, reasonable gun laws, the court has said on numerous occasions, include the fact that felons cannot have guns. That's considered reasonable. Certain things are considered unreasonable, and the court has held that. Various states are trying to decide what laws make sense and what don't. But at the end of the day, the Democrats aren't trying to take away. Your guns are gone, or they should be gone, and let's not have that discussion. But they're not trying to take away guns. They are trying, in many cases, to impose some restrictions on guns. You may or may not agree with them, but they may or may not be legal anyway. In terms of the union, I don't really understand what you're saying because Republicans are basically anti-union at this point. Democrats are pro-union. Their policies have been pro-union. Union representation is going down. If you lose that, you will probably lose some of the benefits that you really appreciate. So there are laws and policies that Democrats have that actually are helpful to you. Republicans, for example, let's talk about reparations. I thought that was pretty funny. Reparations probably are illegal under this court. Why? Because they are giving one group of people, right, a specific benefit, and the court will hold that that's not legal under current law. Now, that wasn't always the law, okay, but the Republicans have been winnowing back on these sort of things for years, and that is one of their policies. So I guess what I say to you is I understand that you don't care, and I understand that you feel like it doesn't matter, but maybe you should look into things a little bit more. Is that possible?
Possible, yeah, but not probable. I just build shit for a living. That's what I do. I build shit. So even if they took my union away, I'm still a skilled tradesman. I'm always gonna have a job because I build shit. Yeah, but building for me, it's that simple. I build shit and I'm good at it. But building things doesn't mean you have to be uninformed. You don't have to say, "Oh, this is a bookish person. This is a building person." You can be a builder, also be the smartest person in the room. Book-wise, like they're not opposites. No, I'm not a dumb person. I mean, I might be dumb politically, but yeah, okay. It's just politics has never been a thing that piqued my interest because it's never been a thing that I have any real value in my life, like for politicians or for politics or for any of that shit. Because honestly, considering the fact that, as I said, I've been in jail and this and that, I consider the laws as more of like a guideline than anything. Of like, if you don't cross this line, you're good, and if you stay on this side of the line, you're good. As long as I stay on my side of the line. I'm sure you believe that. What world are you living in? Mine. The one that I live in every day.
So what's interesting about this is, I'm not going to say you're a hardened criminal, but you've done time, right? And to you, I'm probably a square. Yeah, pay my taxes, all that good stuff.
That's not a bad thing.
No, let me finish. Let me land. And what's interesting is my engagement with law enforcement has been terrible my entire life. I despise police. Despise them.
Just coming from someone who has never participated in any nefarious activity or criminal behavior, but I know that the laws impact me significantly. When I was growing up and I spent time in New York City, coming up, stop enforcement, right? And I understand that is directly attached to the mayor of the city and who votes for that mayor, and what type of draconian laws they pass down, right? Like, this stuff impacts you, whether you want it to or not, whether you believe it does or not, it impacts you, bro.
I got stopped and frisked under every president, Democrat or Republican. It never changed how the police treated me.
Presidents don't control police.
Exactly, because police are just people.
What?
I get fucked with by white cops all the time.
That's a state policy. Weren't you selling drugs though?
No, even since I've been on the shit, I always get fucked with by the police. Always. And it's not just like a simple thing. Like, a motherfucker pulled me over. Matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, I got pulled over at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, "Why you pulling me over?" He said, "This ain't how it works." He said, "Why you pulling me over? Give me your ID." I pulled it up and said, "I'm gonna give it to you as soon as you tell me why you pulled me over." And we argued for about 2-3 minutes, and then he was like, "You have your brights on." I was like, "You pulled me over for having my brights on at 8 in the morning?" Then I gave my driver's license, and but cops like to fuck with me. You got anything in the car? You got any guns? You got any drugs? You got any this? Like, motherfucker, you pulled me over for my bright. You pulled me over for my lights. What the fuck is all that for? I got arrested for jaywalking once. I got beat up by the police in front of my mama in Vegas. in handcuffs. I sued the shit out their ass, got 70,000. Police always fuck with me. Never be the one to say, well, why don't you just answer their phone? Because I didn't do nothing. You don't got a right to just be stopping me and just be asking me questions just because how I look, or just because how I'm dressed, or just because I got tattoos, or any of that bullshit.
Actually, the Supreme Court, the Republican judges that you were supporting say they actually do have that right.
Well, then I guess I'm going to be a Democrat on the next one. Like I said.
Okay, that was funny.
I said that before, that whatever benefits me is what I'm going to go for.
Okay. Last question. How'd you end up in Utah?
I got some homies that moved out here. I was living in Florida, out there ripping and running, and I was like, man, I'm tired of this shit. And some of my partners was like, man, come out here. And I ended up coming out here, and now I'm in Park City.
Best wishes.
Yeah, no, I live in a rich city. It's great. Boy, all these white women out here, you kidding me?
I'm not interested in that.
Oh, you in a blizzard, huh?
Huh? Hey, look, let me tell you. I started snowboarding, all kind of shit.
That man said this shit ain't snowing.
God bless you.
I mean, well, I've always done shit like that. Like, I wakeboard, and I've tried to surf. I can't surf, but I'm big into extreme sports. I like to do shit. I like to be outside. So Utah was the perfect place to go.
You take a
I
chance.
only went to Florida because I needed to get away from California because they were trying to give me 20 years. And I got out and I was like, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm not staying out here.
I don't know if it was a state, bro. It was your activity, man.
Right. And you don't recognize from California.
Huh?
You born and raised in California?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh. What do you mean they were trying to give you 20 years? Did you, were you on parole and you left the state, or what have you done?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, allegedly, no. Everything got dismissed in court. They was trying to give me 20 years. I fought my case, I won, and I got the fuck up out of California.
Well, what did you do?
Have you been back since?
He's innocent.
To visit.
What did you do? He's still carrying guns. Yeah, he's a felon.
They alleged that I was involved in the shooting, but I wasn't even there.
Whatever.
But I wasn't there. There wasn't no witnesses or no nothing. And that's why I got out, because I'm innocent. And I left. Sounds
like they didn't have a case, my brother.
Police was always fucking with me. They always been fucking with me.
Right. So why do they keep messing with you? Why are you putting yourself in positions? I mean, I live in California. The police don't never bother me. So why do they keep bothering you? What are you putting yourself in those positions?
Because in that current situation, I was in the trap.
You was ghetto. You was, okay.
That's, like, I take full accountability for all of my situations that I put myself in. I'm not saying that, that some of the times that I've been fucked with weren't unwarranted. Because they weren't. Some of the times, the police had the right idea with stopping me, but they didn't have a reason. And that is the beauty of the law. You gotta have a reason, not a suspicion, because your feelings aren't law. You gotta have a reason. I need reasonable, articulable suspicion. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you a snitch.
Oh, I ain't never told on nobody in my life.
Hey, Chris, you need to get a room up in here, man. Start a room, bro.
I don't be on here enough to start a room. Sunday's the only day I really be on here, bro, because it's my only day off. And I'm just at the house chilling, and I was like, fuck.
Chris, are you mixed?
Huh? Yeah.
Are you mixed?
Yeah.
Who's white? Your mom or your dad?
My mama.
You already knew the answer to that.
Now, I'm going to say, how many motherfuckers you really know got a black mama and a white daddy? I don't even know.
I know a lot.
Yes, a lot, especially in California.
Yeah, Chris, I'm just going to give you one word of advice, because there are very few blacks in Utah. In general, was it 2%? You will probably stand out, and I would suggest that you think again about whether you really should have guns. Allegedly.
It's his right. It's his right.
No. It is not his right. He's a felon. Okay, he's not allowed to have guns under federal or under Utah state law.
Well, the good thing about Utah is there is no law. There's no law in Utah for concealed carry. So if I carry a gun on me and you don't see it, no one's the wiser.
Michael, if you get stopped and they see a gun, you are all right. Whatever.
I don't ride around with guns in my car because I am not out breaking the law.
Wait, guns only for law breakers?
No, I'm saying that I don't ride around like with a gun on my lap. So if I was to get pulled over and the police look in and be like, "There's a gun right there," like I'm not riding around with a gun in reach. Like I'm gonna do something. You know?
Question, sir. Do you have a felony or no?
Yeah.
So how you? Never mind. I thought every state.
Utah does, and the federal law does. Okay, he's not supposed to have guns. That's
okay. Okay.
This is all.
No, I'm not allowed to buy.
He's just being defiant. So.
Okay. I'm not allowed to buy a gun, but I'm allowed to protect myself.
Oh wait.
You know that you're not allowed to possess a gun as a felon. Yeah. You know that. You know that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Here's my thing, which is why I'm hoping that, like, mind you, I've already been trying to get my shit expunged to get my gun rights back so I can go like to the store and buy one. But my felonies that I have are non-violent. I don't believe that someone that has a non-violent felony should be excluded from.
It doesn't matter what you believe. The current law is.
Yeah.
And you have children, and it's not worth being away from.
Well, maybe if you would support candidates who have your position and vote, you might get the law changed.
No, I got my position. You tell me a candidate right now that says that they want to give felons back gun rights.
I'm sorry. Can we get back on track? Because
let's get back on track.
No. I want to say something because the original point was trying to convince him to vote. He's a felon.
You can vote. That's not true. That's not true. You can have your voting rights restored.
I've been had my voting rights. I'm a felon. I got voting rights. I've had them ever since I got discharged from prison. I didn't get on parole. I expired my whole sentence.
Okay. Well, we'll just wait for the Instagram story to read about you getting caught up with a gun. So let's move on.
I don't want the brother to get caught up.
But that's great.
But
I appreciate you wishing me success. I really do. So thank you.
Hey, you brought it on stage. Sorry.
God damn.
Nah, it's not me.
You want you to go to jail. You're doing things that you know you're not supposed to do. Exactly. And you're in a place that's very easy for you to stand out. So it seems silly, but it's do you?
Look, I believe that everybody should always be able to protect themselves at any time. That is a human right to be able to defend yourself, especially if you're in unknown areas or anything like that. You should have the means to defend yourself. That is a human right. I don't give a fuck what the law says. You as a human, I will go to jail with a smile to save my own life.
Oh, but Chris, they download transcripts, man. Like, I'm just saying, man. Like, I agree with you. Like, I don't think a felon should be disarmed. Should lose the ability to protect himself and his family if he wasn't put in jail for a violent crime, right? I mean, I don't think that's.
They can download whatever transcript they got. But the only way I'm armed is because I have two arms, and on both my arms got hands and fingers and a thumb.
Chris, there are other things that you could use to defend yourself that won't get you in trouble. I think that's what most people are just trying to say to you, man. Like, you can get in trouble for certain things. There are other ways to defend yourself. So that's all I think what most people are just saying, bro. Like, no one wants to see you go get hurt. That's all.
Hey, also, I think easy people get maced up. Felons can even get maced. I don't know if that's.
We can get mace, because I be out camping and shit. I got bear mace. There's bears and shit where I live, especially where I go camping. Yeah, we can get up there. Utah's not like California. California do a background check to buy bullets. I buy bullets all the time for when I go out targeting shit. Like I've been hunting.
just ask you to stop saying incriminating shit. Like I just think you should stop, please.
Exactly.
I have one last question. When's your birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, what's your sign? No, I don't need your, like.
I'm a Leo.
Okay.
What was that noise? What was that noise?
You already know.
First lady.
She's like this.
Can we please clarify? The noises I make. Are you serious, Sonny?
Well, I just need him to clarify. Is he a July Leo or is he an August? Okay,
July Leos are great.
Yeah, big 5.
Sonny, what just?
July Leos are great.
Why? I'm a July
Leo.
Leo. Why?
I'm a July Leo.
Oh, good.
So am I.
That's why.
See, look, we all the same.
Wait, so he's a July Leo?
No, he's an August Leo.
They are yeah, them
August Leos, they're very daring. Very.
And I'm at the end too. So
They defy the rules a lot.
no, we just do
First lady, I've never defied a rule in my life. What are you talking about?
Lies.
What?
You defy my rules, sir. Difference between a July Leo and an August Leo. What's the defining difference? You said
It's the men. It's really the men of the August Leos that
I'm
are.
hurt. You guys poking me where it hurts. I'm just saying.
Where does it hurt?
All over. I'm an August Leo.
You think
Are you closer to July?
You're saying it hurt.
Are you closer to July?
I'm at the end of August.
Okay, so you're also picking up on Virgo energy.
Yes, I'm on the cusp.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he must be like August 22nd or 25th or some shit.
Somewhere around that.
Yeah, the 25th is Virgo.
Oh, yeah, I'm at the end. I'm August 19th.
Chris?
I don't know what that
So you
is.
break August 19th. Okay.
Yeah, I don't even I don't really follow.
I think he giving his birthday, giving this.
But I
No,
don't.
please. It's okay. It's okay, Chris. Listen to me. Listen, for your own good. It was really, really, really nice meeting you. I hope you you might come back once or twice a month. We welcome you.
But they're there every day.
Okay. All right.
Not 3 times?
If in fact we got 6 weeks in a month, then 3, yeah. But if it's just a regular 4-week month, then just once or twice. I'm just kidding. just joking with you. But yeah, thank you for your honesty. A lot of people may not agree with you. You still held to whatever you feel as though it's best for yourself. So, and it all explains it from you now. I understand the sign. Thank you. Is there another topic, or there's no news? No good news? No bad news? No news? Somebody help me? No? Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Tiffany, shush. That's not nice.
Well, I'll say this first. The playoffs are on. That's why a lot of the men are not engaged. And
Who's playing tonight?
the 76ers are taking a shellacking right now by Boston.
Listen, Divine. All we care about is the boys coming back 2-2. That's all we care about.
Well, yeah.
If they come back 3-1, it'd be a problem.
Yeah, I missed the game, but I heard we won. But yeah, I'm interested in all of the games. But this is crazy. They're down by 20. They've been down by 20 plus the whole game. This is bad.
What's the goal? What quarter?
They're in third.
You still got time.
Plenty of time.
20 points down ain't nothing in the third.
It's the NBA playoffs again already?
Yeah. It may
6. I don't know if you're still talking, but I can't hear you at all.
I'm sorry, can you?
I can hear you now.
I said, yeah, May is next week already.
Yeah, this year's halfway over, you know.
Yeah, I be fit, like working. I be fishing and shit, so I don't even be watching basketball.
I don't care about basketball right now. I just care about what we're seeing in the world.
I just want to know if you know basketball, tell me who I should bet on, because I'll jump on this little casino app real quick and throw me a ticket in.
You sure you're not a mega? You got all the telltale signs. Gambling. No games.
I don't even gamble like that.
Well, you gotta let your...
It's okay if you're hanging there.
It's all good. I don't gamble like that, but I throw little $50 here and there on some sports shit.
All right. My correspondent says pressure builds to elsewise after Trump dinner shooting, with some critics pointing to Biles, who oversees the security service and her role. Oh Lord, no!
Here we
This
go.
kid reps that put Donald Trump and top administrative officials at risk. Sisters undergoing cancer treatment. Oh, they trying to blame Ross. I'm trying to tell you, they trying to get rid of all the women, y'all. I'm telling you.
Women. It's true. I mean, 3 are gone already. He doesn't do anything for the men, even though they're incredibly.
Well, shit, we better bring back affirmative action. Motherfucker, keep these women. Good luck.
They say Keystone Cash ripped Ford just standing there after shooting. He was just standing there. I was like, well, the picture, I don't know, because I didn't see any videos. But the still pictures look like he was just standing there behind the scenes.
You think the man hiding behind his pregnant wife? I don't know if that was a real picture.
We got
I'm just saying, bro, I seen that shit early. I'm just like, he was down too. So it's just like,
I seen the video. She was literally leading the way. Well, no, the baby
was leaving his behind his pregnant wife.
Yeah, it's kind of symbolic to 2026.
This shit was crazy. I was like, oh, these motherfuckers be talking about this. Because now that's nuts. I was never.
He said has what is this attempt 3?
Is it
on his life, or is it 3 or 4?
No, three as president, but he.
Your mama, what are you talking about in the chat? She said she said undergoing cancer. She didn't distinguish whether it was breast cancer or what. And then you said WTF. And then, are you not your mama? Who's yo? Let's see, maybe there's a different yo. Yeah, your mama. I'm just reading what you wrote. What? Isn't that what you wrote? Then you said booming. I didn't. No. Oh. Oh, okay. You erased it. Got it.
Yo, I didn't erase anything. I was talking about what Christopher was saying. I wasn't talking about nobody else. I was
Don't
talking
you call me about my whole government name ever again in your life.
You said it.
What did you say about her cancer?
I didn't hear another name. So what
Chris,
could I say?
just Chris.
Oh, Chris.
Well, you sound like my mama.
Look, I was responding.
She is your mama.
I just had a flashback. Don't you call me by my whole name. I thought it was you.
Well, you are, because she said you said something about her cancer. You gave the wrong cancer?
No, I didn't say nothing about no cancer. I don't make jokes about that. My dad died from cancer. I don't make jokes about that.
Mine too.
Yeah, so that's not a thing I joke about. So yeah, you're looking for the wrong one.
Is that you, Charles?
What's that? No, that wasn't me. I was on mute.
That's Chris. He talks so country to be from California.
Actually, I get that. So I think it's a hereditary thing. All my family from Texas and from Louisiana. I think it came through there. Because even my partners in Cali be like, why you sound like that? And I'm like, nigga, I'm from here. Like, what the fuck you mean?
You can't mix.
Yeah. They mix with white, Mexican, and white and black.
Oh, okay. How maturity is?
Oh Lord, we just went through a whole bunch with this guy. You're not taking me back again.
I'm sorry.
You can't afford to snowboard.
Yeah, I can because I provide. They provided for it too. I do a lot of different things. But if you ever want to snowboard, come on out to Utah. I'll get you plugged up. You ain't gotta have no gear. I'll take you to a rental shop, get you free rentals. You just gotta pay for your flight and your hotel.
Snowboarding.
I'll get you locked in. Or if you like to ski, then you can ski. I don't ski. I snowboard, but yeah.
None of the above.
Plugged up and locked in, y'all.
Plugged up and locked in.
Hey, don't keep yourself in a box and do know like black people don't do that bullshit because they do.
Nobody said that.
Chris, you will have fun.
Chris, you don't know who you're talking to. I'm not the person to tell that.
Nigga, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh shit. I'm smelling 21
Now it's time to boom it.
Hey, first lady, I'm smelling sauce here.
Hey, BWA, how are you?
What's good? I'm smelling sauce.
No, please, don't smell nothing. Please.
I'm saying, you know.
No.
I'm smelling too.
No.
I was talking to the lady that said none of the above. So, let me get it.
Oh yeah, no, that I said it. Yeah, I said I don't do snowboarding. I would probably do like snow tubing, but anything that has me standing on my feet and going down a mountain of snow is an absolutely no for me. That's it.
You would enjoy it.
But why did you have to reduce it to black people need to do more things and everything? Like, why?
Oh, maybe I jumped the gun because I'm used to
Correct.
motherfuckers saying. I'm used to motherfuckers telling me, "Oh, that's some white."
I appreciate your honesty. I don't meet a lot of honest Leos. Thank you. Go ahead, brother.
Drama.
Tells us about your social circles. So maybe you might want to do some things to get you
My social circle.
But yeah, I don't have people around me at my grown ass age saying that snowboarding or going skiing or doing things in the snow is white people shit. In fact, I live in a place. There's a lot of black people. There's a lot of snow, and they go places. So,
Well,
again, that's
I live in a place where there's not a lot of black people, but there is a lot of snow. And when I go back home, there's a lot of black people and less snow. And those black folks don't do shit like that. And when I tell them that, oh, I be doing this, they say things like, oh, that's some white shit.
It's 2026,
Okay.
bro. There's ski trips with all black ski trips, snowboarding trips, sky island trips.
That's what I'm trying to tell. That's what I'm trying to tell the homies, bro.
You're not unique.
So again, that's your social circle. When I said get outside of your social circle, it may be your social circle. Then you say when you go home, your homies, that's your social network. That's your social circle. So
that's not my social circle. That's the people I see twice a year. Because that's my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, some other still live back in Cali.
My aunties, my uncles, my cousins, my nieces,
So that's not my everyday. My social circle is the motherfuckers who are no
So if those are only people you meet twice a year, why would you extrapolate that to all of black people?
Now, respectfully, it's not disrespectful, but if you're going to malign black people for what your family and old homies do, and somebody challenges
I've got it on Clubhouse.
I don't understand why you're getting upset.
I've got it on Clubhouse.
His family's not all black though.
I've got it on Clubhouse from niggas too that was like,
but Chris,
snowboarding,
Chris,
white shit.
Chris, you said your family, you're not all black though, right?
No.
So how there's even more fuckers like?
Oh, here we go. I'm not even to have this conversation.
No, I'm not talking about you being half. I'm saying that you say that it's been people from back home, but then you say that you're half black, so you're not even around those people. So maybe even half people that maybe people you're around are just limited to what they know. And do.
Well, yeah, I used to be limited like that too until I started moving around and doing other shit.
Okay, so you're the unicorn black. I see. Everybody else.
No, I just like to do a lot of. I snorkel, I wakeboard, I snowboard, I rock climb, I camp, I hike, I fish. I like to be outside fully.
You skydive?
Yeah, I skydive twice. That shit is crazy and terrifying.
Yeah.
You have not named anything that I guarantee you. Other those are not unusual things. Those are often things that people use when they seek out vacations.
Well, yeah, but more often than not, at least, especially on Clubhouse, the common response is, "Oh, that's some white people shit. That's some white people shit right there."
The social circle you're around.
Like I said on Club,
they need to expand.
First, respect.
If you are around those people, it makes it your social club. Because now you just met a different group of people outside of the door. And we didn't even say that. You just automatically thought that before.
Yeah, Chris, only thing that you probably do that we don't do is put raisins in potato salad, bro.
Oh, what did I say? No, you got me fucked up. Yeah, I don't do that.
That's probably the only thing you do.
So, yeah, that's fine. So I'll just real quick. I watched with my AI children, and it was a PG-rated movie from 1980. It was big, and I didn't realize I haven't watched it
with Tom Hanks.
Yeah, with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Dancing on the piano.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yeah, that's my
right. So I have those memories. Something happened. There was something that happened earlier. I think yesterday, and it reminded me of the movie Big. So I was telling the kids about it. I was like, yeah, we should watch it. It's a childhood movie that me and mom watched. And so they were like, cool. And then we started watching it, and then I didn't realize that obviously there's some things that don't feel PG, like 2026 PG. They're definitely 1988 PG. And so we had to, cover their eyes for some of it. But there's a moment where they're in the bedroom, and she's like undoing her shirt, and like grabbing her breast, and I'm like, oh yeah. So we had to cover that part. There's there were some off-color jokes, one or two. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, these movies. And for a PG, I don't remember, like maybe PG-13 now, but I don't remember PG. Being like that.
I know one thing. I miss the 80s. I know one thing. I miss the 80s. The 80s, baby.
80s and 90s were good for children.
People weren't so sensitive.
Well, there's also, they weren't sensitive, but there were also a lot of people who were going unmedicated, undiagnosed, untreated, who were living in hellholes.
I wouldn't say all that, but
I mean, like people who needed to be hospitalized were kicked out on the streets, schools being disinvested. So I get what you're saying. As a kid, you didn't have to go through the 80s and the 90s were enjoyable times, but
yes. Shout out to War Games. War Games and Weird Science made me want to be a computer engineer.
Now the media content for kids, I think, was really awesome. I think was really spot on.
And Revenge of the Nerds.
For kids. Maybe the 80s, especially 80s were tough. 90s were a good time. Generally for a lot of kids. Anyway. It's just what black people are. And that's it. Now, I will tell you something that Hurricane is definitely not seen. But that's not because he's black. It's because he has two touches. Medically, they told him that he should not be.
That's correct, but I do make my alternative to grits with quinoa flakes, and people say that is not black enough, and I don't give a fuck.
Wait, so it's black but not black enough? I would think it's different.
Oh yeah, I mean they might say that that it's not black at all, but that's because you guys are narrow-minded and unimaginative. That's the problem.
I'm about what?
Oh, I'm not going there.
No, yeah, let's go there. You wanted to go there. Let's go there. Now Action is here. She won't.
Y'all don't have imagination.
Now you're scared.
No, I'm not scared. You don't have imagination. You don't care about nutrition. You just care about taste and satisfying your cravings. You want to be a slave to your appetite. It's just.
What is that?
You don't have a badge. It has nothing to do with having a badge. It has everything to do with controlling your appetite and not letting your appetite control you.
You gotta eat, homie. Like, if I heard that statement right, I would take a bunch of steps back because I'm not controlled by my appetite, but you better have a good bank account, and if you have that, go buy whatever you want to go eat. This is America. If you want to eat healthy, great. I do. I mean, I like to eat all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think we're talking past each other. You don't understand what I'm talking about at all.
It's America, Jack. And Ashley said, you know what the fuck she means.
I said, Ashton, I remember your voice. You like an athletic woman, and I remember you. I remember that voice. She was like, she would whoop a nigga quick. I remember that voice. As soon as I said, hold on, I know that voice. Your name wasn't Ashton when I had talked to you last time. Your name was something else. What? Yeah.
My name has always been Ashton on this app.
You just had a different picture. But I know, like, you really could, like, yeah. You gave a whole rundown, like, man, I be doing this and I do this and that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a tall woman. And yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I care about dudes. I don't got no problems with no guys. I don't, hit on dudes and all that stuff. Whatever people may think, I don't do none of that stuff. I appreciate dudes for who they are, but like I told the dudes, you put your hands on me. I don't care how big or fast or whatever you think you are. There's an answer for that. And so men don't want to find the answer out. So the dudes, you hit me, you won't do. The state of Texas is not going to help you. He said, what does that mean? Find out. So men understand they don't want to find that out. I told them, I will help you meet your maker if you hit me. And a lot of women have to stand up and understand. Don't allow people to hit you. Don't allow. I probably help with that. Do not allow people to put their hands on you. And like, the dude I live with, he said, I'm in the Navy. And he said, I'm going to teach you how to use everything that God gave you. You're 6'3", over 200 pounds, and I'm going to teach you how to make that and refine that. And he did. You know what I'm saying? He taught me how to have hands, how to throw an uppercut, how to take care of myself. Not necessarily going to go look for trouble, but it's, can you take care of yourself when the moment calls for it? And that's what, men and women both have prepared me
take care of myself, and I've had to do that. You know what I mean? I've been homeless on the streets. Ain't nobody finna come rescue you out there in Dallas, Fort Worth. You either better know how to throw hands out here when you on the streets, or you better know how to make something out of yourself. And I made something out of myself when that van pulled up and called us to work at that steel mill. I was gone and never looked back. Shoot, I don't give a damn. I put them dusty clothes on and dropped that steel helmet over my face, and I never looked back and never was homeless from that day forward. So I'm dead serious, y'all. Anything that I've done in my life, I've worked for it. I'm not asking dude to do anything for me except for be himself. I don't ask men to be my protection because there's a gun shop up the street. I take care of that. I just need you to be you. And other than that, we have a great relationship. I don't have problems with no men. As long as they understand, and women either. As long as people understand that all I want is to be treated the way I like to be treated. I ain't asking you for no money. Don't need no money from you. Don't need nothing from you except for just be you. And if men can do that, it's an easy relationship because I'm a very simple person. I don't ask for very much except for let me be me. That's very simple.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Just do you and I'ma do.
And that's fair. And I think that's easy for men to understand. You don't have to have a large conversation. And I tell people, for women, I think men are the greatest gift that God made. Stick them in the corner, let them do whatever they're gonna do, sit in a room, play video games, whatever. Men told me these are the things I want if I live with you. I just want my own map. I said, wow, I thought he was gonna come to list and stuff. No, he just said I want a big place and I want my own map. Cool, we're gonna make that happen. Bam, we're moving. So I think I want a man to be happy, right? I want a man to know that I care about what he wants, right? If he tells me we need a bigger place, then guess what? We're gonna move to get that bigger place. If he says, hey, I need something with a closet, then we're gonna look for that. Something with an elevator, we're gonna look for that. A man should not have to sit here and be unhappy to make someone else happy. My grandmother once said that to me. And so I try to help men understand. I'm a little different. I want them to be happy when they're around me and that kind of stuff. That they don't have to feel burdened with all kinds of things because I'm, a little bit different. And I try to take the burden off of men and women too. Anybody that's in my life, they understand, including financially. I try to do my best that I can to uplift people and not judge folks and meet people where they're at. And I think when people do that, then you find value and understanding and validity in your life when you do those things.
Well, you need to go be a motherfucking speaker to these young women. Lord have mercy.
Oh, please.
They don't want to hear that. They want to hear about getting some money. They want to hear sprinkle.
That's why they need her to go and speak.
They not gonna listen to her.
Maybe not, but at least they heard it.
They
down the road, it might block it.
They don't need to listen to none of y'all. Because all of y'all messages are like that.
First, I'm gonna say
I work with young people all the time.
Hurricane. I was just stay out of it, but you said oil.
What are the guidelines of this room of things that I can and cannot do?
I was referring to the people who were co-signing on the shit she was saying, so. You gotta love Hurricane.
Hold on, brother. If you're encouraging, brother, get back up. Back your train up, back it up to the station.
If you want to answer the question, you're gonna have to be quiet so I can answer it. You can't ask me a question, then keep on
Brother,
talking.
hold on. You hold on now, because at the end of the day, the stuff that you say may not have validity or weight either. People ain't calling you dumb or the things you put together.
I don't care if people call me dumb. I don't care.
Well, we're not. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not, because that's not my business to call you that. I'm going to treat you.
I said nobody can hear the messages that y'all are giving anyway, because they're not good.
Well, brother, look here. You can't say that because I work with kids all the time. I work with the church, brother. I'm not out here just telling you some blabber, okay? I don't do no blabber. I sit here and I tell you stuff with wisdom, understanding, and aptitude. All right? Let the word aptitude be one question for me. So what I'm going to tell you, brother, the question is for you. The question for you is this. How would you like to be treated? Dead serious, dude. Because the way you acting with folk and coming at them and telling them that what they're saying is dumb or whatever the case is, that's not okay. How would you like to be treated? Think about that.
Yeah, so your question is rhetorical, which is why I'm not going to answer it. I said that the message that Gray and Chris were co-signing was not a good one. They got excited when you told them over and over and over again that you just care about making man happy. Just whatever it is you need to do to make sure the man's happy. That's the message that they said. That's the message that they said you need to go and tell.
I didn't say that.
Nobody said that.
You heard it.
I'm not crazy. We don't know we. So again, mods, can y'all tell me what are my restrictions on the things that I can say in this room?
And that's what I said was a bad message.
I didn't co-sign anything. I pushed back. I said they want to hear sprinkle.
Well, first, I usually restore in life when it comes to rules to what you can afford. What you can afford in life is what you do when it comes to rules.
I know that's right.
I don't want to get kicked out if I like say the wrong thing, or say a word, and people be like, "Oh, you can't."
Well, if you gotta think about it, you probably shouldn't say it.
Well, no, that's the thing is I would say it, but I also respect people's spaces. You know what I mean?
Detroit lady.
For that guy to say that the comments I'm saying made.
I don't know.
Okay, that's enough, y'all.
You're still looking back, And when you look into the facts, you gotta look at both sides, and
Yeah, but I mean, don't you think Saul is the type of person that argues for the sake of arguing and not actually doesn't stick to facts? Like, he can go off on a tangent, and he can vent himself with his nonsense.
he interrupts every 2 seconds as well, so I don't know, man. Probably idiot who kicks him,
Who's that other guy? The one that does
Oh my God,
drive-bys. No, he does drive-bys. Is that Saul? So he comes up, says what he has to say, and then goes back down again.
Oh my God.
There's another guy that used to do that recently.
Samoa? Because he's really
Samoa is not low.
It's him and the Piggy Dog or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yes,
Oh, dog man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's scumbag.
But wait, hold on.
Says what he has to say.
So, General, what did you and Alphonse talk about?
I actually was only there for 5 minutes. To be fair, other people started coming in and started talking nonsense. So I was like, don't you ever feel for the Palestinians?
Yeah.
I was like trying to explain to him, as in, remember the Jewish people have gone through exactly what the Palestinians have been put through.
Yeah.
And he goes, I understand. I'm like, okay, why do you then, and then he actually, we went, I don't like when you call the IDF this, murderers and rapists. And I was like, are they not rapists and murderers? He goes, no. I said, okay, what are they doing in Gaza? And he goes, General, listen to me. You don't know anything. And he goes on that tangent like,
Did he call you stupid Muslim brain?
No, and then I said, we actually touched on this.
Yeah.
I said, next time in Amir's room, you go on the lines of calling us stupid Arabs, stupid Muslims. We're going to hit back exactly by calling you stupid Jew, and along those lines, stupid Israeli. Would you like that? And he didn't respond to that, and then obviously other people started coming in. So,
Oh my god. I can't believe he lasted that long. But I have to be there when he's singing to himself, because I'm sorry. That's
yeah, you need to be the first person to go in. And you hear him singing.
Oh my god, yeah. Singing to himself. Oh god. Wait, Tan left? Oh my god. So Tan was in another room a while ago and he was crying, like actually crying, saying, oh my god, I saw this man and his child in Gaza. It was so sad. I'm confused. Like, who? Like, I don't understand him. Is he bipolar? Because he just acts so different depending upon where he is. I thought here he's acting all pro, like it's really one day. In another room he's crying, and his man's like bipolar.
Pan reminds me of that character, that Iranian character, that when I asked him, oh, what is your position? And he goes, my position is 69 on your mom.
On your mother's face. Yeah, that night was so epic.
I was like, Uncle, what on earth are you doing? I'm thinking on politics.
No, but he said so many other crazy things. I wish someone recorded it. Mozzie was up there. I don't talk to him. Oh my god. Oh, Nargis was there that night. Oh my god. It's so funny. He never came.
Iranians or something else.
Truly something else.
Hassan, you have heard Tan speak in that Koftagu room as well, have you? Does he make sense to you when
No, I believe he's got some mental issues. But definitely, I feel sorry for him. I don't really sort of intervene when he speaks to him. Because one thing is very strange to me, it seems to be self-promoting at all times. And one of the tools that he uses for self-promotion is to first he tries to latch on to the majority opinion or the majority so he latches on to that and then he starts self-promoting his own angle essentially. He sounds so confused. I feel a little bit pity for him as well at the same time. So,
Wants to beat up Amir and beat him up. Amir, has he texted you yet or called you? He wants to meet up Amir.
He issued a formal apology, I think.
Oh, he apologized.
So,
wow. The chat. Looks like Trump ducked and avoided an assassination attempt.
I don't think it was an accident.
I know it wasn't.
Like it was miles away, literally at the front door. They're calling it assassination.
I know.
I would believe it if it was in the same room.
I know.
It was in the corridor at the entrance somewhere. Assassination.
It wasn't an assassination attempt. It was a false flight bullshit. It's
something along those lines. It doesn't clearly add up because, if it was an assassination attempt,
in Illinois and the
he would have got in the room or done something very close to him. This guy is miles away at the entrance and fires the shot. Like, what kind of assassination attempt is the bullet going to duck and cover and get into the room itself?
Look at this brave man who stood in front of Trump ready to take a bullet. Like, what bullet? Like, where was it?
Yeah, he ducked.
You sure?
He ducked and got saved.
He was staying at the hotel, right?
Yeah, apparently. But the funniest
You
one was
sure
because
was.
Dana White, the UFC guy, there's a video of him. Everyone's like, I don't know, first they're like, look at Cash Patel, he's a hero. I kept telling everybody, get down. Okay, a hero, my ass. And then Dana White's like, I was just, sitting
fucking, fake ass thing. He's not someone brave yet.
Yeah, no, that was interesting that he said it the way he said it, right? As if he knew that this shit was some bullshit.
He was smiling, guys. He was smiling.
No, for real. Like, my thing is, if something like that was real, right? If somebody was going to pop somebody, you would think that you would take it more serious because bullets have no names on them, right?
Exactly.
So, it's just.
No. Erica, what's her name? Fuck, was it Erica? What's her name again?
Huh?
That loser, Charlie Kirk's wife.
Yeah.
Erica Kirk. Did you guys? Yeah, Kirk. Did you guys see her cry? Of who?
Medusa.
Oh yeah, she is.
That witch or whatever.
Yes, with the curly head, the Medusa head. Did you guys see her leaving? So she caught the camera. I was like, "Get me out of here!" I just want to go home.
She was back.
Yes. Did you guys see her with Secret Service? She's leaving and she was visibly crying. She was pretending to cry. The minute she saw the camera, she goes, "I just want to go home. I just want to go home."
Wait,
like a lost child. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. It's hilarious. I'm like, look at this bitch. And so there's a picture of
the security
Pete Hegseth. I guess look at the picture of him laying in a different room. He's smiling. He's smiling.
Bringing him out.
But listen though, like whenever you try to tell these people that this shit is some scripted stage bullshit, like they can't even hide it no more because it's so weak. There's still some of these right wingers that still believe this goofy ass shit.
No, it fits their agenda. So even if they do believe this seems kind of sus, it fits their agenda. It actually fits whatever their belief is. It kind of supports it. Oh look, and then the best part was Trump. The show must go on. Then he goes to give a speech after. He's like, "See guys, I told you we need to have the ballroom." We need the ballroom.
This might have been a campaign to get the ballroom.
For the ballroom.
Yeah, for the ballroom.
Because I believe there was a stop to his construction. Yeah, exactly. And he's like, "See, look at this place.
Yeah,
it's not secure. It's not this. We need a ballroom."
Build a $300 million ballroom.
God, yes, ballroom. I'm like, what the fuck? Then you brought up, look at me. I'm like, Abe Lincoln. Look at this assassination attempt to my life.
So there isn't like 10 at the one time.
There is an easy answer for what Republicans can use and not lose, and that's they could pass some strong anti-corruption regulation, which polls at 98% of Americans. They could release the entire Epstein files. They could aggressively go after all the pedophiles that are contained within. They could not offer a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell and all go in hardcore and prosecuting them. They could stop trying to go after false accusations through the courts. They could probably provide some form of universal health care and more subsidies for Americans to get health insurance, lower taxes on the low income and increase taxes on the rich. That polls at 89%. They could kind of do all the things to help you out.
This morning, saw one of my
I just found that I am related to.
Over $30 billion. Yeah.
What's the price of the PPP?
Yeah, but how much did he save? Nothing.
Did someone really say he's providing
what?
Right?
Is to bring you my daughter.
Yeah, but Trump stole over $30 billion for himself.
But a senator and eventually president swearing in on a stack of Bibles.
favorite chapter really in my DVD How to Live in a Slum Country is preparing for your first date with a 6-year-old. That's important.
Benjamin, I know you love this troll. I could feel the joy emanating from your microphone every time you get to mention this book. I understand. But can you answer you don't feel like answering my question about the three things? Three things American people can do to ensure that the House and the Senate stay in Republican control.
The people could do? No. Trump has messed up way too much. It kind of crashed the economy.
I think you're fucking retarded.
I think the question is actually
concretely all they have to do.
And the very logical, I thought this was through.
I think the question is a lot simpler than that. Those who nationalize their campaigns and tie them to Trump, even in Trump-winning districts, will probably do worse. Those reps that regionalize their campaign on their district will probably, on the whole, do better. Because it's not about Trump, it's about your district.
Can you talk about how Benjamin's actually retarded?
It's almost like the entire Trump administration has made the whole country worse, reduced our standing in the world, made the average American's life worse, increased their financial standing, and it's been one of the biggest failures of presidencies ever. And for some reason, we can't all get behind just impeaching the bastard and moving on. That is the $1 million question to me.
I got a question. I love this presidency for Breyer, but I really love it for Benjamin. But I really love it for Breyer. I got a question for the mods. Is the topic still the same, or you guys moving on?
Yeah.
You want to bring it back?
Yeah, let's bring it back. We've been on this partisan politics bullshit for a minute.
Yeah, I can comment on the topic. I mean, I really enjoyed listening to Breyer, and I do think AI is supposed to make rich people richer and take jobs and all that. But that's the pattern. New tech doesn't replace the top first; it replaces the bottom. You've seen that. So the difference. Now it's not just one lane. It's admin, it's creative to some degree. Categories people thought were safe. I am looking forward to the technology in terms of the medical community. It's already being used in amazing ways, but if you do know how to use it, it can become leverage. You can move faster, you can produce more, and cut costs. But at the same time, access can be an advantage too for small businesses. If you don't have infrastructure, you can have your agentics do the work to a certain degree. So it can level the playing field, but all of it might not matter in just a bit, because even the godfathers of AI, they know that they don't understand it completely. That probably is the biggest issue for me, and the lack of regulation. There's no clear framework protecting anything or anybody, and it's moving so fast, it's so difficult to keep up, and even the states are being prevented from regulating. And what's wow, with what Anthony came out with, literally putting out the warnings, and it feels like nobody's paying attention, because the politicians are the ones raising the flags, and it's still full speed ahead. So for me, it's not just about jobs. AI is only as ethical as the people using it, and humans these days haven't exactly proven to be ethical when power is involved. So I don't know, buckle up.
Yeah, maybe if Barack Hussein Obama had AI, he would have lied to the country for 8 years. He's a fucking liar.
Anybody else got anything?
I would say this, that in the last couple elections, Cambridge, I forget the name, Cambridge Data, had
Cambridge Analytics.
Yeah, they had, they were using basically AI, and they really pushed the election in a particular way. Now, what I'll point out is, and then Zuckerberg had, AI under Facebook, and Google had a lot of AI under Google. Going forward in politics, everybody will have AI. That seems to me to be democratizing in some way. I don't know if you all think it's democratizing, but I think in some way it might be. We'll see.
The people that refuse to use it now won't use it in the future. All they do is complain now. Whether you're a musician or a politician, they go, "Oh, it's AI slop." Well, you know what? Your real world woke left mind virus brain is the slop that you're projecting onto the new AI. So, hello? Hello? Okay, Marshall, go get another vodka tonic. Just sit back and relax. We got it from here. The grown-ups, the adults who can actually use full sentences.
That's the AI slop that they're talking about.
That was a good one. Got a good roast there.
You just fucking listen to music. Modern music. You'll hear it.
Oh, man. Who picked this big giant Kitover as a virus? So, who picked poor Alistair?
Whatever the kid is a fucking dumbass. There's probably Benjamin. He's a fucking dumbass.
You say Benjamin is or John Kitover?
Do I have to repeat myself?
Yeah, because I didn't hear it.
Benjamin. You're coming off a little stupid, but Benjamin's a major joke.
I usually do. I mean, I'm par for the course then. But speaking of not stupid.
Fucking at your house. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're cool, but.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Kitty. What's up, Stefan?
I'm not gonna fucking blow up your ass just because you're stupid.
Even if it wasn't mine, I would hope you wouldn't. Stefan, what's up?
You expect me to come in here now? Oh man, I was gonna say great room, but yeah, hey, it's great to see everybody.
Good thing you held off a few more seconds on that one.
Right?
Yeah, he lets people that smoke up his ass.
You gotta look around.
No smoke up his ass, right, Stefan?
No, I mean, well, what do I say? I don't know. But I do see Ayo up there, and we go way back, and what a brilliant guy, and pro. So yeah, I don't have too much to say. I'm just listening.
I'll take the mic. Shout out to Brer. I know Brer's been doing some actual great work in real life, and Rohan as well. Doing some great work in real life. If I didn't mention you, I just don't know you. Maybe because I'm not supposed to know you, or because you're insignificant. It doesn't matter. I like this topic. Yeah, I don't know. Yo, why are human beings so afraid of technology? It seems like, I feel like once fire was invented, all the men put out the fire because they thought they'd be useless. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. But like, I feel like when fire was invented, all the men put out the fire because they felt like they would be useless. Right? And it's like, no, you need me now to build fires. How dare you build fires without me? But it's like, why are we so afraid of technology?
Ain't nobody afraid of no technology, Uncle. We're afraid of sick retards using it to invert nature.
Oh, man. Yeah, back to the invention of fire.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, like men were building fires.
Hit them hard and keep hitting them hard. Hit them harder.
And someone just
Hit them even harder.
an easier way to build a fire. It's probably a woman. And like, the men probably killed her. And they said, how dare you try to build a fire without me? Like, this fear of technology, like, really has to stop. Like, we're way too educated. We have way too much access to resources to try to think that, like, technology No, I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, all right. You sounded a little north of Brooklyn. I was like, I heard the New York Troy Russell. It sounds a little north of that.
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Brooklyn.
Where's Brooklyn at?
But you know what it is?
Where's Brooklyn at?
I eat a lot of good food.
There is.
So
That's like Brooklyn plus good food equals Boston accent.
Yeah. I be in Boston too. You know, one thing I hate about Boston is that when you get out of the airport, you're like in the street. It's like Grand Theft Auto. It's like you get out of the airport and in the real world. Boston is a crazy city. But go to the Cheesecake Factory across the street from the airport in Boston. It's surreal. Anyway, we need to really stop being afraid of technology. I think technology.
Yeah. Fuck.
Where you playing, Nick? Oh, nice. Good game.
Hey, Necro. Necro, when was the last time you read a book?
And so it's Betsy. Why did
I didn't get a response there, Necro. Are you busy video gaming? Can you hear me? Earth to Necro.
Yeah, I'm busy playing.
Earth to Necro.
As an autistic kid, I don't like to be interrupted while I'm playing games.
Is that an A word or an R word? I think you're actually more of an R word, not an A word, to tell you the truth.
What?
Oh, we got a caller. Winner, chicken dinner. Welcome to the show. Teal enough. Teal Bentley. What do you want to talk about?
Hi, is this John?
This is John.
So I was looking on your website. I saw you had a 3-day plan for Chicago.
Yeah, did you see it? What'd you think about day one? 25% cut to the property tax.
Is there any way we can make it shorter?
Oh, you want it this size?
I'm thinking like you got 3-day plan currently. You got a 3-day plan. I'm thinking 2 days. 2 days.
Oh, that's day 2 actually. What don't you understand? There's day 1, then there's day 2, and then there's day 3.
John, that's not
These
right.
are mayoral proclamations, by the way.
I'm sorry. I don't want to disrespect you. I really respect your campaign.
Wait, please hold on. We've got a donor on the line. Necro, can you hear us? Because Necro's one of our biggest campaign donors, and we had to promise him that we would release the Epstein files, and it turns out that, Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, they got our donor what he wanted. What do you think about that, Necro? Can you hear me, Necro? Oh, he left. He was busy playing videos. Sorry, Teal enough. You want a compression. You just want 2 days, right? He left. Zach, why didn't you mod me?
Wait. Oh. Alice there?
Yeah, you should have modded me.
Sorry, dude.
We could have grown the room.
What are you talking about?
We got to get the room big.
He's been made into a saint in the Coptic. And
it's the Coptic Church? Yeah. The Coptic Church, I think you have to be like a baptized person to be like
my bad. You got to get out of the podcast.
Yeah. I don't think. I think.
No, you don't have to be. There's non-Catholic.
You don't have to be but you have to be baptized though. Yeah, I know within the I understand that part. So okay, I think looking at the disciples, right? Looking at like all these things, I think.
Point of order, moderators. Take that filthy Nazi bullshit out of your title next to the name of our glorious president. How dare you?
You gotta feel the accent. These are the things, these are the markers of these government ages. You know, can be very.
Stefan, welcome to the show, Stefan.
Oh, hi, John.
I mean, I'm not anti-homo or something. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get.
Welcome to the show, Stefan. What do you want to talk about?
We found your YouTube account.
You did?
How many phones do you have?
I've got 600,000 phones and 1.4 million in Uranus. They're all over the universe, distributed, decentralized, tickling your tuchus, ready to get you socially and politically activated for the campaign to elect Mayor Kitover. What do you think about that, Stefan?
I'm so pumped to elect you as Chicago mayor. I'm not a resident of Chicago.
You're not even a voter?
Voter fraud. I want 1 million votes to you so that you win.
Thanks, bro. Well, we're live streaming this on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, across so many accounts. What do you want?
You gotta get the word out.
Let me ask you a question. If you were the president of these United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be for we, the people?
I'm not the candidate for mayor here. I don't know if I'm the one that you should be asking that.
I know, but
What are your priorities?
wait, hold on. Let me ask you a follow-up question. If you saw somebody on the street with a clipboard and a petition and a pen, and they were like, "Hey, excuse me, Steven, do you have just 10 seconds to sign this petition?" And you were like, yeah, I can sign your petition. What are you running for? And I was to say, I was running for mayor, and you were to ask me, what are your top 3 priorities? I usually just say, why don't you tell me your top 3 complaints? So then I flip the petition backwards where it's a blank piece of paper, and I write their complaints down to put it in the complaint priority bucket. So what are your top 3 complaints, Steven?
Well, is recreational marijuana legal in Chicago?
Yes, there's multiple dispensaries to the north, to the east, to the south, to the west. They're all over the place. What's your complaint though, Steven?
My complaint would be if it wasn't legal, but I guess that's not a complaint anymore. There's not enough water fountains in Chicago. That's what I believe.
Okay, that's an excellent complaint. I'm going to draft a new mayoral proclamation about the drinking fountains. I would go as far as to say, also bathrooms. Those porta potties, they call them Johns. As a John, Stephen, I've always felt that calling toilets by the name of John is rather discriminatory, libelous, and slanderous to all men named John. Have you met a trans John? Oh, we got a TikToker. Tali is here. Welcome, Tali. Tali is a brain-rotted out former victim of Nathan's art project in the House of Chillism.
My mic was off. I'm sorry.
She was also the original first black female token Jew on Clubhouse. Yeah, you were the token. You were tokenized.
They were not there.
Steven, these digital worlds are merging now. Are you ready for the AI robotic revolution, Steven?
I think I am.
As
long as you're going to lead it, John.
How will you survive the future knowing that all jobs will be taken by robots, including personal assistants and nursing care?
I'll just live off welfare.
So you believe in a universal basic income is what you're saying?
I believe in the government giving me money for doing nothing.
Oh, damn, Tali left us. So you know what's interesting is I was thinking today, I was like, imagine if Trump decided to shut down everything and then create like a new universal system for all government programs, agencies, projects, etc., and just like hand it off all to Palantir and Oracle and say, okay, guys, we want you to like just shut everything down. And so what I'm saying is everybody in America would have to log in to Trump.gov to create their new profile if they want any benefits, except access to any projects or programs, to any agency, anything. What do you think about Trump Gov being the new universal federal platform for all citizens?
My main concern is once Trump is no longer president, what's it going to be called?
It'll just become USA.gov.
Okay. And I have no problem with it.
But
you ever play poker?
Yeah, Texas Hold'em, yeah.
Oh, shit.
You
gamble ever?
No, I don't really gamble. You know why? Because, I have a lot of cell phones. So what's interesting is when you go to the casino and you see people playing a slot machine, it's no different than them just like taking a $20 bill and burning it and then like playing a video game on their cell phone, pulling out another 20 and burning it, and then playing a video game on their cell phone. So I just can't see how anybody that plays a slot machine doesn't realize they're just playing a blown up version of their cell phone and paying money to use a bigger digital display. It's like, how stupid are you?
I agree, man.
I can't believe slot machines. I should just go to the casino and shoot a bunch of videos about slot machines and how it's all basically like technological hypnosis to like, you know, manipulate your dopamine.
You should do that for your campaign.
You know what's interesting? When you interview for the FBI, they ask you a question, but they also tell you to never reveal the question to the public. Do you want to know what that super secret FBI riddle is?
I do want to know the question. I can't lie.
So the question.
You have to kill me when I know.
No, it's just like basically a trick question, but it doesn't really matter which side you believe. It's really just want to see if you can compose an essay. So anyways, the question is, you are working for the FBI as a special agent, and you suspect the president of the city council of being bribed and involved in money laundering and fraud. And the city has a vote whether to build a casino or a grocery store. If you were the mayor, would you rather build the grocery store or the casino? And state your arguments for why. That's the question.
What's your answer to that, John?
I said I wanted to build the grocery store because I felt that the casino is just a tax on the population and doesn't provide products or services as valuable as a new grocery store would. So
I agree.
Yeah.
You remember the FBI?
No, but I interviewed, and they did offer me the position for a special agent, but I was very lazy, and I didn't go to the physical fitness test.
Oh.
Yeah, it was during COVID, and I already had a full-time position with the IRS, so I was like, why go to a different agency? Like, what's the difference? Who cares?
You know, John, I was wondering, I was looking at your electoral history. Why weren't you on the ballot for Illinois' 60th congressional primary?
Because Darren LaHood, the fraud congressman, and his bullshit attorney, John Fogerty, managed to challenge my petitions and get me kicked off. But the reverse was not true. Well, see, when they accuse me of fraud, that's just them projecting, because I actually have the PDF of all of LaHood's petitions, and I could show you the petitions, and you would question and say, who are these people? How does he, like, it's so, anyways, it's just everything is up for question because there's no transparency. So one of my mayoral proclamations is to tie the petition to the vote. We want like a total double entry, fully ledgered system to totally prevent identity theft and voter fraud and everything else. And it's totally possible. Yeah, totally possible and quite easy through technology to prevent voter fraud from the beginning, because voter fraud doesn't happen at the ballot box. It happens a lot of times at the petition cycle.
I agree. So you said LaHood's a rhino. Are you a big MAGA Republican?
No, I'm just anti like the past 25 years of federal government activity from 9/11. I think we all have been manipulated beyond belief, and we've wasted our treasury. So I'm not really, it's not about, I don't like the term MAGA anymore, because there's just, on the ballot, there's only Republicans and Democrats. There's no MAGA party. So you have to, if you're a Republican, you should know the history of the Republican Party and the Protestant movement attached to it, and the Civil War type of Enlightenment thinking where I'm going to go die to go free these people. Like, how much, more Christian could you get? So there's like a lot in the Republican Party's history. And then if you know the Democrat Party history about, KKK and slavery, you're just like, whoa, that's actually part of Democrat history. You're like, which side do I want to be on the side of good, or do I want to be on the side of evil? But I think you can rotate amongst parties throughout your lifetime. I've heard that said that, sometimes you sleep on your right, sometimes you sleep on your left, sometimes you sleep on your back and sometimes you sleep on your stomach. And then you do a full rotation. And I think, healthy politics probably requires full rotation, even if it's like a subversive, because people in the Republican Party in Chicago are not Republicans per se. They're actually Democrats. And the Democrats are now just so hardcore left, woke, trans, LGBTQ, reparations, etc. that what do they really stand for? Like historically, it's all just like nuanced propaganda. It's basically super stimulus. They're the party of creating super stimulus, which is like what the algorithm shows you, which is the opposite of your projection.
So I take it you're not a woke guy.
I would be woke if like billionaire oligarchs figured out a way how to live forever and enslave us, and like keep property taxing us into oblivion. I mean, it's not. See, the oligarchs. Anyways, the whole thing is like set up in a way which is just like not historically the way that I'm sure the founders would have preferred it, but it has become like a parasitic system from birth until death. Birth till death.
Not to make it seem like I'm watching it, but I quite literally are. Your sign that says "Welcome Now." What does that say?
Where do you see that?
On your wall.
Welcome now? Oh, welcome now open. It's just a flyer for like, to put in a storefront. Yeah.
You got like a full rent sign? You got a grand opening sign, I think?
For rent sign? Where do you see the for rent sign?
I saw it in a video of yours.
Oh. No, there's no for rent sign here, but yeah.
Okay.
But I do have a subscribe like now. If you're a real human and you've enjoyed this conversation, I would encourage you to retweet something that I've created to prove that you actually have a brain. And, because I create so much content, but I don't know anybody that like ever retweets me, leaves a comment. It's such a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm worried about your campaign if this keeps up.
Well, don't be worried about the campaign because it's all about an experience and happening. There's no guarantee of success. But the thing that I have learned, this being my third time running for office, is that the petition challenging signature is a quasi-legal court. And because it's quasi-legal, it's basically ridiculous. And it's a lot of fun to navigate. And it's interesting because do you know guess who runs the world? Do you think it's doctors or lawyers?
Well, I can't say what group I think runs the world.
You don't think lawyers run the world?
Sure, let's say lawyers.
I would just go with lawyers because imagine you're a doctor and you're very successful, but somebody files malpractice against you and it costs you, Hello, Manvelis, welcome to this public room. How can I help you, sir? This is also the Jewish Complaint Department. Is there something you'd like to complain about today? Oh, thank you.
Where are you from, bro?
I was born inside Uranus. It's close to Saturn and Neptune. Have you heard of it?
United States?
Exactly.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm from Nigeria.
Where's that at? Never heard of it.
I'm from Nigeria. We deal on real estate. Have you heard about real estate?
No, I haven't heard of Nigeria either. I'll have to Google that one. How do you spell it? Niggeria?
Yeah. Would you love to be in my country, Nigeria, for a business trip?
A free business trip, like to the casino?
Yeah, we are into real estate, landed property, buying and selling of landed properties.
London properties.
buy the lower rates concern the higher rates that will do here in Nigeria.
Got it. All right, Steven, do you have any final comments, questions, thoughts, ideas, or opinions?
Are you kicking me off?
No, I just, I don't know how long this is going to go for, but.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, well, you said this is your third time running for office?
Yes.
What was your first time?
Committeeman.
Committeeman, okay.
Yeah, 45th Ward.
Well, you run a fourth time if you lose mayor of Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm also going to be running for the Chicago Public School System board seat in my district. So I'm actually running for two positions in Chicago right now. One is the Chicago Public School System board member in my district, and then the mayoral candidacy.
So I think your problem is you didn't go big enough. I think you should have gotten on the Senate primary,
No, I ran for Congress. What do you mean?
Yeah, but wasn't there a Senate seat open in Illinois?
There was, but Congress and Senate, either or. I mean, I think I'll run for Senate eventually, but Congress was the choice to take, and I'm happy I did it. I learned so much about what it means to run in a district, especially if you're an out of district candidate. It's very challenging, very difficult. Do you think that your love life is primarily based on proximity and geographic location?
Well, I'm actually in a long distance relationship, so I'd say no.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, you get in more car accidents closer to your primary centered point on a map. So, most things in your life are kind of based around, your primary residence.
I guess that is true.
Yeah,
will you ever run for office in New Jersey one day? I'm a New Jerseyan.
No, but I know Cherry Hill. I used to work with car dealerships in Cherry Hill and did all their media about it. What do you think about having the second largest Indian temple in the country in New Jersey?
I didn't know that. I just learned that right now.
I think the biggest is in Chicagoland area, close by. But have you ever? I saw pictures of the Indian temple in New Jersey. I really encourage you to look at it. Go inside, and you're gonna trip. You're gonna be like, "What is all this? What does this mean? This is crazy shit. What is all this?" Look it up. It's incredible. It is so trippy in there. It's so cool.
Where is it?
Fuck it's in Jersey. I don't know where in New Jersey.
You think I should do a tab of acid and then go to the Indian temple?
No. You just have a cup of coffee and go in there, and But you could go in there and do a bunch of ohms, do some yoga, read a book, write some poetry, make some AI music.
What religion do you subscribe to, John? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I'm a YouTuber. Yep.
Okay.
I pray to the ghost of Susan Wojcicki. Do you know who she was?
I do.
Yep. Rest in peace.
CEO.
Peace be upon her. Total warlord of a woman. Part of the Ummah. Part of the believers.
I have a question. When you're talking to that guy that just joined,
yeah,
you spelled out Nigeria, but with the N-word. What did you mean by that?
Well, he was sounding muffled, like he was far away from the mic. So I wanted to test him to see if he, A, could hear me, and B, if he could spell correctly. But he failed the test, as you witnessed. For example, let me do a quick diagnostic on you. I was in a room recently. They were asking, how do you calculate percentages? Let me just ask you, what's 300 times 600?
1800.
Wow, that's total failure on your part. Your diagnostic has proven that your IQ is multiplyingly deficient. 300 by 600. So to do that, you just think about the zeros. There's 4 zeros, right?
Yeah.
And then 3 times 6 is 18. So what's 18 with 4 zeros after? That's 180,000.
Yeah, 180,000.
Yeah, you were off. So,
so
did you pass college calculus?
I did. I guess I must have I must have forgot it all.
I guess that TI-82, really what prevented your brain from trying to visualize a multiplication or even a division for that. Isn't it amazing that you now know that you can visualize mathematics? Let me ask you this. Who were you before your birth, and who do you think you'll be after your death?
I don't even know how to start answering that question. I'm going to be honest.
Well,
Who were you before your birth?
I asked the billionaire once at this conference, who were you before your birth? And guess what he said?
What did he say?
He said, I was a ninja, bitch. And then he threw a dragon star at my throat. I couldn't believe it. I was like, he's a ninja.
This happened?
Yeah. But he didn't throw the ninja star. I just made that part up.
Okay. That's what I assumed.
But I do like the analogy of being a ninja. You know why? Because ninjas are very sneaky, and you never see them coming. And people asked me as a candidate for mayoralship of Chicago, what's your plan and what's your strategy to win? And my response is always, I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. And I come and I come and I come and I keep coming. And then I always ask the voters, I don't know, did you see the final election results for my congressional campaign?
Yeah, it said your opponent got 100% of the vote.
No, that's not. What are you talking about? I got 0.017% of the vote, bro.
I was looking at the news reports. It said you weren't on the ballot. It said you ran uncontested.
No, I ran as a write-in candidate. They published the write-in candidacy results. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I got 110 votes. That's incredible.
Oh, I had no idea. The news didn't want me to see that, I guess.
It was only on one little news website. Somebody actually took the time to go through the Illinois State Board of Elections PDF and publish and write, all the results. So I was pleased to see the true numbers. And what's interesting is if you look at the primary numbers versus the midterm numbers from when LaHood ran, I just don't believe the turnout on his prior election. I think we have a problem at the election commission and with all these county clerks and all the different districts. A lot of them didn't even respond to my correspondence. So, I was told I should roast them for not even corresponding with the write-in candidates. So, but anyways, it's neither here nor there. Would go to mayorkitover.com to see our Meta AI generated website. Have you seen mayorkitover.com yet?
I have not.
Oh my God, it's Meta is just incredible. Have you been using Meta AI?
I have not, unfortunately.
Bro, you're behind the times. How do you expect to stay alive in this Hunger Games situation? You're going to be competing with robots.
I guess I'm just laying down and dying like a dog.
Dude, don't lie down. Long live the fighters. You ever see the movie Dune?
Yes, I have.
Well, why do you think they said long live the fighters?
I don't know. I guess I should use Meta AI then.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. If you were to make a movie in Hollywood and have an unlimited budget, what would you name your movie?
I think I'd make a biopic about you, John.
Well, I'm already doing that. I've got 100,000 videos up on YouTube. Have you ever used a harmonica, Stefan?
Well, the thing is, my friend recently purchased a harmonica, and he was looking on YouTube for harmonica content, and that's how we found out about your campaign. You're a very gifted man.
Have you seen our TikTok live? And by the way, is it Steven or is it Stefan?
It is Steven.
Never had one lesson, Steven.
You learned pick that up all by yourself?
Yeah, I mean, you know how to use a harmonica?
I don't actually.
Well, the first part is the sucking part. Sucking, you gotta suck, and then after you complete the sucking part of a harmonica, you get into what's called the blowing part. That's what I really like about the harmonica.
Would you say you excel at sucking and blowing?
It's actually, see, you're never gonna be good. Oh, welcome back, Kitty. You're never going to be good at the harmonica unless you can actually master the art of blowing and sucking. You can't just blow. Welcome, Kitty. Kitty, you can help illuminate us on sucking and blowing.
I played harmonica.
I think I'm pretty good at those things, but I've never played the harmonica before.
I played the C harmonica. I'm classically trained flute piccolo over 12 years, so he's stupid and he has no idea what he's talking about. I'm from the south side of Chicago and I know how to play flute.
We got a Chicago in here. Kitty, are you voting for Mayor Kitover February 23rd, 2027?
Damn right I am. I wouldn't vote for anyone.
That's right. Go to mayorkitover.com if you want to liberate Chicago. We don't believe in the Chicago Teachers Union and how they are basically a predator RICO organization preying on the innocence of the youth. Stephen, do you know what it means to prey on innocence, especially of the youth?
I do. I think I do.
I just don't think that when the youth go to school, on a typical weekday, that they should actually have their cell phones with them. Do you think that there should be like an 8-hour, block every day where the youth can't access their primary, secondary, or even tertiary cell phones?
John, I don't know if this is crossing a boundary, but are you a father?
Am I a father? No, not that I know of. But maybe in Jersey, maybe I got a kid out in Jersey. Steven, you don't happen to be my long lost son from Hermosa Beach, are you?
No. But wouldn't that be crazy?
This is a joke. What did you say, Kitty?
Nothing. I was just being silly. But even if you were or were not, let's just say you're not a father, it doesn't mean that someone, a grown man, can't have an objective understanding of what's best for children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
He could be an uncle. He could be a guardian. He could be someone that just gives a fuck about
Kitty, we're going to do a quick diagnostic. We're going to do a quick diagnostic here with Steven to find out just how R-worded out and brain-rotted out this young man's brain is. Steven, what is the opposite of good?
I want to say bad, John. I really want to say bad.
Whoa, we got another one. That's not the opposite of good. What else do you think could be the opposite of good?
Evil.
There we go. Did you ever see Master and Commander?
No.
You never saw that movie with Kurt? What is his name? Kurt Russell. But anyways, there's like a quote about the evil of the dweevil twin. Anyways, I have to look up the quote. But what I'm just trying to point out is that nature and all of reality is opposites complementing each other. So it's subject and object, which is the synthesis of life. Hello?
Huh?
You don't understand?
Oh. No, that makes sense.
Have you ever read Marcus Aurelius?
I
Oh no.
You're picking out all my weaknesses here.
Oh no. What was the last book you ran through your brain? It's called reading, aka reading.
John, what is your opinion on Mayor Mamdani?
Mayor Mommy, he's a communist and he should be sued into oblivion so he can't achieve a thing because he's nothing but a communist. He's a thief. He's part of the
So you would have voted for Cuomo.
He's part of the Ummah. He's part of the believers. I am one of the non-believers waging war against the supposed believers of Mohammed. Mo was his name, part of the in-group known as the Believers. If you didn't believe, it wasn't just about Allah. It was about Mohammed.
You know my favorite book, John? The 120 Days of Sodom.
Oh no.
By Marquis de Sade.
Oh no. I fear that's what Donald Trump and Melania have become. Do you see any like parodies or overlays, or how would you compare that with Trump's administration?
I don't fucking know. I haven't read that, John. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, you've seen the movie, right?
I have not.
Then why did you bring it up?
I thought it would be funny to say that was my favorite book. I'm sorry, John. I lied to you.
Kitty, is there anything you want to say in the Snake Lightning house? Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty.
Yes,
What,
I'm here.
what do you want to say, Kitty, to this?
You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. Once you find your side, your center, belly button, this breath of the day.
Yeah, people are calling John Kitover the new Mamdani of Chicago, but
I've heard people say that.
the unwoke version of the Mamdani. Did you see that Mamdani gave Curtis Sliwas a night mayoralship position, so he gets to be the mayor at night when Mamdani is sleeping with his beautiful girlfriend, not even fiance.
Yes, I've heard he's the nighttime mayor.
The nighttime mayor,
For
Sliwas.
over 40 years.
Have you seen the movie?
You know that?
Have you seen the movie American Psycho?
No.
You never seen it?
No, I'm sorry, I'm uncultured.
Are you from India?
What?
Are you Indian?
Well,
No.
I'm trying to listen to the new Farmer tape. My supposed fiance keeps buzzing in my ear.
any events, okay, any events.
Would you have voted for Sliwa or Cuomo?
Sliwa. I was his #1 social media engagement follower for the whole campaign. I helped promote him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I helped him as much as I could, but Jesus, did you see the numbers? Oh, he got destroyed.
Yeah, 7%.
Yikes.
Do you know Sliwa?
No, but I know somebody that
You know
knows.
that guy? Okay.
I know somebody that knows him, and they say he's a stand-up guy. But what's the deal with all the kitty cats? Hello?
We got a new guy called Gambler Attorneys.
Have you been to mayorkitover.com yet?
Me? I've been looking at it.
So this was the AI prompt. Use John Kitover's Instagram to create an extensive website.
Wow.
And I didn't have to do a thing. After that, it was just one click of the button. That was it.
Work smarter, not harder.
Exactly. People say to me all the time, John, why do you think you're qualified to be mayor? You know? And I say, well, I've perfected the art of doing nothing every single day.
Do you think that's a winning message for voters?
Well, I like to say, vote Kitover before it's over. As well as my other slogan was, vote for John. It's better than nothing.
I guess.
It's true though. If you really think about it, the brand.
It wouldn't be nothing. It would be your opponent.
I know that's well. What I'm saying is, I'm the only net positive candidate. You know how they say it, like in carbon tax with left wokists on climate change. It's all about your carbon tax or carbon credit or carbon debit. But I'm the only mayoral candidate that will actually be a net positive and not a net loss to the city of Chicago. Everybody else is just a parasite. I will actually help the city generate revenue. I will help the city eliminate all woke leftist spending, particularly on migrants who are here illegally. That'll save us immediately $800 million a year at least. You can see the city budget right on John Kitover's Instagram. It's completely broken down across all different business units with their annual budgets. Do you know what?
Is your Instagram generated by AI?
There's a lot of AI videos that I used with Sora to create. And another politician who won the Democrat primary against LaHood, he says, I don't create any AI slop.
So what are you going to do now that Sora got shut down?
Why do you think they shut it down?
It wasn't profitable.
No. You're talking to the man who caused Sam Altman to have basically a come to Jesus moment. Because when he saw that I had 50 accounts on all these different cell phones that I have, he knew that I would basically cause so much chaos that they had no choice but to shut it down for political reasons, because AI Sora was making John Kitover so politically powerful that they had to stop it at the source. And that's why they stopped Sora from generating anything. I was the number1 user. There was only 500,000 users. I had 0.1% of all the accounts. I was the only.
You had a lot of Sora accounts?
Bro, yeah, but you can't use them anymore. The only thing I can do is download my videos. And so what's cool is I have enough mayoral videos pre-generated to get me all the way to the finish line. So if I can actually get money and raise, $5,000, $10,000, $50,000, $100,000, I can buy, ads on Meta or Google with all my Sora AI videos, and people are gonna love them. It's the sitcom ones are the funniest because that was a filter they have, and when I watch them, I giggle inside because I'm like, I can't believe that's me. It's my bald head, It's just like a sitcom.
How are you spending your campaign funds, John?
We haven't raised any money for the mayoralship yet, but we have $100 left from our congressional campaign. And we're just letting that sit in the bank and ride. Try to collect that interest to grow that money to buy more advertisements. Yeah.
Can you do a money spread for the camera?
You want to see a yeah, sure. I could do a tarot card spread for you.
Oh, sure.
There you go. It's better than money. This is cash in the bank. Are you a gambling man, Steven?
I'm not a gambling man, no.
What was the most you ever wagered in your whole life?
Well, I spent like $20 at the horse race.
You lost it. What did you do? Place to win?
I spent like $20 on some horse races. I made a net positive of like $1 throughout the whole day somehow. So that's my one experience gambling.
Do you think you could ever be an oppressive person?
An oppressive person?
No. Do you believe that at some point in your life you've ever practiced oppression against other people?
Oh, an oppressive person. I hope not.
What about indolence?
Who?
Indolence. These are your new English words of the day, because English isn't your first language, right?
No, it is.
It is?
Yeah, I'm a New Jersey guy.
Oh, you have an accent.
I do?
Okay, your next word of the day is futility.
Thank you. I'm learning so much.
You're welcome. These are tarot cards. Have you ever looked at tarot cards before?
No, I've never been into that really.
Oh, got another one. Ruin. Yikes.
You think you've ever been an oppressive person,
Woo!
John?
Let me think about that one. Okay, next word is disappointment.
I've heard that one before.
You've been told that you're a disappointment?
Well, have you?
Uh-oh, your next word is defeat.
Are you doing a tarot card reading for me?
Yeah, your next tarot card is cruelty and worry.
This isn't good.
Failure's coming. Oh, look out. Also, do you think you're debauched?
I don't think so.
Do you know what debauch means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Well, I know what debauchery means.
So you know what debauch means?
I assume it's the same thing.
Correct. Uh-oh.
I don't think that describes me.
Your next tarot card, sadly, is death. Yeah, hey, Miriam. Hey, Miriam, we just got to the death card. I'm good. How are you?
You're predicting my downfall.
Pretty good. And also, I have some AI music, guys.
Oh, great.
And yeah, it's Farsi music.
Oh, wow. De Lambara, Geliteng Shode.
Me too, love. Me too, love. Where are you, honey?
I'm in Uranus. It's close to Saturn. It's nearest to Neptune, though. Have you been studying? Oh, okay, wait. The last.
Tune me as soon as possible.
Absolutely, Stephen. Your last tarot card is sorrow.
Love.
Sorrow.
You don't have a single good word for me?
It sucked, bro. Every card I drew was of the dark light, the negativity. What's up with that, Stephen? Who are you with, and what is your plan?
My plan is to get you elected as the mayor of Chicago, John.
Wow. All right. Well, if you could tell Alex Soros that we'll be in Europe next week for the WEF meeting, if we could set up a meeting with him to get this fundraising started. You know, Alex Soros is our guy.
Come to me, love.
Oh, Miriam wants to take care of all the funding. Thank you, Miriam. You're going to be our chief campaign fundraiser.
Are you sure?
Why not?
Because I cannot handle any more honey without you.
Oh, wow. De Lambarat, Geniteng Shode. Do you know what that means, Stephen? You speak Farsi, Stephen?
I do not speak Farsi.
What other language do you speak?
I took Spanish in high school.
Oh, you speak Spanish?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Good, yeah, you too. John, what is your opinion on gay marriage?
Gay marriage? What does the Bible say?
You told me you were part of that you worshipped the ghost of Susan Wojcicki. So what did she say?
Miriam, where do you stand on gay marriage?
I am Muslim. You know that.
You're a believer? You believe in Muhammad?
Of course.
Oh my God.
I believe in you, girl. I believe in you.
What do the believers in the Ummah say about gay marriage?
I don't know everything you believe. I believe that.
Wow. Where do you live, Miriam? Turkey?
No, USA.
Oh wow.
And the expensive place in the world, Irvine, California.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yes, love. Expensive place in the world. And also safe place in the world too.
Yeah. Would you like Beverly Hills?
No, it's bullshit.
Really? Why do you say that? It's very nice.
No. I like my villa.
Mm-hmm.
I like my villa, honey.
Okay, go ahead. Play your Farsi AI music.
Just give me a second because I wanna play with TV, and I have a lot. I don't know which one play. Which one, honey?
I don't know. Just pick any one that you like. Just hit play.
Okay, that's the best one I like with AI. I think this one is good.
He's a good one. She picked that good one.
Legal and political circles of the community. And with an opening comes these boards.
I love you guys so much. I love you. Especially Empress and I love you. And Tina. Bye guys, I love you. Come back and see us. Hello, universe.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby, how you doing, honey?
You scared him. Hey, listen,
So what is this, a talent show? You looking for talent? Because America's Got Talent.
Yes, we're looking for talent, sir.
What happened to UW? She was here and then she just. This is our talent right here.
Your Goober is here. You're going to the goo. You're going to the goo. Watch us to the goo.
So we walk around here with an AR goo. We got an AR goo. Yo, y'all not faster than me. I'm telling you, I'm the king of quickness. Hey, come back up here, universe. Welcome to this. AK goo. Yeah, y'all goo. And no, we got a black goo. No, it's not.
Get married, have a wedding. No, I can't take the tunnel for it. Your father actually owns a company.
Do you ever watch these little movies that it's put up that they are way too funny? He was dancing around in a kilt a minute ago.
It's all good. It's all good. It's Andy.
I love it. Uh-huh.
These. Fucking shoot me. Go ahead and just get it over with.
I love you.
I love you back. Alright, let it go. You're not gonna break my honor. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay?
And
You
for
will never.
Not too long ago.
I think she went to dinner. I'm not
It
sure.
actually happened to be surfing on the beach
Empress.
here in the lakes, oddly enough.
Empress.
When there was a spill, and I came out of the lake, and I was like covered in this goop, and I was like, we should probably do that.
Constituents and other people are freaking out. Calling him out and saying this is not America first. They said that. Our Democrats, young Republican folks, and a lot of them have said on other networks they're unhappy with the way things are going. That's a problem.
50% of the population is not happy with it. That's right. This country is split 50-50. But I always say you have to judge Trump. You have to judge Trump on what he does, not what he says. He's always been saying outrageous things, but you have to point to acts of treason. Now, if you're saying that his failure to attack Russia is an act of treason, I'm not sure that that rises to the level of an act of treason. There's 500 million.
Randy, one correction. Hold on, Ashton. One correction, Randy. The numbers are 50-50. His poll numbers at this point, I think, what is it? Is it 35 that he's spoke? It's not. It was 50-50 when he lied about no new wars. That he would go ahead and be the president of peace. All the things that he said, America first, the economy, the gas. That's when it was 50-50. When he bought all those disparate groups, when he had the Groypers, when he had Patriot Front, when he had like Tucker Carlson's followers, when he had like all those people that he had bought under one tent. That's when it's 50-50. Now it's not that because a lot of those people walked away from him because he hasn't held up to his campaign promises.
I just checked it.
It's still not. That doesn't mean treason.
You're correct, but to be fair, so I just checked.
I wouldn't say treason, but if you want to point to a treasonous act, the January 6th could be defined treason because he did say go down there and fight like hell, march down there with you. And they say that he tried to go down there, but there were armed people that, essentially ran into the Capitol and tried to overthrow it. Well, allegedly tried to overthrow the government. So that could be defined as treason.
But then he was elected.
I don't know anybody in this room that said I don't care.
He wasn't impeached. They tried to impeach him.
I don't care.
Nobody was weapon inside the Capitol. The people outside had guns. And that was that demonstration had a permit.
I understand that, but let me tell you something. I put together a program all my life, and you when you put together a protest and it becomes an illegal protest, brother, then they call for that. Okay, you can have a permit, but the time that you don't follow the instructions on that permit calls for you to stay orderly. All right, we put these things together.
But
And
why
so
don't you go along Michael's argument to say like this thing is different than to say like the fuck up is a liar and he's
hold on, when you're not in order, I'm talking about a permit. I'm not talking about no freedom. When you're not following a permit and the rules and regulations within that, then your protest is deemed an illegal protest together. Right? Immediately, that event should have been called an illegal gathering. Why is that? Because you can't go around.
Yeah, what's called an illegal argument? That's why some people look at
I said the day that stuff was going on, where Donald Trump was sitting there watching, he was sitting there watching everything go on and didn't call no dang old military, didn't call not a boom, bada bang.
He wasn't wearing.
Jesus Christ. Brother, nothing. What I'm telling you, brother, is out of control. It is out of control.
What do you mean he wasn't president?
No, he was president. He was president for the next, what is it?
January 6th, he was president?
Yeah, he was president for the next couple of weeks.
Was he not president January 6th?
Yeah, he was, but
Hey, Mike,
first of all, when it came to, what was he?
No. Who your fucking Mike, first of all, Pepe? And then second of all, you should correct yourself because you said he was president. That's what you put in.
No, I said, yeah, he was president for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I said something wrong. Yeah, okay, you're a good, smart chip that day. Very good.
come on, bro.
Chip?
Get it. You got it.
No good.
Your mother's a white boy, you piece of shit.
All right, shut
No
up,
good.
you fucking
No good. Why did you do this?
Hey, don't take that.
Hold on. Pepe, you got me fucked up. When I was saying on this motherfucking stage,
Everybody,
if you don't like Pepe, I will fuck you up.
One mic on.
You would do this,
You fucking piece of shit cracker. You ain't know what it's fucking Muzungu cracker, motherfucker. Dirty trash. You smelling dirty fucking cracker. That's all you want, dirty fucking cracker. I'll fucking drag you.
I'm a dirty cracker.
Fucking cracker, motherfucker. Fucking cracker. I'll slap your mother with the dick and it ain't you and your mother. Cracker. Dirty motherfucker. Let you bleed out. Let you bleed out, cracker, motherfucker.
Don't chip it out.
We can have a real thing. So we can have to be in real life, Pepe. Like a fuck up. We can do it live, Pepe. We can do it live, Pepe. We are family.
Let him be cringe and
I'll let him
tough, bro.
Everybody,
you stay out of it.
Go right here.
We're looking at 40s. You want to meet up over internet meet. You fucking
I absolutely would. I absolutely would. For your bitch ass, I would make it sound like your crack ass.
I'm sure you would.
Trump's approval rating is almost 80% of them.
Have a good night, cracker. Say good night, cracker.
Good night, Jim.
It's
36%. You're a liar.
No, among Republicans, sir, I do not lie. Sir, I will say it again. I'll put it in from Newsweek. Trump's approval rating among Republicans is near 80%.
On what? Hold on, Aston. Hold on. On what issues? Because on the border, I'm sure it's right. The economy, it can't be. There's literally no way on the economy or the war. It literally can't be that high.
It's overall. It's a Marquette vote.
Put it there. Put a link in the chat.
I did already. I did it before I said it, yeah.
Hey, why anyone have to say January 6th?
April 8th to April 16th.
January 6th. Those trees.
No.
They went, listen, let me speak. They went into that, listen. They went into that. They went into that. They went into that building and they threatened a congresswoman, Nancy Pelosi.
6 years ago.
They wanted to kill her.
You're still talking about it.
Listen,
I don't think they wanted to kill her.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Why did they want to do it?
Listen. If those are black
No
people,
evidence.
if that's black people,
There were black people there.
hold on, let me finish. Listen, it was mostly white. Stop it. MAGA is mostly white. And
Right, but there were black people there.
Let me finish. If those are black people,
They went into that area, defecated the area, pissed in the area. There were black people there. No, it was mostly white shopping.
Well, so there were black
people. No, 80% white. Go ahead. 80% of the people was maggot, and they was white. If those was black people that dared to do something like that, go into that area, defecated, shooting, tried to kill a congresswoman, they would have put the National Guard and every damn army out there to kill them. It's almost standard that white people have been able to get away. And what did Trump do? He pardoned them. And what did they do? A lot of those guys was child molesters. Now they found themselves back in prison. Those same guys that he pardoned. And this is a joke. This is a joke.
You know, something that I think is pressing that we're not discussing enough is the recent market shift towards BRICS and the yuan. This fiasco in Iran has really kind of screwed us, and our global reserve currency is now trending downwards, and that combined with inflation. I mean, the bond to yield market, I mean, if people are following these things, like, we're literally losing our dollar by an insane rate, like a terrifying rate.
What is your theory? That people are gravitating towards the yuan?
No, well, mostly. So it's not just any one. Although BRICS is taking up a larger percentage than was projected, like that did happen. But it's not just any one. It's more so that people are moving away from the dollar. They're and they're shopping, and they're mostly, setting up more international. I'm trying to think of the term. It's not just a trade deal. Because for some people, it's like for some nations they've just been using the alternative to the SWIFT program. I can't remember what it is, but basically the dollar operates off the SWIFT banking network, and a big part of the logistics was creating an alternative currency transfer system. So they've got that established. They're beginning to explore other options. And BRICS is taking up a bigger share of it. It's not just that. It's like a new trend away from the dollar in general. And it's also because the bond yield market, the individuals who are purchasing American bonds, first of all, we don't even like when it happens because it fucks with inflation, but we have to lower the interest. And so now we're getting double-minded. Like, the demand for the dollar is going down while we need to sell bonds. So we're still getting screwed on that, but it's a game of diminishing returns, and it's actually not even going to be available too much longer. Like, it's just, I don't know, 50% of our budget is already just paying interest on our debt. Is projected to go to 20%. Like, 1/5 of our money is just paying interest. Like, these are not, and it's going to become a feedback loop that's negative. And then combine that with the fact that so when you go to the pump and you're looking at those gas prices, that's artificially low. Someone is shorting oil by billions and millions of barrels. So for those who don't know what shorting is, basically they're saying that oil is going to be worth less than what it's actually projected to be worth, and they're willing to pay for to sell a certain amount of oil at that cost, or they'll take the loss because it'll actually be worth more. It is going to be worth more, but because they're putting so many futures out there shorted, it's artificially lowering the stock valuation of the oil commodity, even though everyone knows there's like the paper value versus the stock value. Without getting too technical, someone is artificially suppressing the cost of oil, and we're still seeing it go up. The real shock is going to happen when we don't get the scheduled tankers. So April 15th was most ports just received a tanker in the U.S. That was the last tanker. So the next time a tanker was supposed to show up and doesn't, boom, that is when the market just get fucking, oh God, bro. It's gonna be so bad. And if people don't understand, it's more than just like the oil, the gas. It's also the natural gas, which we use to produce, like, I think over 30% of the power in the country. So energy bills, power company, oh God, it's about to get hot.
You do, because right here off the coast of Texas, the Houston, a lot of oil and natural gas here. They talked about some of the projections out here for drilling into shale rock and all that other kind of stuff to try to open up and get some of that gas that's underneath, but it's not enough. Even they talked about that. Texas kind of help out the country. Yes, we pump oil, but do we pump enough by volume as a state to try to help shore up the country? We don't, and so we do have still dependence on foreign oil just simply because it is easier to produce and sweeter to refine. That's what they talk about out here at ExxonMobil. It's better to refine that oil, and that's why they essentially use that and bring it into this country. It's a lot harder to that sludge and stuff. It's a lot harder to refine that kind of stuff, and so the cost of that can also be passed on to the consumer. They talked about that if they have to switch over to that kind of blend, and even vehicles, their types of blends could also go up in places like California and those kinds of things, just simply because of EP regulations and stuff in California and other places. So those things also affect the cost and what is passed on to consumers. I do try to follow this as well, just simply because of where I live and what Houston and what they're doing to shore up oil here and try to secure it. They've talked about that as well. We need to try to secure as much oil as we can and stockpile it. And so what they've talked about out here in Houston is possibly building one of the largest storages ever built here to help store this oil, but it's going to be a slow process until that happens. We don't have enough capacity right now in this country to store oil right now. We need to boost capacity, and that's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. They talked about that not only in this state, but other states, to help maybe kick some of the things back online that were shut down for the refineries. Those are things we need to do and shore up and get that back online, and it'll help the refining problems in this country when it comes to oil. And we need to do that a lot better. It'll drop the cost of these things too. Because it would, I hope that it does, because storage can whether that oil or even, shoring electricity, those two things right there, they go together. For the last 75 years, Texas has had issues with electricity, especially the on-putting of that, just simply because of the equipment we have in our state. It's old. I don't know what to tell people. It's just old. And then the way we refine in our state, we have factories here that are really old. And some of the stuff is not being updated. It needs to be to meet the demands of today. And that is something that they talked about as well, is some of these old refineries retrofitting those refineries so that things can get better, and making sure that all energy can be used, including green energy, and capturing that CO2 off the top of those refineries and taking that CO2 and arcing that CO2 back into the ground, back into the soil, and that CO2 then turns into a stone that is forever captured, and it never ever permeates into the earth. So those are ways that lower cost for consumers, but that is several $billion worth of green projects that can help our state in the next century. We need to do these things, whether Republicans like it or not. We have to do it. What's funny? What is funny about what I said? Is there a problem? I'm with that guy. We really do now need to do these things in our state. We have not updated a lot of our grid in the last 50 years. We haven't built a new airport in this country, possibly in the last 30 to 60 years. We have not built up our infrastructure. Those are things that will help launch our country in the right direction. I believe that the energy and oil is one of those two things that right now still have to balance out. Oil can't go away because there's still dependence on that. You can't solely lean on all graders. These things have to be combined with the wraparound, with the wraparound effect along with oil. And you can't forget the big one, nuclear. Once you have nuclear in place, then it burns bright, it burns consistent, and it burns when the wind doesn't blow, and it burns when the rain comes. So in that you have to shore up all this technology, and micronuclear is the way to go. They have talked about that out here. The reason that is because it's small, it's compact, and we can power several million homes immediately once that is fired, and it's better than coal. I just believe in nuclear just because what it can do, and it would take the dependence so much off oil, you can still use it, but let's find nuclear and use that, in extreme weather like we have in this state. They have talked about nuclear for that very reason, because a lot of people died in the state with the green flood, and we did not have enough nuclear coming online. We needed that, and unfortunately, we didn't build it and prepare for disasters, and that is what we need to do, and nuclear will help us solve that problem.
Recent market shift towards BRICS #1. This fiasco in Iran is really kind of.
Ashton, did you do any research about the water in Corpus Christi?
Hi, everyone.
The budgetary issues, some of that, I try to look at the infrastructure issues, but a lot of that is even just mismanagement issues with projects and allowing these projects to siphon off of that water without protecting the population of people who live there, whether that be building another reservoir that comes, I try to look that town up on the map, and yeah, they could.
Once you are sleeping with a Kardashian, your reputation is tarnished, I think, a little bit.
Really, that pilots can get confused and disoriented and not know what up and down is, and now that's a new fear unlocked.
And respectfully, I mean that, bro. Respectfully, I mean that. You just running your sub muscles. You mad? No, I'm not being bro. I'm disappointed because I've given you a hypothetical. I'm taking into account. Listen, I'm taking into account your reasons why you might be hesitant, because it goes against what you know. That's within the hypothetical. But it's God telling me to do this. And but your response is shut the fuck up, bro. Shut your up. Like shut up, bro. I'm getting tired of your dang ass, phony ass voice. No, shut up. Bro, I'm gonna move you down. There you go, shut up. See that sometimes you gotta pump over and show these bitch ass niggas, bro.
Can I say something?
I ain't put him down. I had to tell him shut up. I had to turn him so he can shut up. Let's be quiet. Just listen. Let me finish.
But you're saying lies right now.
Ezekiel, shut up, bro. Respectfully, shut up. When I'm done talking, then you can talk, bro. Okay? Okay, please, bro. I don't want to be mean to you. I don't even know you, bro. Anyway, so like I was trying to say before. Nah, Ezekiel, don't let these niggas get you fucked up, bro. Anyway, so like I'm trying to say. Bro. Anyways, like I'm trying to say.
Ezekiel, how old are you? 18, bro.
No, he not 18, bro.
Let the guy talk, bro. I'm trying to listen to this guy talk. Let the guy talk.
You seem a little too young for this. Put that nigga down, Nathan. You know he's not 18, bro. You not? You 17, bro?
He don't even look 17.
You 17?
I'm 16, but actually turned 17.
I told you, Nathan, put that nigga down, bro.
Hey, we gotta kick this kid.
We gotta kick that nigga. We gotta kick him.
I'm sorry, Ezekiel. We'll see you in 2 years.
Yo, my fault, man. I didn't mean to talk to you that way.
I think it's all
Nigga was
fun.
gone. Brian Hill used to get bullied. I know that name was gone, bro.
Lucky I can't
He's
tell
so
from
gross. Right.
Yeah, Jack's good job. High school tennis team t-shirt.
They did. This is
Oh my
gone.
God, bro! I feel
They
terrible, bro.
Ezekiel
Oh my
back.
God.
Bring Ezekiel back. Speak to him.
Shit.
It's all good. It happens, bro. You didn't know, man.
Before we go to sleep, because I'm not done with you. Take the quick off.
Yeah, shut up.
Yo. Yeah,
My bad.
Nathan. Look, Nathan, man.
Look, let me just, oh yeah, just 1 second, some more. Let me just look. I'm taking
Sure, bro. I think Ezekiel probably left the mark on you, bro.
Nah, that nigga fuck me.
Right on the
That's my son's middle name, Ezekiel.
Oh, it's a great name.
Oh, nice.
It is. I love that name.
I could tell immediately how I could tell, oh no, this kid's young. Ain't no way.
Yeah, dude, I heard his voice. I clicked on the PTR and the kid's wearing a tennis team t-shirt from like his high school. It's like, oh fuck, we gotta get this kid out of here. That's why I asked him.
Oh yeah, I feel terrible, bro. Shit.
No, it's all
He didn't look at his face.
What is that?
How the fuck did he
He's some young kid that Nathan beat up. Nobody special. You know?
Yeah, he was picking on that little boy. Like, I dare you pick on that little boy.
And gave him an elbow. He said, sometimes I gotta pop off his shoulder.
Wait, about what?
Look. I'm taking into account the Bible, right? I'm taking that into account. This what makes the hypothetical difficult because it's going against what you know. But it's God's telling you something. It's like, hey, God, the Creator, you know, the all-powerful God, is telling you to go. A hypothetical. With King was afraid to answer. And it's God telling you to do something.
He said he gonna fuck the kid.
Yeah, he said he wanted to do it.
I think the focus is weird, bro. Why would you say that again, bro?
So,
yeah, he said God telling you to do something that you wouldn't do. It's not against God's nature. It's against your understand. What I mean by that is, look, you understand God from what the Bible says.
Are y'all trying to do the? Because wasn't there a Bible story exactly like that? Which one was it? That he said that God, it was Abraham. He told him to kill his favorite son, and he took him up to the mountain.
Only son, the one that God.
It was his only son.
No.
Yes, he gave him a promise that hey, this son is gonna
He said basically, sacrifice this dude and right when he was about to sacrifice him, it was either God or an angel. I'm not so sure. It was an angel that stopped him, and
so he didn't do it.
So he didn't do it, but the point was that he trusted God so much.
فرستادم براشون من شخصا
God
فرستادم به
that much that he knew that there was
که برسه دست خود مشتبه
purpose behind it. I'm not that deep in my
نه ولی با اطرافیانش نه با اطرافیانش
I think
چیزی اینجوری نگو همه باور میکنم
most people
ولی فرستادم برای اطرافیان مشتبه خب این آقا پاش برسه ایران ادامه پاش برسه ایران ادامه ببین به اندازه کافی من 2 هفته تو نهر این مادر جنده بودم 2 هفته ببین 2 هفته چیزی 2 هفته است هر روزم شده 8
Nigga, I don't need you to tell me what the fuck y'all talk about. Like,
Nathan controller.
What's up, Kevin?
Honey.
Well, if I just
It goes back to the Abraham thing. I'll go.
Yeah, I just want this to be like 5 seconds. I just want to point out like why Abraham isn't a good example for this here dilemma. Because what's being asked of Abraham is well within the nature of God, and that's why he was trusting and had faith to go through with the thing. Think about it like this. Think about it like this, right? I'm just telling you like what is happening. Yeah, no, I'm saying no. I'm telling him he's wrong, but think about his perspective. Think about Abraham's perspective. Because God gave him a gift. His gift was his son, and God told him to sacrifice the gift that he gave him. Yeah, but God never told him prior, I would never ask you, nor will I ever tell you to sacrifice the gift that I gave you. That was an analogy. How would that analogy to my hypothetical?
Because God has given us a criteria.
Yes, so King's been saying this for the past like 3 hours, right? So God has said, I'm not going to do this in the scripture, okay? And you're asking him, hey, well, what if God comes later and says that he's going to do this? And it's like, no, God would never just say, I'm not going to do this. Tell me what King is saying. Yeah, so for example,
told you.
No, show me in the Bible what King is talking about.
Yes, God says, I am not a man that I should lie. Oh my fucking, how don't you know this scripture? How don't you know this?
Go ahead.
Nathan, I have a question about
how don't you know this?
Before y'all move on. Well, it actually ties into what y'all talking about.
Do you think, Taylor?
In your hypothetical, is God all knowing?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so in your hypothetical, God is all knowing, and therefore he knows what the outcome is going to be, whether King decides to entertain a hypothetical or not, right?
Okay.
So then why even test King?
I'm testing King.
Yeah.
With the hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm not talking about you.
Are you asking me?
In the hypothetical.
Why would God want it?
Why would God want that? If he's all knowing, why even test King to begin with?
I can give you the answer that
in your hypothetical.
I can give you the answer that I heard that I think touches on it the closest, even though I don't think it fully does. If you want to hear it?
Sure.
It relates to the human experience and how that affects you when you make it to heaven, right? So you don't essentially know what you're going to do, but the experience that you do that comes over you within that, right, contributes to like your nature in the sense of how you interact. So it's not like what God knows, it's the development of like who you become through your human experience.
That's hard. That's a horrible explanation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's separated.
I get what you're saying. I'm not attacking you.
I don't think you would. Other than that, I don't really see why the point. It's called pointless suffering, pointless everything.
Because then what if like say for
like
example,
hell, for example, God knows exactly how many things are going to end up in hell already. Just put them there to begin with.
Well, he knows all the possibilities.
Right. Well,
he knows all the possibilities.
No, he knows exactly who will end up there.
Yeah, he will. But
given the possibility. We go through this all the time, Mike.
Well, listen, like my thing is this, right? Going with the human experience and suffering. So what if like, God predestined, if you will. And I know that word is tricky because it goes into like Calvinism and all that bullshit. But going to like the human experience, what if like why do I have like say for example I get raped, right? Like brutally raped brutally raped by like my father at 4 years old. What is God trying to teach me at 4 years old to get brutally raped by my father?
I don't understand.
He's just telling you what he thinks. And the reality, though, Caroline, is it's funny how you can really only ask that question to the Christian. Everybody else basically is either, hey, that's part of your cycle, or hey, that's meaningless. Like Mike just said, it's really only the Christian that you can ask that to, where you can get even some modicum of value out of it, because we're held to a higher moral standard where there are objective moral beliefs X, Y, and Z. So for us, God says we're in a fallen world, and the evil that is in it
is due to the free will that we all have, not just some of us. But the hope is that in the end, for that horrible situation that happened, that in the end, from all of this, there will be a rectifying, right, of that situation. And so at least for us, whether you believe it or not, we can give you an answer that gives you some ultimate hope, whereas nobody else is going to give it to you.
That's all y'all got is hope. That's all y'all got is hope.
So ain't nobody else going to give it to you. The atheist is going to tell you, well, nigga, hey, it's just atoms, bumping together, nigga. That's your bumping out, right? The Hindus are going to tell you, oh, you lived a past life that made you come and get that shit now, so you deserved it, right? So everybody, the secular Hindus, abort the baby. They're going to tell you abort the baby, and everything's fine, right?
Christianity will tell you, hey, some fucking racially ambiguous looking dude with like bundles in his hair died on the cross for your sins. And even though
I just gave you the answer.
Even though you went through that brutal rape at Ford.
No, I gave you the historic Christian answer. I gave it to you. That's not what you just said. I gave you a hope.
You gave a hope.
Yes, hope.
That's all you gave.
That in the end. Yes.
But I can still very much go through that horrific experience and still go to hell.
That's possible, yes, but that is possible.
What is that?
You talking about what is that?
That's hopelessness. Because you still have choices to make after that.
Yeah, you still have choices.
Right, but like, why even?
And anybody else can answer but the Christian. Really.
I can answer.
Everybody else is going to tell you, well, you're shit out of luck. That's just how things happen. That's the animal. You are really asking a question that the only reason you're asking it is because the Christian God exists.
I'm not satisfied with that answer.
I know you're not.
I'm satisfied with hope.
You're not satisfied with a lot, though, Caroline. You would be honest about that. Our satisfaction.
Who cares what I'm not? Listen, I had some horrible food earlier. I'm not satisfied with the food. But I'm just saying, like, thank God, I've never experienced no shit like that in my life,
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like, if somebody, like, that's 4 years old that doesn't have a concept of a lot of social things, right? It's brutally by the person that they love and care about that's supposed to protect them. And then later on in life, they find this Christian God that says, hey, like, I know you had to get brutally raped in the ass by your father, but I'm your ultimate father. And once you die and make it to heaven, I'll tell you why I had to make people do that suffering.
Well, no, we already know why, though, Caroline. I think you kind of ignore what I told you. At the end of the day, we all have free will. And so we are operating in that kind of world because God made us in our image, but we also are in a fallen world where we are able to make free will choices. And a lot of those choices are going to be evil, unfortunately. But that is the cost of having freedom, having the ability to know right and wrong. You can make a choice. And so within that context, yes, you're going to have possibilities where you have this egregious type of evil that you just described. The point, though, is that God is in control in the way where that unfortunate situation that happened to you will be rectified. It will. That's the hope that we have, is that we have a God that's so loving that even for the egregious shit that you're talking about, that there is a judgment for that, and it will be rectified. What other worldview can give you that? None.
I would want to take God and shoot him in the face for, what is the question?
How you gonna do that? Can I say something? You don't want to shoot the nigga who did it. You want to shoot God, not the nigga who did it.
I want to shoot God. I straight up want to shoot
God did that to you?
It wasn't God, though.
How you want to shoot God, but not the nigga who used his free will to do that nasty shit? It's probably the prophet.
It's free will. But go ahead.
I just want to say that. Look, say it again. Y'all heard it before. Say it one more time. There's a lot of dudes in here. They talk that whole, I'm a Christian, I love Jesus. And when push comes to shove, they're not willing to rise with Jesus. When it comes to that and taking that test,
right? Putting your faith on the line for Jesus. Oh, that's not Jesus. Jesus wasn't doing anything like
You have to say it correctly, bro.
They don't got the spirit. They can't say it. They don't got the spirit. Go ahead. Keep going.
Jesus.
Jesus.
There you go. See, that's that spirit.
Come on, somebody my way, my brother. Let me take this nigga, man. Dang. Listen, you my boy, bro. And it's been a while since I've had a piece of that. I gotta do it though. I'm sorry, bro. I'm doing this because I love you, bro. If you bad enough, bro, we can meet one-on-one. Then once I'm done with you, we can cry about it later, bro. Alright?
Can I hop in this for a second?
You know so crazy.
Can I hop in for a second?
Nathan admitted he be crying. Nathan, nigga, if you thought you was crying with these women, you know what's gonna happen with me? You know what happened with me, nigga? Are you for real, Nathan? Oh my God.
I want to say that loves me as much as Nathan loves Monica. Go ahead.
Yo, dude, I thought Nathan, and the reason why I was about to cut him off was because I thought he was gonna say it again for like the 1,000th time. He was like, I'm gonna say this. I brought Caroline back. That's how I was about to cut him off. I was like, let him finish before I jump.
Administration officials, they are targets. We also want this. I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to cut my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction?
Well, I was waiting for you to do that because I know you would, because you're
This conversation is what turns old ladies.
I think he was referring to you.
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I get associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably read the manifesto, as a sick person. But you should be ashamed.
Okay, this is what these dudes are saying. They're saying God can't do that. If God told you if God gave you something to say, hey, X is supposed to happen, and God say, no, X is not supposed to happen, well, God can't do that. That's what they're trying to tell me. And I'm saying God can do that. God can say, hey, I want you to have a kid, and with that kid is going to produce a nation. And God said, you know what? I want you to sacrifice that kid. Y'all say, no.
A lot of people's trust in God is not that strong. Like, I don't think like I said, I think most people who are Christian, who were put in Abraham's shoes, would question, like, you get what I mean?
You know what he's saying? They say,
like the same.
I would do this, I would do that. But when it comes time,
because that was in the Old Testament era.
Hello?
They'll say it wasn't God. They'll say it wasn't God that was doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
No.
They will say, no, that's not God. God wouldn't tell me to do something like that. He told Abraham to do something like that. Well, it's different.
You know what it is? It's real.
That don't remind you of Red.
And so what? God
when Red was like, when Craig was like, yo, why you help me and Smokey out there in the back when he tried to jump us? Red's response was, but it's just different.
Yo, so look, this is what I hear when King said,
Christmas be doing the tripod slide.
This is what I hear when King said, I will offer that person hope. I realized at that moment, that's all they have is hope. And that hope is based on if you're in a bad situation, this is the reason it's happening to you. So they basically giving someone the opportunity to believe that this bad thing had a reason. As if they need that hope. As if they need that uncertainty. Why don't you give someone the certainty of this bad thing is hold on real quick. Why don't we just say hold on real quick. Why don't we just say
what's that, Oleg?
Bad thing.
Oleg sounded like
Real quick.
Okay, you are black, Oleg, my bad.
Alright, come on, y'all. As soon as y'all came in, we ruined the conversation. So all I'm saying is, how come when a bad thing happens to an individual, we just don't say this was supposed to happen? You want to give people a hope as if there was some transcendent reason so they could just have a reason to continue living. No, there was no existential reason. When you die, that's it. This bad thing happened. Now, if you want to kill yourself, just do it because there's nothing after. So the only thing you offer people is hope. And people cherish hope. And I'm saying just take away people's hope because they don't deserve it.
Anyway, Oleg, you have a beautiful velvety voice. I didn't know you had a nice velvety voice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That conclusion was crazy, Jacob.
Would y'all ever?
Now we're gonna ruin our conversation.
Hello. Would y'all ever put trust into something without like a explanation?
That's blind faith. There are some cases to have blind faith, yes, but I would argue be cautious with it. A lot of women put blind faith in niggas that ain't shit. So we see that.
Niggas do put blind faith in women too. Yeah. When you cross the street, right? Like, you don't know if the driver coming towards you is gonna obey the signal, right? It's gonna, but you trust that they will stop. You trust that they're gonna follow, the rules, right? You don't know that person. That, to me, that's an example of blind faith, right? We have, I guess you can, but that just makes you a retard. You trust flying on a plane, right? But you don't know the ins and outs of like aerodynamics. You don't know the ins and outs of the person flying the plane, right? And their intention. You trust that it's going to be a successful fight because there's the majority of them are successful. You trust that the person flying the plane is not like Mr. Finley and is gonna, fly the plane. I'll just fuck around. But you get that. To me, that's blind faith, right?
I'll tell you why it's not. So the Bible makes it clear.
Why you think it's not?
The so-called manifesto is
why you think it's not?
Okay, let's have the conversation.
I don't want to have the conversation.
Why you don't want to have the conversation?
Because I'm right.
No, you're not.
I know I'm right. So you're about to waste your time and waste your stank-ass breath stinking up the house talking for no reason. Because I know I'm right.
I got a face for
I'm always right.
All right. So
you got a head for a brick wall.
You fucking wish.
For a brick wall for a head.
Just listen, Shasha. I know you don't want to.
I don't want to listen.
I don't
want to. As a matter of fact, good night, everyone.
I know you don't. Why she don't want to?
No, my goodness, girl.
Wait, did she leave?
You made my baby girl leave. She'll be back.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
she'll be back. Like my baby girl. Don't think my baby you are wrong.
It's all good, Shasha. I'll let you live in your conclusion.
Listen, I'm smarter than you. What's 11 times 12 right now?
Shasha,
What's 11 times 12? What's 11 times 12 right now?
You said what?
What's 11 times 12?
Hold on, let me take out my calculator.
You're stupid. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. It's 132. You can't talk to me. You can't ever talk to me again in life. You're dumb. You're dumb. Stop talking to me. Yo, you know what's crazy? That's my favorite math question to ask, because for some reason the majority of people get that one wrong.
It's a hard question.
And they always say 121.
You think I'm a calculator?
Sure.
But it's just, you know, I just like using that because that's one of the only fucking multiplications.
I know 7 times.
That's probably what you used to do about 7 times.
That's my favorite shit to have.
If God told y'all, if God told you as a man to fuck another man in the ass, would you do it?
I would do it.
Oh no!
I would do it. I would do anything God told me to do.
So, I would not.
But you guys gotta remember, this is responses from people who don't believe in
Because
God.
I can't. That's right.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, when people say, God,
Can anyone tell me 3?
just, bro.
Just want to know. 3 times 23. Anyone knows the answer?
Yes, it's 69.
63.
Yeah, 60.
Wait, no, 69.
6. I said 66.
Yeah, that's the best number in the world.
69. Ain't no right.
23 times 3? Oh, 3, not 2. I thought it was 2. Okay.
Yeah, like, I kind of answered it like 3 minutes
No, you
before.
didn't.
But anyway, absolutely I did. But anyways, like, a lot of people, like, when they hear the term God, what they do is they apply this, like, generic, universal, like, all-powerful, without there being any type of, like impression or description of God. So then now it's, like, wide open. Like, why would you ever question God? But other people are working with a God that is very colored in, very descriptive, very defined.
Yep.
And then we're able to answer this question a hell of a lot more accurate because of our knowledge of God.
God told you to fuck another man in the ass.
Sometimes, bro.
Right, so
Hey, King, we're talking about the guy that asked us to do a math equation, knowing there's multiple men in here and saying the best number in the world.
Y'all answered it first, though. Hey, listen, that is what it is, bro.
Oh, wait. Okay, now the stipulation now is the Christian God asks you and comes to you and say, hey, I want you to fuck that man over there in the ass. Are you doing it?
yeah, so listen, so what we mean, Caroline, and this is why what Simone just said is important. You have to understand, when you say the Christian God, that comes with context. The Christian God has already laid forth a bunch of rule sets and criteria for how we are to know what is from Him and what is from what is not. And so when you ask that question, we already know, based on that criteria, that that is not the Christian God. We know that because so are you saying
Bro, there's other ways.
Hold on, let me ask Caroline the right question.
I'm not gonna give no bullshit.
Hold up, Caroline. I have a specific question for Caroline. Caroline, if the Christian God wrote down in Scripture, followers of me, you are never to listen to anything that Caroline asks, including the crazy ass retarded questions she asks. Are you telling me that I read God and then I see how immediately you got it? That is what the whole is asking us to do. They're asking us to ignore the criteria that God has laid out. And I'm telling them we're not going to do that. You guys keep trying to act like you don't understand. You guys keep trying to act like you're feigning ignorance, like you don't understand. We have a criteria that lets us know what's from God and what's not. Yeah, and that's what Simone brought up.
Yeah. Oh my God. Because one thing is in the description of God, and the other thing's outside the description of God.
God not being consistent.
What?
Oleg, real quick question for you, bro.
Okay.
When you say it's the hypo, what do you get? Like, what's God conceding when we entertain the hypo?
Excuse me, what
what is God conceding?
Yeah, what is God conceding?
Nothing, bro. What do you mean? I might not be understanding your question.
All right. So like, if God has the ability and has the will to do the thing that is within the hypo, is not God saying that he's a contradicting God?
No.
All right. So we're pointing out that in the Christian framework, as far as it being of God's nature, God says X, and you're asking us a hypothetical about God saying Y.
Yeah, exactly. It's a test, bro. Look, that's what I said this before. That's what makes makes your test as a Christian harder, right? Because you have explicit statements from God or whatever you believe is derived from God stating otherwise. So this hypo is harder for you.
I don't think so. I think it's easier for us. But like the way that the King and I were kind of structuring the hypothetical, where a Christian no longer has like the ability of saying, "Hey, I can use the context so that I can just say, hey, that's not my God," right? Then anybody could be invited.
But see, you're stepping outside the hypothetical. We're already telling you this is your God. Bro.
No, oh my God.
No.
Do you know what the Bible says like about what people like you just
don't know
it? This is your God.
This isn't like philosophy, bro. This is just like a random hypo on the clubhouse.
But you're using philosophy in your hypo.
No, not at all. Not at all. What philosophy? This is just a random like I drank some fucking whiskey. Let's talk about it. There's no philosophy here.
Yeah, but when you say
there's no God, there's nothing. It's just a random hypo.
Yeah, but when you say the
excuse me.
It's like asking a woman questions like this if she's a man.
You're right.
Like what the hell?
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, no, because let's say you're a woman, Samoa, and your vagina that you have right now. I don't have a vagina. No, but you have a vagina. You have a vagina, Samoa.
Oh my goodness. That's
hypothetical.
No, oh my goodness. Look, what we're trying to say is, look, like when people started laughing at those lefties when they were like,
it's annoying.
Hold on,
y'all niggas will talk about fucking gorillas. Hold on, y'all niggas will sit there and talk about would you fuck a gorilla or a gay man? Y'all niggas will say stuff like, hold on, they'll say, would you suck a penis made out of a vagina or a vagina made out of a penis?
No, but that's
Like, it's all hypothetical.
All right, so there's a difference between asking a hypothetical outside of a person's worldview of like the Christian God, right? But then there's having knowledge of the limitations that you might perceive exist within the framework and staying within that framework. Then going outside of it, it's pretty easy for a person inside to look at the outside and be like, man, this guy's an idiot, right? Because of the knowledge that is missing from the hypothetical. You have to at least build a bridge so that people are able to engage with it, not build a firewall. The hypothetical builds a firewall.
Oh my God, this is dumb. This is so dumb.
It just look, I get the tension, but that's the test, brother. It's like, look, God on day one goes, thou shalt not kill. On day two, he goes, kill your
there you go.
Son.
That would be an encompassing God, wouldn't it?
No, it doesn't matter what you. Hold up, look. These labels are post facto. It doesn't matter. You could call him an evil God, an incompetent God, contradictory God. But the point is, would you do it? And there is no like, oh, this isn't my God. No, this is your God. So the question is, why is my God? Why is my God?
I was waiting for it.
The intent there is that all powerful, all knowing, all
finite point of view, right? I agree with you, right? It makes no sense. But the other argument is, well, a finite being has
that's leveled against unnecessary pain and suffering. You might not understand why there's so much pain and suffering, but it's for a greater good.
I don't even see these things being on the same universe.
But don't entertain it some more, goddammit.
No, what I'm saying is like when you say X and then you say Y, we say Y. Caroline,
I told her it's above his faith rate.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to like.
Can I finish?
It's like you're trying to recreate the rules of the hypothetical.
Wait, I gave it to you in the beginning.
What? Hold on.
God gave Abraham. He promised him his son. And he said that his son is going to be the thing that gives him a great nation. That's what God said to him. And
all right.
Afterward, he told him, you have to sacrifice your son.
Okay. All right. So I keep.
And you know what he was going to do? Sacrifice his son.
All right. So I keep telling you that the reason why this example doesn't fit with your hypo is pretty clear, and it's just your lack of knowledge, right? But I'll just address Caroline here quickly, right? I structured this hypothetical to where it would be engaging for all Christians to remove the constraints that God has placed in His description, right? So I'm not saying that this hypothetical.
What constraints?
The constraints that God places on His plan. Like when God says this, when God says, today Sunday, April 26th. I flood the earth, or I flood the world. And then on April 27th, I will never flood the world again. On April 28th, I'll flood the world again. You see how
his body.
God places on himself when he says, I will not do this.
You said you're right, brother. You said you played a lot of times in the Bible.
Use it.
Thou
must know as perceive of what universe thou art part. And with administrator of the universe, like.
I promise you a son. I promise you a son. I promise you a son who's going to give you a nation. You know what? Tell your son before the nation happens.
All right, hold on. So we know that in a test, God already knows the outcome, right? So God.
What does that have to do with my hypothetical?
Hey, brother, can you hold on real quick? The point you just said was there's a point right here I can give you an example of God changing.
Because that's analogous. Yeah, that's analogous with my hypothetical. It's analogous with my hypothetical.
Come on, man. How about eat this barbecue chicken?
Don't eat the barbecue because you don't address my point.
And the government of my temper.
And he gave us the test that he gave to Abraham as changing his mind.
Because it's analogous. Yes. Hey, I have a plan for you. You're going to have this son. This son is going to give you a nation. You know what? Forget that. No, he told them forget that. Sacrifice your son.
No,
as a test.
There's other examples, some more like fucking just the golden path. I just
the Bible out of context.
And they own all the big media. Time that went on to commit mass murder.
Well, I just want to say Nathan was right. You guys are all wrong. Everyone is wrong who didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I don't know that Samoa would rather
Hey, you guys, come on.
Samoa would rather engage in a bunch of nothing.
You either have to say, look, guys,
answer the fucking question. That's all you have to do is answer.
Caroline, I answered the question. I said I would engage.
I didn't say you did it. I didn't say you did it.
No, Caroline just said I didn't answer the question. I'm pointing out that I answered the question, but people that hold a worldview that I've been listening to, not only King, not only Steele, not only the lawyer guy, not only the other person, they all are from different views and they all have the same response to the way that the hypothetical was structured. My criticism is not about the hypothetical, like in general, because it can be answered if it's actually conveyed accurately. What Oleg is saying is no. Hold on. Just hold on. Oleg is saying, hey, the complication needs to be there. I'm saying no, it doesn't need to be there to engage with the people that you want to engage with. The question can still be answered. It's how the hypothetical is conveyed.
I agree. And Samoa actually asked it correctly, and I answered it correctly.
Absolutely, but nobody heard that.
Samoa
Simple. Am I the lawyer guy?
Niggas think you can listen to.
No, it was that Jewish dude that was.
God's lawyer.
Yeah. He loves you.
Yo, I'm in the car.
Yo, Oleg.
Yo, I don't know what the fuck you want, bro, but don't make me whoop your ass, nigga.
Come on, man.
Oh shit. Who's ready?
You brought us up. You weren't here. Not sucking us.
So, Oleg, this what I was saying.
I'll bring it up.
Nah, he's real. He's a real life cocksucker.
Oh my God. So, Oleg, brother,
look at his PTR.
You know what I was thinking of, brother?
What's good, bro?
That chicken is actually AI. He actually has something else in his mouth.
So, Oleg, you know what I was
And
thinking
it was
of?
a dick.
I know the people in the audience just go to the room.
That's fine. That's okay.
So, Oleg,
That's him. That's low key him asking for Nathan's help because he knows Nathan's kids. It's like, Nathan, help me. She's gonna ruin the room.
So, Oleg,
Fucking pussy. He's a bitch. Oh, like, don't respond to him.
Congressman is my brother. He's the best.
And what am I to you? Chopped liver?
No.
Oh, no, I am. It's okay. Jacobus, go ahead. That's your boyfriend. Nah, like, just piss me off. Who matters more to you, me or him? Pick. You got no. Okay. All right, I take it back. My Arcadian baby boy. Yeah, fuck you, Jacobus.
What type of question is that?
Fuck you, Jacobus. You hear that? Oleg hates you. Oleg hates you.
He only chose you because Jacobus is a Jew, man. He's another.
No, that's not true. I would choose Shai over any
Caroline, tell me.
You know you're a Nazi, bro.
I'm challenging to a duel, bro. Hold up. Point of moderation. I'm challenging Abdizzle to a duel. You get to
I'm in Ireland.
Whether we fight it with fists, weapons, and you get to choose a location.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
You have 24 hours to DM me the location and how you want to do it, bro.
That's right.
Yeah. I'll fuck your emojis, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up. You send me a DM. Let's
No
do it, bro.
credible threats of
I
violence.
would recommend, bro.
For some reason, the mods are not following the rules. This is the second mod to make a credible threat of
I
violence.
would recommend fist fight at the Grand Canyon Abdizzle. But it's up to you.
Yo, Oleg, there was one day where there was nothing but New York, like all the New York people in here, and they were all going at it. Like Derek, Shasha, Jacob. It was so funny. Oh my God. Oleg, one of the funniest days I've ever had
Speaking
in
of Nazis, right?
It was amazing.
Speaking of Nazis, Caroline never heard Kanye's song.
Oh, you never heard it?
She never heard it, right? So we're on FaceTime, and I play it for her. And I'm like, hello? Because it was so silent. She was so silent.
Abdizzle, where are we
in
dueling?
shock.
You have 23 hours and 58 minutes, bro.
Yeah,
where are we dueling?
fucking words, bro. And I'm over here loving the song, singing along, and she's just silent. She's like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, man, he actually put that song out. And that's not an AI song. That is Kanye's official song. I thought it was AI at first when I heard it. But it's not.
It's actually good for America, First Amendment. It's a
No.
test. It's a test. It's great. Kanye West is a great patriot for testing the First Amendment. Whether or not you agree with them, you should support him.
The Hail Hitler song, right?
Absolutely.
Yo, you think there's still any? My bad.
No.
I was gonna.
Would you play the watermelon song?
And here's the thing. Earlier today, there was a foreigner Viking who said we should be able to punch Nazis, right? And you said no, and I agreed with you because what is a Nazi? If Gavin Newsom gets the fucking presidency, he's gonna consider me and you Nazis, right? So. No.
Wait, is he Jewish or he's just a booty clapper?
No, man, he's a booty clapper. But the point is, same thing with the term domestic terrorist, right? I remember people calling the protester that stood in front of the ICE vehicle domestic terrorist. I was against it because the more you broaden the word, the more likely someone will use the word against you. So we got to be careful about people saying it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to run over a domestic terrorist, because they're going to just keep broadening those words.
Yeah, I have a question. So do you guys think there's any Jews backing or behind the scenes and still being on Kanye's side? Like, do you think it is any Jew making?
I'm a Jew and I'm on Kanye's side.
Like, I don't know. Maybe you're not a Jew.
I'm a Jew.
I feel like there is some like behind the scenes Jews like making money off of fucking Kanye's campaign. You know, like I feel like he still has like a few on the side.
Well, look at like what black people did. Look at what Jewish people did. Look at every oppressed group around the world. Like there were Irish people that sold out other Irish people. Like it happened to every group. So I mean, it's not a few. You wouldn't expect it to be a few.
Was there any Jewish Nazis?
Yeah, literally sold out their goal.
The high ranking one.
But wait, what you mean? Like he was an officer or like?
No. Soros was a young kid who would identify as a Jew. That really doesn't count because he was a very large stress.
But wait, high ranking? No,
The Rothschilds.
Her dad's side.
Yeah, they sold out others massively to save their own skin towards profit of it. So yes, it happened. It's not something that's commonly talked about because it's just despicable.
Did the Nazis spare the Jews that sold other Jews out, or did they kill them in the end?
Well, mixture. Some like took the money and ran because they helped the Nazis profiteer off of turning in Jews and grabbing the gold teeth out of their mouth and taking out their possessions and that shit. So yeah.
Ed Hart, field marshal of the Luftwaffe, half Jewish father, one of the highest ranking officers, key in building the German Air Force. Hitler personally declared him an area via exemption. So these situations happen, but they're very, very rare.
Yo, via exemption, that means innocence. Yo, that means via exemption. That just means you just snatch that fucking like all the they start updating off its necklace and shit.
Yeah, he pretty much sent the bags because
especially with like looking at like R&D, it doesn't matter like
to confirm that because I've been suspecting it for quite a while. So, yeah, great.
Rob is mentioning Swiss banks. What do you call it? They're the Bank of International Settlements. Have you guys heard about them? Do some research. Look them up. The Bank of International Settlements. Well, when it comes to the deep state central banks, they're the central banks of central banks. Right? But yeah, their entire system is being dismantled slowly but surely. We're going to see how far it goes. And for those of you who saw what the Bank of International Settlements put out cryptocurrencies, that should definitely pique your interest. But anyway, we talked about it last week in our crypto room. It was pretty awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the deep state is panicking like never before, even over the financial system. Right? Changes are happening that they can't control. Anyway, you want to learn more, join us on Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, right here in the Truth Seekers Tower. And I'm going to drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share?
You ever consider recording those rooms, researcher?
They are recorded.
Yay! Thank you.
Yay! Yeah, just check the replays in the timer. You should see it. If you tap on my profile, I think if you scroll down, it shows you the replays I've done. The title of that room is called Cryptocurrency Digital Assets 101. If you go into the tavern replays and scroll back, you'll see them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a weekly room, usually for 30 minutes or so. It's not a long room. I'll drop the mic. All right, thank you, Grace. Thank you, Kareem. Who else would like to share? The floor is open. You are rocking with the Truth Seekers in the Tavern. It's Sunday night. Come and join the round table discussion. The SPLC deep state organizations getting exposed. Kevin Warsh nominated for the Federal Reserve, exposing the central bankers' financial system. So, things are getting very interesting. I'll drop the mic. The floor is open.
I guess I'm having trouble connecting the ADL to the other one, the Southern whatever. I've lost all the names for it. Poverty. Yes.
Southern Poverty Law Center.
So how the hell did the ADL get involved with them? I mean, when did that happen? How did that happen? I mean, isn't that a little mind-blowing?
No. The ADL is pretty much, another targeting wing of the deep state, and the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing similar things, targeting people. You saw how they targeted Charlie Kirk. And the ADL does that all the time too. I mean, they're just targeting people for being, anti-Semitic. But they're run by the same set of people, Kareem. It's the same criminal syndicate that are setting up both of these organizations. And, the organizations that they don't set up, they infiltrate. Just like they did your government. Right?
Okay, Truth Seeker.
Nefarious groups to come together.
Well, I actually don't know the history on when they started working together. Is it me or is Korean in the Matrix? I thought she stopped talking. My bad.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, you were the Matrix for a little bit, I think, Kareem. Go ahead. You're saying something. I thought you would stop. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, speechless. I'm trying to, do they have a party and invite everybody? We're in the dark, we're with the dark forces. Come and join us. And I just can't imagine those disparate groups finding each other and working together. It is blowing my mind a bit. That's all. What is it? Strange bedfellows. Put it that way. It's just such an odd pairing, which, it's time for us to call it out and figure out who is with who, how are they helping each other, and what can we do about it.
Research, check the White House.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at it. It doesn't look like it's been confirmed, but it looks like some intel sources. Very interesting. This is happening in the background. Game over.
Seem like birds.
So maybe it's time we created where we can see who's been confirmed to be connected with these dark forces. Because I never would have guessed, if you look back when these organizations were created with the highest ideals and,
Kareem, I just told you that the criminal syndicate had a hand in creating these organizations. They were not created with the highest ideals. That's what they sold to the people. Meanwhile, they're involved in subversive activities. They tell us one thing, but they do another, which is why we have to watch their actions very closely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just saying, when I grew up, they were held in very high esteem. That they were ethical. Were just promoted as being one thing. And I guess that's how we know what they're really doing, because you can tell what they call themselves and just go to the opposite, and then you know what they're really doing. Kind of reminds me of Alice in Wonderland. Me too. Reminds me of Alice in Wonderland. Everything's upside down.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about the ADO sometime next week in more detail. I'll make a note of that. But wow, guys, things are getting very interesting. So I'll drop the mic. Let's see who else would like to share. The floor is open. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. Welcome to the Truth Seekers Tavern Lounge. And yes, I've created a thread, so I will drop the link to that up at the top in just a bit. But in the meanwhile, let's pass the mic around. Welcome to the stage, Sam. Welcome, Ben. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. Ping a few friends into the room. Share the room out.
Yeah, I would. I would. And they had these wonderful people who were ethical. We could trust them. And look what they've done over time. Yeah, that's a good one to look into.
All right. Well, guys, we have a new X-22 report that's out tonight. We're going to dive into the financial report. It's been a while since we gave that one a listen. So I think we'll do the X-22 financial report, and then maybe Dr. Kirk Elliott's report with LT, and then the geopolitical report. What do you guys think?
That sounds good. Perfect.
All right, well, we're going to get that started up in just a bit. And I will add a few more links to tonight's thread. But guys, remember Sundays, I host a few rooms on Sundays at 2 p.m. Central Time. I start off in the Ancient History room. And then at 6 p.m. Central Time, I'm in the Spiritual Development room. And then usually we close out that room and head right over here. So it's been a long day for me. Sunday's news thread is usually a bit light in the interest of the time, but I'm adding some more links for you all. And for those of you who've shared links in the chat, some of them have made it into tonight's thread. So thank you all for your sharing. And this is what we do, guys. Crowdsourcing the truth, right? So remember, the Telegram group is also open for links to be shared with the community members as well. Okay, welcome to the stage, Susan. I see Susan here with us too. Anybody want to grab the mic before we start the financial report?
Just want to say hello. It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us, Susan. All right, guys, last call for comments before we start the X-22 financial report. All right, if we have no further comments, producer, you're up. Let's get this started. Enjoy the stream, everyone. We'll open up the panel for a little bit right after.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
And welcome. You're listening to the X-22 Report. My name is Dave. This episode 3891, and today's date is April 26th, 2026, the title of the episode is D's using the same trick as the central bank. Trump makes a move to get his man inside the Fed. I know it's very interesting. If you're like me, you're getting to that 8 o'clock and overburden from digestion to metabolism to detoxification. 100,000 bottles sold and has received thousands of Josh put his 25 plus years of experience into ultra. Hey, it's your lucky day because Dr. Josh is running the SomersetDeliver.com/X22. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, you can see everything that they were trying to do to shift the economic system is completely and utterly failing. And everything that they're trying to do to get back control, especially the blue states, it's now being exposed to the world. Remember going back a little bit in time, back to 1913, when the third central bank came into existence, and then a little bit later on, they told everyone, listen, to keep the system running, what we're going to do is we're going to tax only the wealthy. So you don't have to worry about it. It's only the wealthy that are going to be taxed. Nobody else. Don't worry about it. And then all of a sudden, it was the upper middle class, the middle class, lower middle class, and before you knew it, everyone was taxed. So it looks like the D's, they're doing exactly what the central bank did back then. They're creating a wealth tax in the blue states. And within the bill, without approval, it says later on, they could tax everybody. So once again, they're using the same exact strategy. And I think this time around, the people of those states, they're going to start to realize, wait a minute, were we tricked again? And I think they're going to say, yeah, we were. And this is why a lot of people are moving out of these states. And this is going to continue to happen. But every step of the way, you can see that Trump now, where you can see the central bank, the deep state players, were trying to push nations away from the Federal Reserve.
Is it just me? No, we lost producer's audio. Hi, Dr. Mitch. Welcome.
Reserve note, the US dollar. Trump now is actually forcing these nations to use the Federal Reserve note and US dollar. Now, is this because he wants to keep the central bank the way it is and he wants everyone to use the Federal Reserve note? No. What he's doing is he's making sure that the United States has the upper hand moving forward. He's making sure that we still are the reserve currency of the world. Now, this doesn't mean that it's still going to be linked to the Federal Reserve. What it means moving forward is that he's going to detach us from the Federal Reserve, but everyone's still going to be holding these blips. And later on, what's going to happen is that this will be transitioned into a US dollar, and which means we will no longer have the Federal Reserve. And I think this is why Trump now is putting his man in place. And yes, is he going to have to make deals? Is he going to have to work with the corrupt Senate the way we have it today? Absolutely. But again, he's looking at the bigger picture. He's looking at this from this point going down the road. He knows he needs his man washed inside. He knows he needs him to start working. He knows he needs him to start restructuring and setting everything up the way he wants it, especially bringing down the interest rates. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's just talk about how Trump now across the world is now shifting everything the deep state and central bankers are trying to do, where they're trying to push everyone away from the Federal Reserve note. You can see at this point in time, he's pushing, especially the Middle Eastern countries, even Russia now, maybe even China, back to the Federal Reserve note. BBC Letter on X put this out and said, U.S. dollar transactions are rising amid the Iran war. The U.S. dollar's share of international payment via SWIFT rose 1.9 points in March to a record 51.1%. Since 2022, this percentage has risen 13 points. By comparison, the euro represents 21% of SWIFT payments, followed by the British pound, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan, and Canadian dollar. The U.S. dollar also covers 89% of all FX trades and 61% of foreign currency debt issuance. Beyond that, it represents 57% of global currency reserves, excluding gold, and 54% of all exporting invoicing worldwide. The world is using more US dollars than ever. And Trump, he had to do this because remember, he needs to reverse everything the deep state players were trying to do. And this is what he's doing across the world. And you can see that it is definitely working. Now, what's very interesting is, like we just mentioned before, as the blue states continually push the agenda of the Green New Scam and what the central bank wants, they're going to be losing businesses. They're going to be losing the people living in their states. And they're going to be moving out of those states and moving to other locations. And what's very interesting about all of this is that at least 10 blue states, they're now pushing a wealth exit tax. So basically, if you decide that you don't want to live there anymore, they're saying, well, if you're going to leave our state right now, we're going to charge you for leaving the state, which means they're in trouble. They're trying to collect the last bit of wealth from you as you exit their state. Peter Sagan, PhD, put this out and said, here come the blue state exit taxes. In case you're stuck in a blue state handing half your money to Somali learning centers, they're now coming for the other half. Wall Street Maverick responded to this and said, 10 blue states are pushing wealth tax and exit taxes to squeeze every drop from taxpayers so no learning center goes without. And that's absolutely true. Because remember, if you don't have your tax base and everyone's leaving, businesses are leaving, what do you have left? Nothing. All you have left is the money laundering. There's no one there to pick up the tab. And this is a big problem for them, especially as federal funds are being cut off. So let's see, you're losing businesses, you're losing your tax base, you're losing federal funds. So if people decide to leave, this is another way just to squeeze some more out of you so they can keep their operation working. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that when we look at California, for example, and they have this billionaire tax, on page 26 in this proposal, it explains how the state legislature can convert from a billionaire tax to an everyone tax without voter approval. They can also adjust the tax to be yearly tax, not just a one-time, again, without your approval. Intelligence test for you, if this was meant to just target billionaires, why did they write this? Because again, they're using the same exact strategy as the central bank system. It's the same trick that they've used over and over and over. And you can see at this point in time, nobody is buying this whatsoever. Hopefully the people out in California actually see this. Hope people are pointing this out, saying, look, this is a trap once again. We already went through this. Did you know a popular looks maxing streamer said Gavin Newsom would beat J.D. Vance in the 2020 election because Vance was overweight and Gavin was better looking? Then Vance showed up to a recent interview looking completely transformed. Just weeks after the comment, everyone's pointing to GLP-1 type of drug, the same type of weight loss drug that 31 million Americans are on. But here's the thing. You don't need a prescription or a needle to get those results. This is why I'm obsessed with the particular GLP-1 supplement instead of a pharmaceutical override. It uses plant-based clinical studied ingredients like metabolate to help my body naturally boost its own hunger controlling signals. I get the same fullness and fewer cravings without the prescriptions, needles, or the growing list of side effects making headlines. It supports my weight management while protecting my metabolism so I can keep the results for good. To kick off spring, get 51% off only at trimwithx22.com. Every order comes with free VIP coaching for life, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free implementing an exit tax. And that, once again, that is trimwithx22.com, or just click the link in the description. Going back to 1913, why are you going to do this again? Look, everyone's leaving the state. Businesses are leaving. People are leaving. They're implementing an exit tax, and now you're believing that they're only going after the billionaires? Actually, isn't this what they want to do to the nation? Let's tax the wealthy? Again, this is another trick by the deep state, by the central bankers, and they keep using it over and over and over. And I don't think at this point in time anyone's really buying this. But think about it. Since Trump is decentralizing the oil across the globe and pretty much setting everything up to actually restructure the Federal Reserve and to remove the Federal Reserve in the end, and again, he has his man getting ready to get into that position. Trump, he has to mitigate what is happening out in Iran until everything's said and done. Because you have to remember, to control the oil across the world, when they set up the petrodollar system, what did they have to do? They had to make sure that we didn't drill in the United States. So there was, everyone had, they put into place sacred land. You can't drill here because we got to save, the small little fish or the turtles or the ants that are crossing the road, anything like that. Then they basically made sure that no one got oil from Venezuela. They made it into a criminal country, and they actually created the cartels, the gang members, and they use that across the globe to supply the oil to China. Why would they supply the oil to China? Because again, they needed cheap energy to actually produce the products. Because again, where was everything moving in the end? To China. Russia, they had to place sanctions on Russia. Why? To stop the oil flow. And this is what they did. To control the price out in the Middle East, they needed the fear tax. They needed to control what ships went in and out, how much they paid, and this they used to control the world's oil prices. Trump now is decentralizing all of this. And yes, it's taking a little while because, again, there are certain things that are going on in Iran where they don't want to hand over the nuclear dust because that will implicate Obama and Hillary Clinton because, again, the uranium isotopes can be traced back. But again, in the end, I do believe Trump is going to win. So what is Trump doing at this point to mitigate all this? Number one, he's putting out positive news because, again, news controls the price of oil. And yes, you can see that the deep state players, the central bankers, try to put out bad news via the Iranian proxy army, and Trump actually counters it with good news. And this is going back and forth. And this is why you see the oil prices moving up and down. But the other thing that he decided to do, and Lee Zeldin explains, he says the Trump EPA just unleashed cheaper E10 fuel, resulting in more domestic supply and up to 25 cents a gallon savings. 3,000 plus stations are ready to go, but New York, California, Maryland, Virginia are bizarrely blocking it for their residents. This makes absolutely 0 sense. Let Americans buy gas at less cost. So there's a lot of people out there saying, oh, the E10 fuel, which is 10% of ethanol, that's going to destroy your car. This is why it shouldn't be allowed. But we know why California, New York, Maryland, Virginia, we know why they're blocking this. Because again, they don't want to show that, hey, look, Trump was able to lower the gas prices. They want to keep the gas prices high because, again, their entire mission is to do what? To bring everyone into the Green New Scam, and they want to convince everyone, look, fuel prices are high because of Trump. But again, in the end, I don't think it's going to work. But like we said before, the E10 fuel, it will not damage the vast majority of cars on the roadway. It's been the standard gasoline blend sold across most of the U.S. for over a decade, and virtually all vehicles manufactured since the early 2000s are fully compatible with it and approved by manufacturers and the EPA. So modern cars, 2000 and newer, they are safe for ethanol. They have no problems. The fuel lines, the injectors, the seals, basically they're all designed to handle this. Now, cars that are older, yes, they might have a problem. They might have a problem with rubber, plastic seals, gaskets, fuel lines, because again, they were not built for this. So once again, you can see they're going to try to use this type of narrative to make you believe that there's something wrong. Now, if you look at lawnmowers, boats, chainsaws, motorcycles, and generators, yes, they're more prone to the problems. But for everyday use in automobiles that are $2,000 or later, and I think most of the people have cars now that are $2,000 or later, this is not a problem. But again, you can see why the deep state players are going to try to push this, as hard as they possibly can. Now, does this get the best gas mileage compared to pure gasoline? No, it's a little bit less. But again, I think for most people today, because the cars are very, very energy efficient, I don't think people are going to really notice it that much. I don't think people have noticed it at this point, if you really think about it. But you can see why they're pushing back and pushing back very, very hard. And it looks like Trump, he is now putting his man inside the Federal Reserve, and that is Kevin Warsh. And what's very interesting is that the Justice Department dropped its criminal investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. And everyone's going, oh my God, we're not going to find out if he's a criminal. This is ridiculous. What's going on here? Well, it looks like he made a little bit of a deal with Senator Tom Tillis because he vowed to block Trump's Fed Chair confirmation until the Justice Department dropped its investigation into Powell. Because again, why is he so concerned about the investigation into Powell? Because the deep state players, the central bankers, they have people in the Senate, people in the House to protect them. And it looks like Tillis is one of those people. Because again, if there's an investigation, people are going to find out that, hey, maybe Powell was skimming off the top. There was a lot of money laundering going on, and people are going to ask a lot of questions. So is the investigation completely halted? No. U.S. Attorney Pirro explains. This morning, the Inspector General for the Federal Reserve has been asked to scrutinize the building cost overruns and the billions of dollars that have been borne by taxpayers. The IG has the authority to hold the Federal Reserve accountable to American taxpayers. I expect a comprehensive report in short order, and I'm confident the outcome will assist in resolving, once and for all, the question that led this office to issue subpoenas. Accordingly, I have directed my office to close our investigation as the IG undertakes this inquiry. Note, however, that I will not hesitate to restart a criminal investigation should the facts warrant doing so. And once again, instead of having the DOJ looking into this, they're having the IG. Now, the IG, yes, might manipulate, they might fake it, but I think Pirro is on top of this. And if she doesn't like what she gets, I do believe that they'll be investigating. Now, think about this. Once Warsh is confirmed and the IG releases the report, Pirro reviews it, maybe she takes a couple of weeks, a month, or whatever, and says, you know something, I don't like this, I want to look into this. All of a sudden, she can go back in and really do an investigation. But we have to see what is the IG actually going to give and what's going to happen with this. But I do believe a lot of information is going to be coming out. We're going to find out where a lot of the money has gone. And I think Powell's going to be in trouble pretty much no matter what. But in the end, Trump is going to get his man inside. And I think Trump wants to get him in sooner than later because, again, the clock is ticking and he needs interest rates to come way, way down to actually push the economy into the stratosphere. And Warsh needs to start looking into the entire Federal Reserve. Remember, there's tens of thousands of PhDs within the Federal Reserve. So he has a lot of work ahead of him because you have to remember these agencies, they've been corrupt for a very, very long time. And you have to remember, the Federal Reserve is a private corporation. So this is going to be very, very interesting moving forward. And Trump is letting everyone know that, listen, we need the tariff system. We need the tariff system because, once again, I'm building a parallel economic system to compete against the Federal Reserve, to compete against this system. And basically letting everyone know that the Supreme Court was completely wrong in their ruling. He put this out on Truth. He said the following: people and companies that have taken advantage of our country for decades because of the horrible and ridiculous United States Supreme Court decision on tariffs are now supposed to be given back $159 billion. All they had to do was one little half sentence, that the United States does not have to pay back monies that were already paid, and our country would be $159 billion richer. That's more than most countries are worth. Think of it. Just one half sentence, and we would have saved $159 billion. Couldn't they have done that for our nation? President DJT. And they could have. But I do believe Trump, at this point in time, he got what he needed from the Supreme Court. He got the dissent. He got the path. And yes, he's showing the people of this country, look, the Supreme Court, the deep state players, the central bankers, they are not for this country. They're actually working as hard as they possibly can against what he's trying to do. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to do what other presidents have done in the past. If you look at Andrew Jackson, if you look at McKinley, if you look at Abraham Lincoln, they all went up against the private central bank system. And basically, they were all attacked one way or another. Most of them had assassination attempts. Some of them were assassinated. Trump is doing the same exact thing. And you can see every single step of the way. What are they trying to do? They're trying to assassinate him because they know where all this is going. They know that his entire mission is to remove the central bank system. And think about what happens when the central bank system is removed. The entire system that they created falls apart. They know this. They lose control over the world, over this country. And this is something they don't want to give up. The entire economic system, the way we know it today, is about to change big time. And it's going to change in a way that no one could ever imagine, because you have to remember, you got to go back, way back in time, to when we had a period of time where we didn't have the central bank system. And when we didn't have a central bank system, the money held its value. And the economy in this country did very, very well. The economy and the country was very, very wealthy. And I do believe once people start to see this, once people start to experience this, they're going to understand how bad the central bank system is. You see, when you're in their system, it's very hard to see how bad it is until you're outside of their system. And once Trump gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be outside of the central bank system, where we're dependent, and when I say outside of the central bank system, I mean you're not paying income tax. I mean the tariff system is paying for those taxes, that the tariff system is paying for government. And Trump is paying back the Federal Reserve and actually giving the currency back its value. This is when people are going to start to realize how bad the central bank is, because when you're in the monkey house, you really don't see that you're in the monkey house. When you're outside of the monkey house, you can see it very, very clearly. And I do believe once people see this, and this is something the central bank doesn't want people to see, once you see it, you're going to understand it. It's almost like Neo stepping outside of the Matrix and seeing the Matrix from the outside. It was very, very easy to see. You could understand it a lot better. The same thing is going to happen with the private Western central bank system. People are going to understand it a lot better and what it was and how it kept you enslaved. And soon the central bank is going to cease to exist the way we know it today. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Hello, truth seekers. So, that was the X22 financial report. Dave is hitting it out of the park as per usual. The central bankers are feeling a lot of pressure with the Federal Reserve System. Jerome's Paul, his investigation, I'm just letting you guys know, it's not going away. Janine Pirro may have dropped it for now or paused it, but I can guarantee that they're going to continue forward. We'll see what happens after Kevin Warsh gets through this hurdle. It looks like some strategic moves are being made. I want to welcome to the stage, we have Lucia, Karen, Sam joining us. The floor is open, guys. Grab a coffee, grab a tea. We have Dr. Kirk Elliott coming up next with LT's report, and this is the Sunday night financial report, so we're going to be hearing from a financial expert on what's going on in the economy. That's coming up next. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Nobody want to chime in? Are you guys ready for the next stream?
Yes, sir. I thought it was just me for a minute till you said something. Yes, sir, we're ready.
Yes, we are. We're here. That was a great report, researcher. I need to start taking notes because there's so much, you know, with
usually try to leave the panel open for a little bit for post commentary after the streams in case anything stood out to you guys that you want to discuss before we move on.
Hi, researcher. I think the Fed has to go. In the last report, they mentioned spotlights, which is quite interesting. Why that's an expanding. That appears to be a way of shoring up the US dollar's use and creating more stability. The Fed is a private banking cartel that's been in place now for 113 years. Its product, which they can produce out of thin air, has been compounding that whole time. Like you said, that was the introduction of income tax. Originally for the billionaires, equivalents. Now it's a major form of slavery, in our countries. That tax repayment. I'm not sure whether we can replace it all without having a smaller government. But there's no question in my mind that the financial system is being re-engineered, and I will not cry a tear to see the Federal Reserve and its thousands of PhD economists out of work. So to bring back the creation of the currency into the control of government and treasury. I think that is the direction that the Trump administration is taking it. I think that's a positive one. I was just looking up. Gold has been non-monetary gold has been quite a heavy U.S. export over the last 5-6 months. And so it appears that gold is already becoming more of a. So basically, in the global system, the two major reserves are denominated in U.S. treasuries and gold, which is really the main competitor. And that gold is becoming the BRICS. The way that they've got around the US sanctions. Interesting stuff. There's big moves in play. But one thing I'm not hearing is the impacts of the loss of the energy out of the Strait of Hormuz. That strait is still closed. And on Japanese TV, they were live streaming.
Just real quick on Dr. Paul before you go to the Japanese TV. The Strait of Hormuz, I wasn't really too clear on how the blockade is being enforced. From what I'm now understanding, right, it's the U.S. blockade is on Iranian ports. So any ships going to or from Iranian ports, that's what the U.S. Navy is blocking. Now, let's shift to the IRGC. They're indiscriminately attacking any ships in the strait. So, when you say the strait is still blocked, there are still some definite issues that are preventing free transit through the strait. But there's an economic pressure that is now being put on Iran because they cannot export oil. and that is the major, I think, impact of the U.S. blockade. The U.S. blockade is, they're allowing other ships that are not going to Iranian ports to pass through the strait. And that's just a little bit on that before you go to what's going on in Japan. But I wanted to just add that for the audience. But Dr. Paul, back to you, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, look, there are two blockades as I understand it. There's the one imposed outside the Strait of Hormuz by the U.S. military, the Navy, and the one that is effectively been created by the fear of attack by Iranian forces in the Strait. And the fact that the only way to pass through the what's happening is just to count the traffic. Is the traffic flowing? And it's still at 10% or less of what it was. The numbers are still very low. 10 ships at it's been the last 7 weeks now, versus previously 100, 110. So the strait is effectively closed. It's not completely closed. And obviously the Iranians make it, traffic is being interdicted in the Hudson Straits. But ships are not moving freely because they're not feeling safe, I presume. And the recent look, the bottom line is that a lot of countries like Australia, like Japan, and like most of Asia, rely on this ocean-borne energy. It's sort of like a floating pipeline, and that pipeline has effectively been cut by about 90% now for many weeks, and it's like a floating pipeline which has was still flowing even though the source had been cut off, but the air pocket in its supply is only now starting to hit, and that's why I think the Japanese, basically the US supplies from the west coast is what has saved Australia from already crumbling into a heap. And that's why the Japanese TV was live streaming a single tanker coming in from the west coast of the US. All our ocean-borne nations are stuck. All Iran has to do is survive and maintain closure of the strait, because ordinary shipping is afraid to travel, and we will crater the global economy. We will introduce a massive global famine, the likes of which will be biblical. Michael was talking about giga famine, so a billion people cut multi-billion losses coming within the next year. Because remember, again, there's still food and there's still harvest coming through from the supplies that were already here or in transit here before the interruption. That's what 1, 2, 3, the coming to collapses. They won't be able to take over strong lines. You can't print perfect. Although the US does produce the lines, and it does produce a lot of what it needs. It doesn't, so it's relatively secure. But West, and especially rely on shipborne energy, we're very vulnerable, and we're hanging on by a thread, and whether or not they realize it or not. And to me, that's the biggest story. And the fact that that hasn't been mentioned shows me there's this massive blind spot in play. But if what I'm saying is right, and I follow people like Luke Groman, you get a very different perspective of what's going on and or what's important. I think Jamaica, that's just my really part of. And the caveat that I haven't heard anyone mention is that Iran is not water. It's not an island. It's connected by land to the European and Asian continents. So it has rail lines that go to China. It can export its oil over land, which sort of has been ignored. And even if they don't export any more oil, if they can just keep the strait closed just a little bit longer, even what they've done, I think, is enough to change the total geopolitical landscape. And I haven't heard anyone talking about it. So either my analysis is wrong, but this 20% reduction in global energy, and energy is the economy, energy is food. You can't cut 20% from a debt-based monetary system and expect that it's going to survive. It won't. It's all coming down. It's all coming down, and it's coming down with extreme prejudice. But the good thing about all this is all the complexity, all the taxation, all the deep state, all the bureaucracy, that requires excess energy that we won't have. We don't have and we won't have. So at the other end of this, we're going to have a different world, where a lot of the stuff that we're railing against simply won't exist because we won't be able to afford it. We'll have to have a simpler economy and simpler society. Now, where could I be wrong? Some sort of AI miracle. But I think the real miracle is going to be just in population reduction. And I think that's what the elites want. In that process that we've come to accept in terms of financial system is going to be rebuilt. And it will be more, it will all be like Elon Musk said, AI might be able to replace it, will make currency meaningless, but there will still be constraints based around energy and materials, which is so gold, silver, oil, and Bitcoin are proxies for energy and materials, if you like. They're just the liquid ones. So that's my rant. I'll drop it there and see if anyone wants to buy it.
Yeah, I'll bite. I think there's plenty of energy out here. They haven't used it yet. They know about it, but it would destroy our oil-based economy. They've got energy. That's not the point that concerns me. The point is these car companies are plugging in when your car listens to you. It decides whether you can drive or not. Anybody can sit and watch you in your car. That kind of world that we might possibly stumble into. That's what worries me. And I land.
Karen, can I ask you, where's the energy coming? Where is this energy?
Just little things that I hear about the mineral. I can't remember with the anti-gravity mineral that they have. If they wanted to, they could do a lot more with solar. There's atomic energy, but then there's another kind of energy where they could put it just, it starts with a T. And they say they can make them small enough to fit inside a car. Very safe.
Foreign reactors. Yeah, none of this is going to arrive in time. And none of it will feed us. One of the differences with the US derived crude and distillates is that it doesn't replace helium and sulfur and nitrates. Although the US has enough for itself, and Russia has fertilizer, nitrates, but they're already hoarding it for their own use. Solar panels is not going to drive our diesel. It's not going to drive our mining. It's not going to drive our farming, and neither will nuclear, actually. And all of this will happen after the massive loss of life I'm talking about. They'll probably reveal the mass gravity and and free energy, thorium, and all the fusion, all sorts of things. And it's not going to come in time because that's not how our current world is. That's for the future, and what I'm talking about is coming within the next year. It'll be obvious to everyone. So that's the same with our politicians. They talk about net zero and solar and windmills, and now they're beginning to realize, hang on, we've invested all this stuff in that, but it won't keep the lorries running to deliver the food from the plants. It won't keep the mining going. We will starve long before they get the thorium up and running, even if they could start building now. So, that's my rebuttal there. Sorry, Richard.
No, it's okay. I kind of wanted to tap in. Dr. Paul is speaking from, Australia, guys. So, the dynamics as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz and how that is affecting energy across the world is kind of what I want to bring to the forefront, right, Dr. Paul? Because I think everybody, or most persons in the room, are kind of looking at it from the perspective of the United States, and where the U.S. is concerned with their energy policies currently at the moment. Dr. Paul, they're solid, right? And Trump just invoked the Defense Production Act last week, right? So,
I agree. I think the U.S. Will be the last man standing because you do have enough resources. But in terms of replacing the 12 million barrels a day that has been lost, and not to mention half of Russia's refining capacity has been damaged and taken offline by attacks over the last few years. America is a net importer of crude oil. It's not a net exporter. It's a net exporter of distillates, which is, like I say, what was on the ships that have saved our bacon until recently, and that's what's coming into the harbour in Japan. But it's not an excess of crude oil. That's the importance of the strait. Most of the seaborne crude, those 12 million barrels a day, that's 20% of global energy. Fossil energy that's been reduced 90%. So that's what I need to hear addressed. And I know Trump is talking about how we're going to export to the world. Yes, they can export their surplus refined product, U.S. Still is a net importer of crude.
Yeah, that may be true. I mean, I'm not even gonna dispute that right now. From what I'm seeing, is that the energy sector is going through some overhauls. You know, refineries are being built, stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that are gonna change as it relates to the U.S. energy sector in the next few years. I mean, even recently, the start of this year, we saw Maduro got taken out. What happened? Venezuela's oil production started to go up. Deals were made between the U.S. and Venezuela, right? Now they're taking in some of Venezuela's oil, right? As you said, they're importing it, right? So, you know, these relationships and these deals and these dynamics, you know, all of these things that are happening right now, we kind of need to pay attention to it, definitely. But, you know, I want to go back to something you mentioned, Dr. Paul, because it's like the global impact of, you know, history of global the energy sector worldwide can't be overstated, right? So we know that the U.S. is not dependent on the oil coming from the strait, right? They're not, you know, they don't need the oil that's passing through that particular. They can survive without it. However, what about the other countries that are being economically affected, right? Their energy sector is being affected right now. Their oil prices are going through the roof right now because of the chokehold in the strait. So, you know, that's kind of what I want to just for persons to take into consideration as well. You know, Dr. Paul, you had a lot of great points there. I will say that, you know, to kind of close, I'll say this, right? We saw the negotiations kind of falter, right? You know, there was a tit for tat, and we're seeing, you know, almost like the same delay strategy that happened when they were thinking about the whole nukes, right? And then we saw what happened, the operation of the B-2 bombers and Isfahan, Natanz, Fordo got taken out, right? Their nuclear enrichment facilities. Now, what happened before this craziness in the strait? Well, Trump told the Iranian regime, hold them on the strait. Those were the dynamics before a U.S. naval blockade was implemented. So before the U.S. went there, and this I think is key for all the persons to kind of look at the dynamics and the players on the board. Because remember, Dr. Bond, this is something a lot of people overlook. The British, let me rephrase, the global criminal syndicate through the British proxies and central bankers have controlled the Middle Eastern region for quite some time, and they've benefited from it, right? One of the hidden mechanisms, and some of you have maybe heard me, probably heard me talk about this before, is the insurance company, Lloyd's of London, that used to provide premiums on ships past strait. Well, here's the kicker, Dr. Bob. The central bankers benefit from terror in the region. The central bankers benefit from terror in the Middle Eastern region. Okay, researcher, what are you talking about? Make this make sense? Well, we know that they installed this radical regime in Iran 47 years ago. Like, even before that, the CIA and the MI6 were hard at work there, right? No, the radical regime is installed. The Strait of Hormuz becomes a choke point for terrorists who can threaten transshipments passing through this key economic waterway. So now you have a dynamic where they're funding the terror groups. Remember, Obama had them passed to Iran, right? This is a criminal syndicate, whether it's elements or the operatives course, Obama is one of them too, right? But I'm bringing him into the picture to how the deep state, the global criminal syndicate, has propped up Iran, so this regime, and created terror in the region. Remember how people usually talk about the destabilization of the Middle Eastern region? Well, this is what we're talking about. Why is that being done? Well, one of the reasons we're learning is because if you have terrorists in the region, then guess what? Lloyd's of London can charge higher insurance premiums. They can control the oil passing through the stream. They can control the dynamics, the geopolitical dynamics in the region by having these terrorist proxy groups that they're all funding, by the way, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, right? All Iranian proxies, right? And then we realize who is benefiting from this terror in the region. Who is benefiting? Well, if you don't have terrorists creating chaos, you don't need to charge high insurance premiums.
I beg to disagree with you. I just think it's because because the energy is so vital to our economies and our way of life and our leaders. Having the damage to Gulf infrastructure, taking Iran and so much of the oil, the seaborne roads, so much of that does transit through that choke point. I just think it is, I think we're talking, this is the great reason. This is the thing that will bring the global populations to fear. I don't know who's going to come out. I think you're right. America is well insulated, and especially with the Venezuelan supplies now. And they have help. The shipments to people don't have the lifeline. I think is why everything looks normal on the outside. I see dead boats going around. The shops are still full of food, but nothing yet is hit. What I'm saying is I believe that the consequences to the air pocket in energy is about because the consequences to that outside of America, perhaps outside of Russia, it's going to be difficult. That's my answer. And I'd like to be wrong about that, but that's fine. That's how I see it. All the efforts may be true, but on this, how much passing through the strait, and even if it restarts now, I think the financial consequences and the economic consequences are baked in the cake already from the damage that's been done with the disruption that's already happened. Now, could I be wrong? I really do. Wrong, because I'm speaking really popular stuff. Maybe I should take the US.
You are speaking about militant stuff, but look at it from this perspective, right? The only nation right now that has truly suffered unrecoverable damage, for a certain period of years is Iran. Every other nation that's been economically blackmailed by what the IRGC is doing, right? They can recover much quicker. So my takeaway point here is to reflect on what I was saying earlier. Donald Trump said to the Iranian regime in the negotiations, remember what happened? He told them, open up the strait, have it recognized as an international waterway. Let all the ships pass through freely, but the RGC didn't want to do that. And we're seeing though that they've shown their hand. Even after the US naval blockade, even after the economic damage that they're suffering right now, after the military and naval damage, right? They're still playing tough guy. Why? Delay, delay, delay. This is the strategy of the deep state, the criminal syndicate. What are they trying to do, Dr. Paul? They're trying to wait Trump out. So, hold on. Give me 1 second, right? So, in addition to that, remember, the criminal syndicate who's controlling the terrorist regime in Iran and dictating to them, right? They're playing tough guy to the United States. They don't want to back off their stance, right? It looks like the hardliners are in control based off of the negotiations we have. Another aircraft carrier headed to the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, Dr. Paul, that's what's going on. I actually predict an escalation in military activity in the region because of what Iran is doing right now. Or, I don't say Iran, but the terrorist regime in control of Iran, right? And they're jerking around with the negotiations. They are the ones that don't want to open up the street. So,
of course not. What they have to do is survive.
Yeah, but
They just have to survive and keep the strait closed for their one. And my point is, they've had 7, 8 weeks, and the Navy hasn't been able to the forces have been named. The bases have been made uninhabitable. The radar facilities have all been blown up, killings. They dare not bring their carriers too close to the strait for being in danger Iranian missiles. See, to me, it's not a great victory. It appears to me that the Western America has already lost.
Dr. Paul, that's nonsense.
Yeah.
They actually got air superiority in this operation within the first 2 weeks. Complete air superiority.
Yeah, but it
The Iranian.
doesn't matter.
Dr. Paul, that narrative is nonsense, I'm telling you. The Iranian Navy is no longer in the same, it doesn't exist in the same form that it does. Right? They have, let me tell you what they're doing right now. They're sending out small speedboats, mining the strait. They're using guerrilla warfare tactics. Their resources have been, their ballistic missiles production facilities have been dismantled. They're digging up missiles from the rubble. They literally can't produce anymore. So what's going on right now is they're working with the economic angle. Their plan is to try to delay. But let's just play this out though. Let's really play this out. Game theory style. I'll pass the mic to you, Rob, because I see you want to chime in, right? But let's play this out game theory style. If they continue in this trajectory, right? If the Iranian regime continues with this trajectory, what's going to happen to them? They are the ones suffering the most economic damage. $300+ million per day, right? They're not able to export oil, so they're shooting themselves in the foot. Meanwhile, it looks like there's more uprisings in Iran. So you have different factions now who are vying for power because there's a power vacuum. So Ayatollah, who was appointed, hasn't been seen in public. The narrative that the Iranian regime can win this is totally The only thing they're doing right now is they're being propped up by the criminal syndicate who is telling them to delay, which is why the negotiations keep stalling. Right? So I understand that point, and I understand the fear of, let's call it, the economic impact on the countries all over the world that rely on the oil passing through the strait. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is to show you guys that the Iranian regime is up to no good. So let me tell you right now, we have another aircraft carrier headed to the strait. We have complete, the U.S. military has complete air superiority. Right? Their small, fast ships, that's going to be taken care of. The mines in the strait, that's going to be addressed because President Trump has now sent out the order to demine the strait. And, and that's another thing. We heard about the mines and we weren't too sure about the reports of the mines in the strait. When I checked it out days ago, the only thing I could find was like there were reports of 12 mines in the strait. And I'm like, 12 mines? Are you freaking kidding me? There's got to be more than that if they're making a big deal about this. But no, we don't actually know the dynamics. So, we need intel to check that out. So, no, we're hearing about an operation to sweep the mines in the strait. And we're hearing about small, fast boats that the Iranians are using to put mines in the strait. Terrorism. So,
I don't disagree. I can agree with you completely that America is probably corrupt and taking out massive amounts of its infrastructure. But they still have missiles. They still have means to harass and stop shipping. And if America and its coalition can't get that open, every day we're marching to consequences. And I think we've already passed the threshold.
I agree.
And so they've already got, even if they get another aircraft carrier there, I mean, you notice they're not in straight of balloons. They're way back because they fear the Iranian range missiles. And they've been shown to be very accurate. And I'll just flash back to Vietnam. Vietnam, America knocked the crap out of Vietnam. They used multiples of the whole World War II arsenal on that country. And they prevailed just because they prevailed. So just having air cover, having aircraft carriers, the nature of war has changed. You've got the capacity to make drones and to make missiles. You can hold the value, something that for 500 years was the major instrument of imperial power. And I think that's all. Sorry, Mark, you want to chime in? There's only one question. Is this going forward? And it's effectively so all that force, all that is superiority hasn't translated maybe to the one metric that you can track that has really, and until you show me that, everything else is just, who knows, it's probably.
Well, no, I agree with that. Dr. Paul, hold on. Well, all right, Karen, before you go, I just want to say this, right? Dr. Paul, I agree with your sentiment, but it's like, well, if it plays out this way, this is what's going to happen. And I agree with that. But I honestly don't think that that's the trajectory that we're going towards, right? You're seeing right now a display of military force, right, to put this Iranian regime into submission. It's more than just about the Strait, right? It's more than just about the terror proxies. There's a lot of dynamics happening right here. There are even, you could say economic chess moves being made. You heard Rob mention the Strait of Malacca. China, right? This is the key point, right? 80% of China's oil passes through that strait. I know the U.S. military signed a defense partnership with Indonesia, right? So what's happening right now? I'm letting you guys know that the Trump administration doesn't want to economically strangle the world's oil, but they are putting their forces in key positions to monitor what's going on with Eastern shipments, right? So why would they want to control the Strait of Malacca? Well, you heard what Rob just said. The news about the ship that was trying to pass through the blockade, and this is going to an Iranian port, by the way. And when they boarded the ship, what did they find? They found chemicals used in the production of ballistic missiles, right? Now, I don't know the state of their production facilities. I think most of them have been targeted. We saw like 13,000 targets got hit, right? Military targets, right? So, I don't think that they have the same capability to manufacture and produce the ballistic missiles at the same level they used to. They probably may be able to pump out a few, right? I don't know, the intel is like on the ground. But you're right, Dr. Paul, they are still able to control and threaten the strait at the moment. But that dynamic is not going to be the status quo forever. Trump is not going to keep a U.S. naval blockade in the Middle East forever. At some point, the buck's gonna fall.
Can I
see? Yeah.
Can I just make a point about this is that what's on the US and China, and so the control over the aperture points, and you'll notice that the tankers are panicking last week in China is the one. So this is in a sense a proxy war, America versus China. And it's a problem because America sources its military army and components from China. And yes, they fucked up. And so now, that's quite rightly the defense industry, the defense production, to even take carbackers and start getting them to make military weapons a la World War II. But basically, the American military, a lot of the components are made in China. And this is really the tangle. Iran is, in a sense, sitting in between. And once if the Americans start to stop oil getting to China, this is going to get bad. It's going to get very bad very fast. And I've heard the ceasefire was because they were just going through hard to replace, slow to replace armaments at such a fast rate. And that's why the ceasefire happened. So think of this as a proxy war with China, and look at the ships that have been getting through on the list. I know the Americans and the Iranians, I think it's largely Chinese. And this out of that supply chain.
Well, what's happening right now in the United States is that China is being cut out of the supply chain, right? And the defense production is a signal. I mean, there's even other stuff because we've got to go to Dr. Kirkhill report next with Karen. You wanted to chime in, so let's go to Karen, and then we'll take some more comments if we have any, and then we'll get to the stream. Karen, sorry about the hold on.
Okay, the longer we sit there, the less loss of life, although there is life loss right now in Iran, but a lot less than if we have to bomb them. The longer we sit there, the more we starve out China. So just sitting there isn't a bad thing either way. What Putin said a while back, he warned the bankers very strongly, and he says all these extra money, he didn't use that word, but all this extra money you're making off this gas right now, you better be paying off your debts. Use the money to pay off the debt. He was very strong about that, as Putin said, because they've been hyper inflating the gas prices on us that they don't need to do, but they make extra oodles of money doing it. And another thing I want to agree with you, Doctor, I'm more concerned about what they're spraying in the air, on the ground, for our crops. Because, yeah, if they stop us from growing things, everybody's going to get hungry. And I land.
Well, there's many different ways that the deep state is targeting us, and what I would like to add for you guys is another perspective, right? And Dr. Paul, you mentioned proxy war with China, right? So here's how I would phrase it. Look at this war as the Trump administration, Trump taking on the global criminal syndicate directly. They enabled and funded, they propped up Maduro in Venezuela. They propped up the Cuba communist regime. They propped up Iran. They propped up China's manufacturing industry. Yeah, the criminal syndicate, the deep state, propped all of that up. And when you look at the moves that Trump is making right now, you see a complete reversal and dismantle their system. Step by step, they lose power, they lose control. Now, of course, we know the Middle East is very special to the criminal syndicate. They had a lot of things going on over there, right? So when Lloyd's of London pulls the premiums for the first time ever in history, that should show you just how much they're trying to create leverage for Iran, for the Iranian regime. Right? What means our allies aren't helping. They're in line. They're in line, or I should say the leaders of some of these NATO countries are in line with this agenda. Oh, we'll wait till Trump finishes up the straight bullshit. They're just delaying. They don't want to give a helping hand. They want to drag this all out. They are working with the delay strategy of the Iranian regime. Almost like they're coordinating together. Why am I pointing all of this out? You see, guys, the real war is not Trump versus China or Trump versus Iran. The real war is Trump versus the criminal syndicate. That's what's going on. We're seeing him take it to the global stage. You saw it in 2020, the start of this year. Right? So when we think about what's happening in Iran right now, yeah, there are many dimensions to it. Right? The economic aspect, the pressure on China, the pressure on the criminal syndicates, Middle Eastern charade, right? The pressure on the terrorist proxy groups. I mean, think about this. We're talking about the president of peace, and now we have a military operation going on, large-scale combat operations, right? No joke, right? But what is the end goal? Abraham Accords. Think about all of the Gulf states who have now aligned against Iran. Iran is isolated. On the world stage, they need to negotiate very fast, or else something's going to happen. We're talking more military operations, and you know Trump is not going to play. So, to close, and I will reiterate some of Dr. Paul's points, because Dr. Paul, he has some great points, right? This is the threat of that key economic waterway being held hostage. This is the threat, right? The entire world can be put into an energy, shock. So, do we want to allow a terrorist regime to have control over that particular key waterway? No. Well, that's not wise, especially with their current activity that's going on right now. So, I definitely hope that this, wraps up sooner rather than later. Because even though some of us are looking at this from the perspective of the United States and what's happening in America, other cultures are being severely affected by what's happening. And with that point, I'll close so that everybody kind of understands the dynamics of the importance of the region and why this situation needs to be resolved as soon as possible. So we'll see how it plays out. But stay positive, guys. Right? We know what some of the goals are and some of the objectives are. Right? We have their messages on the record stating to us what they want. Right? Trump told you guys that, hey, the Iranian regime just needs to recognize this as an international waterway. And they didn't want to do that. And here we are. So how can it play out? Your guess is as good as mine, right? We're going to see, right? I'll keep you guys up to date with the news and stuff. As you can see, I posted an article at the top about the currency swap lines, which I kind of wanted to get into, but we were having such a good discussion about the many different aspects here, right? So I'll mention this, right? The currency swap lines essentially is going to provide somewhat of a cushion to some of the Gulf states, right? It says here, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed that many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war. There it is, Dr. Paul, right? So this is the purpose. This is what's going on with the currency swap lines, right? And to Dr. Paul's point again, it's not only the Gulf states that are being financially affected, right? When your energy sector is affected, it messes with the economy, right? So I'll read a little bit more here. It says, speaking before the Senate on, actually, let me read that part again. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war, including energy shocks and disrupted oil flows. Speaking before the Senate on April 22, 2026, Bessent stated that these swap lines are intended to, quote, maintain order in dollar funding markets and to prevent the sale of U.S. assets in a disorderly way. No. I'm going to pause there. And I'm going to just segue a little bit and remind you guys about Operation Economic Fury. Yeah. And if you haven't heard about that one, Dr. Paul, just look into that, right? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Operation Economic Fury. Basically, a lot of tracking is happening. They're monitoring the money. And they already tracked it back to London, some of it. Can you believe that? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has pretty much confirmed that. So we know who's propping up the Iranian regime, or at least partly where some of the funding is coming, based on the warnings that he's given. So it's going to get very interesting. The central bankers are going to come into focus. 100%. The Bank of International Settlements, they put out a report the other day warning people about, get this, Dr. Paul, stable coin yields. They're saying it's stable. They're competing with the banks. I was having so much fun Thursday talking about it. Those of you guys who missed but yeah, at the central bank of central banks, they're letting us know where they stand. And they don't like the direction of the financial options now available to the people. That says a lot. I'll leave it there. But I agree with you, Dr. Paul. There is a reset happening. The question is who's controlling the reset? This is Research Staff. Drop it tonight.
Yes, there's definitely a reset happening. And the swap lines make a lot of sense. Like the Gulf countries lost income and they relied on their oil revenues. So rather than selling, they don't want massive sales of the treasury bonds. That will cause a spike in interest rates and yields, and that will crater the US economy. So it's in the interest of the US dollar to make the currency swaps. And yes, that will help provide stability and shore up the US dollar. Because that's the danger now, countries that are economically damaged, that aren't getting oil revenues or other revenues because of disruptions, it could be low sales of US treasuries. And that, if the Fed then comes along and buys all, that would destroy the US dollar. And by extension, it will destroy all the fiat currencies. And I think we're on that path already, which is why Bitcoin started to recover, and why gold and silver are starting to recover from its pullback in January. And we see the price of everything starting to. So the shifting of the manufacturing to the US that Trump is doing is a good thing. We need to do it in Australia too. We don't even make sandwiches anymore. So we used to make our own cars. We used to manufacture it. So all of this is very positive. I just worry that the awareness has come a bit late. The dependence on China is still massive. And that's the bear we're poking. So keep your heads on a swivel. Away.
Well, Dr. Paul, you made me laugh when you said they don't make sandwiches anymore. I'm like, oh my God, is it that bad? Produce something.
Economic complexity index, I think we're sort of behind Uganda or something. We used to have our own refineries and self-sufficient for oil. We used to have a manufacturing industry that we made our own cars. Now, we'd be lucky to knock out a few surfboards. So, we're even further down the path. But US is in for a shot. Spirit fought for us capitalist entrepreneurs who, although we live in the arse end of the world, totally reliant on steam for our energy because we got rid of all our refineries. And one of the two remaining refineries caught fire the other week. And one of the stories going around is that there's been a large number of refineries, not just Australia, Romania, Myanmar. Texas got a couple of tons in recent times. What was it, lightning strike, right? and that feeds into the chatter that, this is a controlled demolition that's going to lead to famine. If you're not aware of that story, something obviously odd is happening, and it's not just in Iran, it's not just in the Gulf. It seems to be just like COVID was a globally coordinated. This appears to be a globally coordinated unplugging of energy, and that's probably why I'm so. I'm not mincing words anymore. I think we're in desperate for the key.
Well, you're right. There's some of the countries that have, adopted the crazy globalist policies. Yeah, it's really bad. I agree with you, right? It's just a completely different dynamic in the Americas right now because of the energy policies put in by the Trump administration. So that is kind of where I'll leave it, guys. Remember, we are dealing with a planet with many different regions that are affected by different geopolitical dynamics and economic dynamics. And, sometimes we kind of need to expand our perspective and not just kind of look at things from, whether it be a U.S. point of view. So, Dr. Paul, thank you once again for your share. It certainly was insightful. So, I'll drop the mic.
I was surprised. I found out fertilizer. We just started a new plant in Utah for Zion Park. Out of ash. I didn't know they could make fertilizer out of ash, but that was new and something we hadn't done for a while.
Sounds cool. Sounds cool.
Well, guys, we're going to actually shift gears into Dr. Kirk Elliott's report, and he's going to be talking about precious metals. I see that in the title, so this could be an interesting one. Let's see what's going on. Are you guys ready for the next stream? And I see we also have Lucia joining us on the stage. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Lucia. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, Dr. Mitch. Welcome, everyone. Would anybody like to grab the mic before we start the next one?
Calling Dr. Paul.
Hello, Ben. Welcome to the stage, sir. What's poppin'?
Thank you, Colin. Yeah, I was just reverberating on that. Dr. Paul. Don't understand why they're requiring this very down. But I don't know if they try to go to Canada. Maybe you can answer that. I'm not sure. But I don't know what on an either what the delineation is and to what perspective
Is it me or is it Ben right now?
I don't have an answer about Canada. This is happening in the US, in Romania, this is happening in Burma, recently in Vietnam, the other day. It's really global. I made it suggest that oil is suddenly got a whole lot more combustible because it seems to be blowing up everywhere. So it's a cabal, it's a global cabal.
earnings 22 report coming up after this too. So let's get a move on, shall we? Here we go. Ready, sir? Here.
But what we do know is how do you protect yourself against it? With gold and silver. Because it goes up during times of crisis and inflationary pressures, and it actually protects you. So first and foremost, look at gold and silver as your insurance policy against the collapsing currency.
Another amazing week for us. It just doesn't get any easier, but I tell you what, exposing the deep state and their evil through the Southern Poverty Law Center was the big one this week. Dr. Kirk Elliott, while this is all playing out, we continue to watch silver make moves. And man, we just appreciate it. AMWeknow.com/gold in the description box below. And we thank you once again for joining us, Dr. Elliott.
It's so good to be with you as always. And you know, it is wild, LT. When I look at everything that's going on, it's like, all right, is this prophetic events playing themselves out? Is this a paradigm shifting moment? Is it just noise and distraction to distract us from something that's even bigger and weirder than the things that we're seeing? Right? It's like, I don't know. But what I do know is it's all in front of us. Right? Yeah. So when you look at it, you know, everyone's concerned about the price of oil, what's happening in Iran, you know, Southern Poverty Law Center, all this stuff, and really what a lot of this boils down to is I wanna not talk about any of that. I wanna just talk about our money. Right? Because I'm an economist, right? And I help people invest for their retirements, and everyone's always concerned. It's like, what are the three big F's, right? Big family finances, right? And in that order, they should be in that order. If they're not, you've got things out of whack, right? So big family finances, right? So it's one of the three big F's. So when you look at what's been happening, you know, years ago, literally years ago, you and I talked about the emergence of the BRICS nations, and was it about control? Was it about taking over the U.S. dollar? Was it about taking over the world's manufacturing? What was it, right? And really, it's a political power block to kind of unseat the United States, right? Which is why way back I was in grad school in the early 90s, and this was a little bit after the European Union had formed, right? It's like, why did Germany and France and all of these countries, you know, Spain, converge into the European Union? It's because they needed a power block politically and economically to kind of compete against the United States. Right. So you look at what's happening with the BRICS nations. Why did they? Well, they're doing the same for the same reason that the European Union did. Because India, massive population. China, massive population, right? But these economies, they were still kind of like just, you know, they were just kind of like communist countries and socialist countries, and they weren't really all that powerful, although they had a ton of people. So they put together a trading bloc, an economic bloc, and started to form this economic political union to where we see it today. Right. It's about power and control, and it's about money. Right? So when you look at what the BRICS nations have done, they're truly revolting against the dollar order, right? Which is to put it in other words that you and I have said, it's the de-dollarization of the world. Nobody wants the U.S. dollar, and not even Warren Buffett wants the U.S. dollar, and he's an American. It's like, what is going on? Right? Yeah. So how did they do this? This isn't a new thing, right? So you go back to a decade ago, right? Let's go back a decade. What did they start putting together? They've already started working on electronic which is China's cross-border interbank payment system. What is all that to do? Just to get these countries talking electronically, economically, to get rid of SWIFT.
Right.
What is SWIFT? It's the mechanism where all money goes from bank to bank globally. Like when you send a wire, it goes through the SWIFT system. When you send a wire internationally, there's actually a SWIFT code, right? So the global transfer of money has always been dominated by the West, by Europe and the United States. China's wanting to change this, right? So this goes back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict when it started, which has really accelerated this because Biden was a buffoon and he did something that was economically devastating when he said, hey, Russia, we're going to kick you out of the SWIFT system and we're going to starve out your population, right? So you're not going to get any money. Well, did he really think that Putin was that stupid? Did not have plan B. So he went to China and said, China, Biden kicked us out of the SWIFT system. So what? We have SIPs. Why don't we just like really tie economically together under the BRICS nations? And so it amounted to a problem for Russia for maybe 30 minutes. Right? It's like, okay, not a problem, right? So but what they're doing is they're taking the financial control for most of the world's population away from the West. This is how they are de-dollarizing it, right? This is the problem that Western banks have because when you don't control the money, you don't control people, right? So this is where it's all headed. Now, you've got central bank digital currency that we've talked about. This is the central banker's way of saying we're still going to maintain control of people, right? We're still going to basically have digital social profiles and social credit scores, and we're going to be able to tie you to how you spend your money, what your habits are, what your worldview is politically, religiously, economically, and if we don't like it, we're cutting you off. And so then comes Bitcoin and the decentralized blockchain. This is a counterbalance to all of that. What Trump wants to do with stablecoins and having stablecoins on the blockchain is pulling it away from central bank control. See, what Trump is doing is fighting this economic battle. And everyone thinks he's just fighting this battle against Trump or against the left, the hardcore left, or against China. It's like Trump is fighting a battle to save the dollar from the world who doesn't want the U.S. dollar around. He's doing a good job at it, right? So here's where remember Judy Shelton when she was one of Trump's economic advisors in the first administration. She was nominated, and there was a lot of people talking about her being the next Federal Reserve chair. She didn't make it, right? They actually tried to really attack and demolish her family and say, and so now there's somebody else, right? But what did she believe in? She believed in sound money. She believed in gold-backed currency, right? And so if this is who Trump was talking about having control of the Fed, what does Trump believe in? Same thing. He wants sound money. He wants a strong currency, right? And away from this central bank control. So she did this interview recently that was just posted. And there's a couple sections. It's worth everybody watching the whole thing. It's actually fascinating. Well, I happen to be self-proclaimed economic nerd, right? So I thought the whole thing was amazing, right? Right. There's a couple sections in there that I want to point out to all the equity owners out there because I think when you understand her heart, you actually understand Trump's heart when it comes to money.
Awesome.
Yeah, I would love to watch that.
Okay, we got a couple of sections. Just tell me when to pause on this first one. Well, here we go.
Okay.
If they did see today's system, would they even recognize it?
I think they would be appalled, and probably James Madison the most, because he was so clear on that. He said a depreciating currency is just like stealing property, and therefore unconstitutional. The government cannot expropriate without due process, and instead they do it in this way where they chisel a little bit. What's what's the justification? How is that possibly even consistent with the mandate of stable prices? At best, the Fed is seeking stable inflation, but that's an oxymoron. It's not stable prices.
So the question was, would the founding fathers even recognize our money today? And when you go back to what James Madison, some of the founding fathers said, what was money back then? It was actually gold or silver, right? This is what the Constitution says, right? It's like gold and silver coinage are the only true money, right? And so they warned against where America is today. They said never, ever, ever should politicians write bills that cost money that can't be paid off during that generation because it's not fair to future generations. So what did we do? When they couldn't abide by that way back in the early 1900s, it's like, wait, we want to expand further. We want to use debt to expand. Oh, how about the Federal Reserve? Let's just start that. Where we can print money without discretion, not have it gold backed anymore, not have some kind of tangible backing which puts discretion on the printing, and they can just print willy-nilly. So then it's easy for politicians to just march over to the Fed and say, you need to buy more of our U.S. Treasuries because we need U.S. Treasuries to fund our expansion. And it's all debt, right, with money that's being created out of thin air. This is what happens when you get away from a tangible currency. And this is what Judy Shelton was talking about. They would not understand. They would be rolling over in their graves if they saw what we had now. Because one of the mandates, there's two mandates that the Federal Reserve has. Number one is to create full employment. Number two is to create a stable economy. The only thing that they've done, LT, is create stable or unsustainable, not stable, but constant inflation.
Yeah.
That's all that they've done.
That's right.
There's boom and bust cycles, and they print too much, and then they have to decide, all right, we're going to have to raise interest rates to slow that down, and then the economy, just slows down too much. It's like, well, when we lower interest rates to stimulate it again, and it's just this vicious loop, right? Which would all go away if you never got rid of tangible backed, gold-backed money. We wouldn't have that problem, right? So the system right now is broken. It's absolutely broken. So something needs to change. And we talked about this 2 weeks ago. Is the change going to be going to gold-backed money, or is the change going to be going to cryptocurrency? Don't know. All we do know is it's not going to stay the same. So a lot of times people will say there's going to be this monetary reset, right? And people get all excited about that. It's like, and conspiracy, people say, well, that's a conspiracy theory. It's like, it's not a conspiracy theory. Resets happen all the time.
Right.
I can tell you probably 4 times. Okay, so we used to have Confederate dollars, right? So again, then we went to gold-backed money, and then we went to the Federal Reserve, and then we went to the Bretton Woods system, and then we took gold off of our money altogether, and then we went to the petrodollar. Every single one of those could be considered a reset.
Yeah.
But nobody would say that that's actually a reset. They'd say, oh, it's just a change. No, that's a reset. So she's saying right now something needs to be reset because the system is broken. What does that mean? And so we're going to watch and see what she says.
All right.
As I neared the end of my time with Judy, I couldn't help but wonder, what's at risk if the monetary reform she spent her life advocating for, making the dollar as good as gold again, doesn't happen?
I think what's at risk is this sense of people increasingly that they are victims of monetary favoritism. That the Fed maintains policies that increase the inequality of wealth and income. That they reward people who are already wealthy enough to have financial assets. I think we need a revolution of valuing honest work, honest government, and honest money. And by that I mean celebrate people who actually make goods, who people who arbitrage the anomalies of financial markets. I think we have to insist on honest government. I think deficit spending is unacceptable. That's immoral because you're robbing from future generations. You're putting liens on goods that have yet to be produced, and it just enhances the likelihood of ever increasing government. And I think that we need to guarantee honest money.
And with that, our conversation ended.
Wow.
Does that sound like a conspiracy theory?
Nope.
I mean, what did she say? Basically, she said, make America great again, in other words. Let's reward people for working hard.
Amen.
Let's create sound money.
Yeah.
Let's create a fabric where there's not this arbitrage, where the central banks claim that they're out for full employment and everything. What did she say that they do? It actually creates inequality.
That's right.
Right. So when you have something is simple, that's gold and silver, it's the great equalizer, right? Because it protects you against the inflationary boom and bust cycles that the Federal Reserve brings, right? When you have it, so let me give you an example, right? So back in the early 1900s, 1 ounce of gold, so all of you like coin collectors, right? You'll have these old Liberties or St. Gaudens from the early 1900s, and on there it says $20. That was the base. Now they're a collectible coin, right? Which I don't use some collectible coins. I would never do because you don't actually get it. But it's what it was worth back then was $20. 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, equally interchangeable. So what would that buy you, right? This is the purchasing power of what we're looking at.
Right.
$20 or 1 ounce of gold would buy you a finely tailored men's suit, a shirt, tie, a belt, shoes, right? So it's a lot. Fast forward to today, $20. You're lucky to get out of Chick-fil-A on
Right.
for less than $20. But 1 ounce of gold, that's somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 an ounce, would still buy you a finely tailored men's suit, a shirt, tie, a belt, shoes, right? It has, and then some, right? So totally maintained its purchasing power. This is why she says that going back to stable, sound money, like a gold-backed currency, is the great equalizer. It removes the inequalities that inflation brings. And so, how do you protect yourself against these stupid inflationary policies of printing money without discretion? You invest in something that goes up during times of inflation, which would be a tangible asset. All things go up with inflation. I don't care if it's groceries or eggs or bicycles or gold or silver or oil or whatever. It just happens to be an easy thing to purchase to protect yourself. First and foremost, it's your insurance against the collapsing dollar, which when we started the show, what did the BRICS nations want to do? Destroy the dollar.
Yeah.
Comes up against a lot of political headwinds, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, we can hope and pray how it turns out, but in the end, we don't really know how it's going to go for the dollar short, medium, and long term. But what we do know is how do you protect yourself against it? With gold and silver. Because it goes up during times of crisis and inflationary pressures, and it actually protects you. So, first and foremost, look at gold and silver as your insurance policy against a collapsing currency. Secondarily, it happens to grow amazingly well during times like this. But it's like you're fulfilling a dual mandate in your own portfolio, growth and safety all at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is, I wish every policymaker would think like Judy Shelton.
Yeah. Amen.
What she said is so reasonable. I can't believe that people grilled her when she was, sitting in front of veterans and going, you're crazy. What? Nothing that she said sounded to me like anything that was radical, even off the wall. It was just wisdom.
That's right.
It was just wisdom. That's all that it was.
Yeah. Yeah. But we know that these folks that are behind the scenes that control us, they love their Federal Reserves and gave you that list that showed you on the keyboard that we follow.
Rothschild's control of all the central banks around the world. That laundry list is so long. And my favorite quote in that in the Q drops is gold will destroy the Fed. So how about getting on top of gold? We're being told that, and most of us do understand it. You told us that a few weeks ago. And that's the important thing. And I think she's onto it. And my hope is that she'll be a part of this in the future, that's for sure.
I sure hope so. And when you showed me that list,
yeah,
it's shocking to see how from one family,
yeah,
the Rothschild family, it's about 90% of all banks in the world.
That's right.
That's a lot of accumulated hidden wealth from one family, right? That's too much control concentrated in one place. So you don't have to buy into that system. Oh, yeah, we all have banks, but be your own bank. Have your own gold, silver. Be out of the system. Be out of that digital system. Have something that's real and tangible. And you know what? You can have a smile on your face. And all of this noise, everything that we hear about right now, financially, economically, not gonna bother you.
Amen. Amen. We're so glad we brought our IRA over to you. Back when it was about $20 an ounce, now we're looking at close to 80, and it's we've been just watching changes in our own life. Many people have told us they came over to you, Dr. Kirk Elliott, and their lives have changed. Many on the cruise ship told us, "Hey, thank you." Tell Dr. Kirk Elliott, thank you. He has changed our life and our future forever. And so again, just that reminder for folks, amweknow.com/gold. Below this video, click on that, and you'll be able to have your life change forever. Thank you so much, Dr. Kirk Elliott. Appreciate you.
It's my pleasure.
All right, truth seekers, and that was an awesome report from LT and Dr. Kirk Elliott. Very interesting comments by Judy Shelton in the clip that they played. Well, I think we know based on what Trump's nominee for the Federal Reserve chair, I think we know the direction Trump is taking things. But we'll see how it plays out. It certainly is getting very exciting. Remember, guys, Jerome Powell's investigation has been paused. We'll see how Warsh's nomination goes, and we'll see what happens after that. We have the X22 geopolitical report coming up next. Thank you all so much for joining us here in 8 Hour. It's Sunday night. We're talking about the deep state, Southern Poverty Law Center, geopolitical news, Trump, White House Correspondents' Dinner. We got all that and more in some of the clips coming up next. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the stage, Rainbow. Welcome, Diane.
And rising, thanks research loving these streams. Everybody, hope you have a wonderful week. And yeah, just enjoying listening to the truth. It's out there. It's important. Thank you.
Yeah, research this is a big show. We're watching it. Diagnostics and sensationalism for this creation. Where it will go. And being able to put it together piecemeal and piecemeal.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much, Rainbow. I really appreciate that, guys. And yeah, I don't exactly know how it's gonna play out. I do have a general, idea of the direction of where we're going, but that's just based on my analysis of the actions that I see being taken. There have been a lot of roadblocks, though. The deep state continues to stall, delay. That's been a tactic they've been
interesting, but as it relates to the economy, I thought that report was very insightful as well. So yeah, I think we have some very interesting things to look forward to. Let's see what else Trump does with the global economy as we watch the realignment occur. Thank you, Ben. We have the X22 report coming up next, guys. Let's see who else would like to grab before we start.
I'm dog researching and so Virginia Shelton's proposal. The only thing I disagree with Kirk is I'm not so convinced that it's getting rid of the US dollar. I think what we were talking about before was spotlights. US dollar, I think, is going to stay around. It will probably become stable coin. And pushing the stable because that's another way of also funding the US debt. But I think we will also have real world assets used as collateral and gold and silver and like the Bitcoin, which is not a stable coin, will all be part, I think, of the future. So I don't think it's the US dollar going away. I think it's going to change form at some point to a stable coin, which will benefit the debt market. But people will learn very quickly that you can't save dollars or saving currency. That's losing big. And the money that they want as a store of value, they will put in gold and silver, and that could be in a physical form in your pocket, or it could be in a tokenized form, which will allow you to effectively pay in gold or silver with instant settlement, not like we currently do. So that's, and I have some evidence that that's the direction it's going. Genius Act, the fact that the HSBC introduced a tier 1 bank that introduced gold tokens 2.5 years ago. And it coincided almost exactly with the uptick in the gold price. It's been on a tear ever since. That's what I see there. I don't think dollars are going away, but I think more will be used as the off-ramp for purchasing short term. And real world assets, particularly gold and silver, will become heavier real world assets. They will be able to be transported anywhere instantly, considered through crypto-based tokens. That's my take.
Well, just real quick, Ben, I agree with that assessment. I think that, Judy Shelton's comments as it relates to the dollar, I could see that trajectory, but I don't see it happening in the, let's call it the immediate future, right? That may happen sometime down the line, right, after certain things have already, because everything is a process, right? But I don't see that happening right now. I find the dollar is going to stay around, definitely. We're going to see also the stable coins play more of a role in the economic system as it relates to another investment opportunity for persons. But I think that because of that relationship, do they really need to create another stable coin for the US dollar? Is kind of what I'm thinking right now, because there's quite a few of them, right? There's the USDC and USDT. So there may be some changes that occur with that. So, okay, I remember now. The Clarity Act, right? So you mentioned the Genius Act. Dr. Paul. There's another crypto bill that we need to pay attention to, and that's the Clarity Act. That's going to basically address some of the classification of the different cryptocurrencies, right? And I think, I don't remember the name of the regulator bodies, whether it's an SEC or FTC, might be both, or CFTC, but basically there is some talk about who's going to have jurisdiction over certain securities, and they're trying to classify it so it's completely clear as what is a token versus what is a security, etc., etc. So I think because of even the Clarity Act, Dr. Paul, and the fact that they shut down CBDCs in the United States, I think it's actually a very promising dynamic that's playing out right now. So the dollar is going to stay, crypto is going to stay, stable coins are going to get regulated in a good way, right? Where we can actually get some legitimacy in the crypto space for these particular tethered digital assets, right? So it's interesting, right? So that's my only caveat, right? Julie Shelton, I agree with the direction and what she's saying, but I don't see the dollar disappearing right now. Not with some of the dynamics that are happening. Maybe we can revisit that conversation in about a year or so. I don't know. We'll see what happens. What the dynamics are like right there. But I agree with your assessment on that, Dr. Paul. Just wanted to add my 2 cents.
In general terms, I believe that is basically, I think the dollar will have all our fears. One dollar on token is the same as $1 in that sense, it's stable. It's stable with our current fiat currencies. And there may be different environments. I don't know the matter to us is US which country is providing. And the US, Trump has said he's thinking more than blocking central currencies. He doesn't want to put it in the hands of he wants to put it in the hands of other institutions. And at the moment, it's Australia, our countries, where we see digital currency, they're already monitoring Australia. It's not a general policy. They're building infrastructure. So I think it's definitely that's going to and then things like futures, right? This is a bit dollar can influence in tiny fractions and it's considered. So once again, it goes to the long term. I don't know the perspective of the entity involved. Let's see what that's one that's correct. Gold, I'm into free gold concept of free gold, which is why I think gold is going to stay. It's going to stay for a while. The prices need to be really low and stable. So if you want to actually preserve your wealth, you would want to something that can't be conjured out of thin air and constructed. And even commercially, it's legal behavior. Our currency is not. It's a debt-based system. So people will get religion on gold soon enough.
All right, yeah. Thank you for your share, Dr. Paul. Very insightful commentary. All right, let me check in with the panel, guys, because it's getting a bit late here before we close the panel. Who else would like to grab the mic. It is 1:18 a.m. here in Kingston, Jamaica, 1:19 right now. And thank you, Dr. Paul. Yeah, it certainly was a good report, though, Dr. Kirk Elliott. So, yeah, and, Judy Shelton's comments, I guess, in her defense, it might be a bit outdated and not well known. You did say she did that interview the other day, so yeah, we'll see how that plays out. But I don't see the dollar going away for right now. No, things happening. So, all right, I'll drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share? We have the X22 geopolitical report coming up next, followed by the overnight playlist. I'm going to be getting an early night's sleep tonight, guys. So let's check in with the panel. Last call for comments before we close the panel.
Gee, I was just gonna say, researcher, you sound like you got a second wind.
It's not. Yeah, so my energy levels have been good, I must admit. I don't know what I'm doing. Doing something differently. I don't know what it is, but anyway. But I still do need some sleep, guys. So it's been a long day for me. I've had 3 awesome rooms here on Clubhouse today. Yeah. We'll be back here tomorrow night in the Truth Seekers Tavern to have our Monday night discussion, and we're going to be talking more about the criminal syndicate, the deep state. Look forward to that, and there may be some recorded rooms next week on Clubhouse. Aside from that, I'll keep you guys up to date. Any final comments, any perspectives to share before we close the panel? We're going to hand it over to producer. We're going to dive into the X22 report, followed by the overnight playlist. Yeah.
It's been an awesome day hanging out with you, researcher. It always is on Sundays. And
you're welcome, Grace. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
and weekdays too.
Thank you, researcher. Good night. Thank you, Mathedia. Good night to you too, sir. Good night, everyone. And those of you in other parts of the world, good morning. Thanks for joining us. The show isn't over yet.
Thank you so much, researcher. Good night.
Thanks, Chris. So Paul, he brought up a derogatory question about HSBC. I was wondering which lineation he was talking. Whose side are they on? Are they on the legal side or are they coming on the narrative? No, I don't want to. Yes. Yeah, I was just wondering if he might have been able to comment on that because they were running into what side they were talking about.
Yeah, I think it can hear some things on there that don't come up. Look, the HSBC is a tier 1 global bank. So 2.5 years ago, when they opened up their own gold token, it was a shock across the bar. That's the direction the global banking systems are going. I don't know which it could be used by it's
interesting. All right. No. I'm gonna have to see if I can find her account. Which platform was that on? Was that her on X? You found her, Paul?
Yeah, this is on the X, and it was just re-raised. She was interviewed on UK Evolution. So this platform. Anyway, I'm just reading through it. Recent.
You know, to kind of circle back to Ben's question as well. Ben, what side is HSBC on? Is that the question that you had asked? I'm looking here.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was pretty much like
Well, I'm looking here on their Wikipedia pages to kind of get my bearings on what I can surmise about this banking financial sector. What I'm seeing, my brother, is that this is a deep state bank, 100%. Just by looking on the Wikipedia page, I'm able to determine this. You'd be like, what are you seeing on their Wikipedia page? Yeah, go take a look, guys. This is some interesting stuff. All right, let me read a little bit for you. History. So like here's how the history of the HSBC starts off on the Wikipedia page. After the British established Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War. Should I read some more?
I was over at S.
On the Wikipedia page of HSBC, in the section that says History, Foundation, it starts off with this sentence. After the British Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War, merchants from other parts of the British Empire now in Hong Kong felt the need for a bank to finance the growing trade. Through Hong Kong and sometimes also through Shanghai between China and India, the rest of the British Empire and Europe of goods, produces, and merchandises of all kinds, but especially opium, cultivated in or transited through the Rash. Interesting. The founder, Thomas Sutherland of P&O. Interesting. Sutherland. Interesting. Well, there's another name. All right, I'll drop the mic. But yeah, Ben, this is a deep state bank through and through with roots in going back to the London financial empire. Specifically, it looks like they took advantage of the opioid destabilization, which we know was also created by this same network, this global criminal syndicate. So my answer to that question would be yes, deep state bank. That's it.
I agree, researcher. I agree. Thank you. That sounds fun.
Yeah, and sometimes, I didn't really know the answer to your question, Ben, when you asked, but I was looking it up just to see what we're dealing with here, right? And, guys, this is the type of, mentality I'm trying to encourage, right? To cultivate here in the Truth Seekers Tower. You don't know something? Look it up. We can all find the answers to these questions. No, sometimes it's you know where to look, right? So to Ben's questions, like, how do you know if a bank is a deep state bank? Well, you can't just type in HSBC question mark and expect AI to give you the answer. That's not how it's going to work. You gotta know your stuff. You gotta know what you're looking for first to be able to identify whether this is a globalist connected institution or not. So with our background, our prerequisite knowledge, we can connect the dots. I mean, just looking into the history of this bank here, we're seeing some very, very deep connections, right, to the criminal syndicate, specifically and their influence in China, right? Hong Kong, right? Very interesting. HSBC. Well, yeah, they have headquarters in London. It is one of the largest domestic banks in the world. They are ranked 15 in the, what is it there? Actually, let me go back up. It's the largest Europe-based bank by total assets. Okay? And that was as of September 2024. 7th largest bank in the world by total assets, behind Bank of America. 3rd largest non-state owned bank in the world. Right? Okay. They have offices, branches, and subsidiaries in 57 countries and territories across Africa, Asia, Oceania, Europe, North America, South America, serving 39 million customers. Ooh. Just the way the globalists like it, all around the world. All right. So, you know, my last comment would be on this particular bank here is that they're described as a universal bank with transnational operations. Yeah, or I guess, what is it here? A multinational footprint is what they're saying here. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it's just kind of crazy, but this is how big HSBC is. I didn't know they were that big.
And they introduced off-bank payments, initially for trading across the border. Then they made it available to the citizens of Hong Kong. And it was very well subscribed. And people wanted to save it and have it transferred. But that's not what Jimmy Schultz was talking about. That's evidence that that's the direction that the gold is taking.
Interesting. Well, we're going to keep an eye on the precious metals too. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. All right, guys, it's the time you've been waiting for. It's now time to start the X22 geopolitical report. Strap yourselves in, grab your coffee, grab your tea. It's Sunday night here in the Truth Seekers Tavern. And let's get this started, shall we? And Jim, producer, you're up. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? The truth. You can't handle the truth.
listening to the X22 Report. When I'm taking this episode 3891 PM. Today's date is April 26th, 2026. The title of the episode is Deep State Attempts Another Assassination. Trump holds all the cards. Attacks will only intensify. There's something in it solid bill. Even if they're not your symbols, go to the. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters. You can see someone decided to take a shot at President Trump and his administration. And I do believe as Trump continually exposes the deep state system, the money laundering system, the SPLC, and again, this is just the beginning, and everything else, you can see the deep state players, they're going to become more and more desperate. And yes, their rhetoric is going to increase over time. And you have to remember the deep state players, like we've said many, many times before, it is run in different layers. And they always want plausible deniability. So they're not going to call up people and say, hey, go ahead and go assassinate President Trump. That's not how this works. What they do is they get people angry. Fake news joins in. Their paid influencers join in. And they keep this up. You can see it on social media. You can see the fake news. You can see
Hello.
What's the link? Is there anybody out there? I can't hear anybody. From the boys.
specifically, I want you to take a gun or strap a bomb to yourself, and I want you to assassinate the president. Because again, go ahead and go assassinate the SPLC, and again, this is just the beginning, and everything else. You can see the deep state players, they're going to become more and more desperate. And yes, their rhetoric is going to increase over time. And you have to remember the deep state players, like we've said many, many times before, it is run in different layers. And they always want plausible deniability. So they're not going to call up people and say, hey, go ahead and go assassinate President Trump. That's not how this works. What they do is they get people angry. Fake news joins in. Their paid influencers join in. And they keep this up. You can see it on social media. You can see it with the fake news. You can see it with these. But they never come out and say, you specifically, I want you to take a gun or strap a bomb to yourself, and I want you to assassinate the president. Because again, that's not how they work. Instead, they keep pushing and pushing and pushing until those people snap. That is what we are seeing. So when you see an individual go after the president, these are the people that have weak minds. They're easy to manipulate. Some of them are on medication, maybe some of them are on the spectrum. And it's much easier to do. And like we see in the past, a lot of this has to do with trans people. So again, you can see how this is being done and how they're pushing this. And they're pushing it very, very hard. Because you have to remember, President Trump holds all the cards. Now, are attacks going to die down? No. They're going to increase over time. Because remember, as Trump and his administration, and remember this individual just didn't want to go after Trump, he wanted to take down
administration. Because this administration, they're now looking into the criminal syndicate. And as they expose the criminal syndicate, it gets worse and worse for the deep state players. So as Trump and his team go deeper and deeper into the system and expose the system, you can expect that attacks will only intensify. Plus, as Trump gets closer and closer to removing the Federal Reserve System, because remember, that is the source of all their funding, the attacks will only intensify. Remember, we are still at war. This has not ended. And they are fighting back with everything they have. And yes, along the way, what is Trump doing? He's dismantling their system piece by piece, making it very difficult for them to operate their system. Are we finished dismantling everything that they have? Absolutely not. And you can see they're trying to stop this before he does that. And I believe they'll continue to do this as time goes on. Because think about what Trump has done already. Out in Venezuela, he set that country free. He arrested the criminal, the deep state players put in place to control the oil, to control the drugs, to control human trafficking. Out in Iran, we have the proxy army out there that is doing the bidding for the deep state, the central bankers. They're pushing back right now because what? They don't want to hand over the nuclear material. Because again, what is the nuclear material? It's the uranium. The uranium can be traced. Who's it going to lead back to? It's going to lead back to Obama. It's going to lead back to Hillary Clinton. Plus, they don't want to give up control because if they give up control, their entire economic system goes down the tubes. Remember, they established this back in the late 60s to 70s, and they took us off the gold standard. And now Trump is removing the system that they set up. He's setting Venezuela free. The oil can hit the market. He's setting the United States free. He's removing the regulations so we can drill for oil. He's removing the sanctions in Russia, and he's setting the Middle East free. So if you have the oil flowing from all these different locations, what do you get? You get very, very cheap oil. Plus, you remove the power from the deep state, the central bankers. Remember, their control is their power. And Trump is removing that control and transferring it to him and the people of this country. This is what it means by taking back this country. And yes, every step of the way, the proxy army out in Iran doesn't want to give in. But in the end, they will because they'll have no choice. And you can see every step of the way, as Trump breaks down the deep state system, they're going to become more and more desperate. Why do you think Nancy Pelosi has already started the narrative of Trump switching votes during the election? Now think about it. This individual, Cole Allen, he was involved in the No Kings protest. He was getting very, very angry with Trump. He was believing the narrative that they were pushing. Think about all those people across the country who are brainwashed. And yes, there are militants, which is Antifa, the illegals, and the rest. Once they put out the narrative that Trump cheated the election and he switched the votes via the machines, and they start calling him a king, what do you think is going to happen? The people are going to be angry. The people are going to be pissed off. Do you think they will attack? Absolutely. Go back to 2020 for a second. Did they try to attack him in D.C.? Yes. I do believe they were testing at that point. They were testing to see what could they get away with, what can they do in these instances, and they were collecting that data. I'm talking about the deep state players because they knew later on that eventually they would have to go up against President Trump. You see, at this point, we've seen an information war. We're starting to see that it's turning into a physical war. And yes, the deep state players are going to be pushing a physical war. They've already done by basically radicalizing these individuals because, again, some of them are on medication, some are on the spectrum, some of them are deeply brainwashed, and they just believe everything that's coming out of the fake news, everything that these are saying. And you can see this is one of those individuals. So I do believe as time goes on, as Trump and his team completely and utterly dismantle
dismantle and expose their system. And then people start to realize what the system actually is. These attacks, I should say, will intensify as time goes on. Now think about it. The FBI, the DOJ, and the rest of the agencies, remember, they were developed to protect the deep state system. When you look at the Secret Service and you look at their structure and you look at them, were they developed to protect the president? Yes, in the very, very beginning. Actually, the Secret Service was actually designed and created to go after those individuals that were counterfeiting the U.S. currency. It wasn't originally designed to protect the president. That came later on, I do believe like in 1901, which we'll be getting to in just a sec in this report. But again, the Secret Service, just like all the other agencies, were they there to protect the outsider presidents? Now think about this for a second. Think about all the presidents where there was an attempted assassination or an assassination. Were these presidents, were they there to take down the deep state players? Were they there to go up against the system? Yes, they were. Why didn't, most of the time, why didn't the Secret Service actually protect the presidents in these incidences? Why were certain assassins able to remove those individuals like Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson? That was an attempt. McKinley, one of the tariff men, he was taken out. Think about this for a second. So again, the agency itself, was it there to protect the old guard? And if there were any outsider going up against deep state players, were they there to protect them? So you have to think about their training. I'm not saying people are doing this on purpose, but you have to think about their training and think about how they were trained. Because again, the FBI was not put in place to go after criminals. I mean, that's clear as day. All you got to do is look at what Cash has been doing. He's been arresting criminals. The FBI before that, were they arresting criminals? No. How about the DOJ? Was it put in place to prosecute actual criminals? No, it was put in place to protect the deep state system. So when you look at the Secret Service, you have to ask yourself a very simple question. Was it designed to allow for the assassination of the outsider presidents? Yes, they might get training. Yes, they might feel like, oh, I have the skills that I need for, but were they being trained in a certain way where they actually could protect the outsider president? Remember, those presidents that are part of the system, they have nothing to worry about. It's the outsider presidents that have to worry. And were they being trained in a certain way? And maybe we need to go through the entire Secret Service system and maybe retrain all of them. That's very, very interesting. We're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later and what is happening with the shooter. But let's go out to Iran right now, because it looks like the proxy army out in Iran, they really don't want to make a deal. But you can see there's major, major problems within the Iranian country. Because again, Trump and team, they've removed a lot of the leaders. There's chaos there. And I do believe you have different factions right now. You have one faction where you have like Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the deep state players. Tell them, stay in control, don't lose control. I don't care what it takes. You have the other factions where it's probably being driven by the people saying, I think this is our chance to remove the old guard. And you're seeing a lot of this happen right now, and a lot of confusion that is going on right now. And I think Trump is pretty much waiting it out right now. And yes, he might be speaking to those individuals that are actually trying to take over the country, but I think they're not there yet, and I think Trump is just waiting that out. And he's also starving the deep state players every step of the way. Trump, he put this out on Truth, he said the following: I just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad, Pakistan, to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards they have done. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call President DJT. And you can see every step of the way, Treasury
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's putting a lot of pressure on the IRGC, the deep state players. And basically, they're strangling them if you really think about it. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, I'm amazed that the IRGC has forced the invention of a completely new type of oil trading in cooking oil. As IRGC leadership tries to funnel more and more money into their offshore accounts, the regime's colossal economic mismanagement of Iran has forced the proud Iranian people to barter to feed their families and to become dependent on their neighbors. Under Trump, the United States is committed to supporting the freedom of the Iranian people after 47 years of corruption. Absolutely. And I think Trump is waiting, and he says, listen, I have all the time in the world. Our Navy's not removed, our leadership is not removed. Iran is the country that's in trouble. The deep state proxy army is in trouble. And you can see within the country, you can see there's different factions right now that are now moving towards removing the IRGC. Ida Turan explains, I've been scrolling through the IRGC regime channels and their social media lately, the same ones who brag about hunting down protesters on the Khamenei's jihad orders. Slowly, it's sinking in for them that they got played hard. They're getting extremely paranoid and keep accusing each other of being coup plotters, spies, or traitors. The funniest comment I read, and something I haven't even thought of myself, was this one comment. Those forces they brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan weren't for the protesters. They were for us. Otherwise, why would Israel not hit them during the war when they were right in the line of fire? It was a sharp, spot-on observation, and I think it's true. Over the past decade, the regime brought in millions of Afghans to act as a people's army defending them. The IRGC trained Afghan Shia fighters and sent them to Syria to fight for Assad. Then after Assad fell, they brought many of them back inside Iran to help suppress the protesters. Right after the 12-day war last summer, they suddenly started deporting them en masse. At least 1.5 million kicked out quickly and forcibly accused of spying for Israel. Clearly, they got scared because they know a mercenary army isn't truly loyal to them. Now, since the war started, a fresh wave of Afghan Shia militias has been coming in anyway and didn't get hit by Israel or U.S. The besieged are finally doing the math. Too bad. Get ready for a coup. One led by defectors inside the regime, coordinated with Israel and the U.S. to purge the hardliners and besieged. It's coming, and it absolutely is. And Trump is just sitting back, and he's just waiting it out. Just waiting for the deep state proxy army to fall. And that's all he has to do, because remember, they cut off all income from them. They control the strait. No oil is being sold. They're in trouble, and they know this. And you can see Trump just has to wait it all out. And soon you're going to see that he's going to get whatever he needs. And when you look at the Strait of Hormuz, you can see Trump's strategy. James Thorne explains. Trump's new great game at sea. Donald Trump's maritime strategy is often caricatured as nostalgia. It is better read as a calculated extension of America First into the oceans. The hierarchy is explicit. China's Malacca dilemma is the main course in the new great game. Closure of the Strait of Hormuz is the opening move that exposes it. Hormuz shuts. Old Iranian tankers are now shuttled to Cargill and Dubai. Time as storage tanks reach capacity, and markets are reminded how a few miles of water can reorder prices of politics. Yet Iran is not the prize. The strategic focus is China's dependence on the long, fragile routes that run from Hormuz across the Indian Ocean and through the Strait of Malacca into Chinese ports. The Malacca dilemma as Beijing's economic jugular. Winston Churchill understood that sea lanes and insurance markets are two sides of the same coin. In the easy years of Pax Americana, the City of London prospered by assuming that U.S. sea power was permanent, neutral backdrop, free to price maritime risk while the U.S. Navy guaranteed open arteries. In the emerging order that roll shrinks, the square mile shifts from rulemaker to price taker on decisions made in Washington. Trump's maritime action plan, rebuilding shipyards and the merchant marine, ordering new capital ships and expanding the fleet, is not a spasm, but a coherent strategy to ensure that in any prolonged crisis, Washington, rather than Beijing, ultimately controls the Hormuz Malacca valve. For Europe and the UK, the uncomfortable implication is that the green industrial strategies
privacy lanes as a free good, whatever the new great game demands. And you can see Trump is now taking complete and utter control of everything that they put in place. And now they're being left out in the cold. And you can see all of this is, number one, yes, to remove the central bank's grip. He's decentralizing the oil system that they created, where they had it centralized, where they controlled the price via fear. Now he's decentralizing all of this. Plus, all the cheap oil that was going to China for cheap manufacturing, well, now they're going to have to pay the same price as everyone else. So now he's kind of boxed them in. Plus, he can also then use Iran to hand over the nuclear dust, which is the uranium that Obama and Hillary Clinton actually sold to Russia, and that was then put into Iran and North Korea. He could use that against them. So all of this has multiple agendas attached to this. And remember, he's going to be visiting Xi Jinping very, very soon. I think it's in May. And you can see what he's doing right now. He's squeezing China. Because you have to remember, the deep state players, the central bankers, everything was being created to shift everything into China. This is why Europe gave up their energy infrastructure. This is why Australia and New Zealand gave up their energy infrastructure. This is why Biden/Obama was pushing the United States to give up the energy infrastructure, because everything was supposed to be moving to China. Manufacturing, the financial industry, you name it. And they were trying to basically shut down Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. Canada, yes, Canada too. And they were going to make these countries third world nations, while China controlled pretty much everything. Now, Trump is reversing all of this. Zeneb Rabua put this out, said Trump is squeezing Xi Jinping. This is a major development. Every president said no to this because they were afraid that Beijing would retaliate. It means Washington holds all the cards right now. And that's absolutely true. So Trump now is reordering everything the deep state players have put into place. And now they're losing control. And as soon as Iran breaks and Trump gains control of this entire region, he'll have all the leverage against the deep state players, against China. And they will be bowing to him. And think about how this is all playing out. And he's not even finished. Because think about it, he's going to be setting Cuba free. And then the last, I do believe, is going to be Ukraine. And as he dismantles the deep state system across the globe, the deep state system gets what? Weaker and weaker and weaker. As he dismantles the central bank system across the globe, they get weaker and weaker and weaker. Who gets stronger? Trump does. That's what this is all about. Because remember, the entire system in this country and across the world is being exposed. And if you think like the SPLC is the only organization that was pushing hate across the country, well, it's not the only one. There are thousands of them that were in line with all of this. Remember, the deep state players, they didn't set up a system with backup systems. Remember, it's done in many, many layers to make sure that they're always protected, to make sure that they always can push out their agenda. And Trump now is shutting it all down step by step. And this is why they want Trump and his administration removed. This is why they tried to stop Trump every step of the way. And they're still doing it. Remember, the only course of action they have right now is with the judiciary to delay. The other course of action is to try to get those brainwashed people, those people that are on medication, those people that are on the spectrum, to get them to go out because they're full of anger to do their dirty work. And they're depending on these people to do this. And this way they can say, we have no knowledge of these people. We have no idea that these people were doing this. Remember, it's plausible deniability. They're never going to say, hey, we're the ones who were involved. Here's the paper trail. That's not going to happen. So, yes, they're going to use violent rhetoric. They're going to keep repeating it over and over. The fake news is going to keep repeating it over and over. The protests, they're going to keep calling Trump Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. They're going to keep putting out the idea that we should 86-47. That's why Comey put this out there. They were sending signals to all the organizations. It's time. Keep repeating it.
people get angry, let some of them go after Trump. And we've seen these people actually do this. Let's go back a little bit in time. Go back to, and one bad dude for the Senate. Go back to Nancy Pelosi. Go back to all the people from the very, very beginning. They haven't stopped. Take a listen.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless hog.
They go low, he can.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and bring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this is white men, most men radicalized right up to the right.
I thought you should have punched him in the face. Because even if you lost, he insulted you. Why? He told me yesterday, no, Mexicans, rapists, and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should punch him in the face. And I got none of the breaks. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, this is character. He's stabbed to death. Where is Don Wilkes? I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after.
Then fast forward past that to Comey saying 8647. Remember, he found the shells in the sand. It was just a coincidence. Well, it wasn't, because they're increasing the rhetoric. They're building it. So the brainwashed people, people on medication, the people that are on the spectrum, snap. That's what they're hoping for. And when you look at the No Kings protest, you look at all these people protesting around the country, and they hold up signs saying 8647, kill President Trump. They have no problem with it whatsoever. And then you have Hassan Piker. Will Chamberlain put this out and said, reminder that Hassan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of the lunatic followers who decided to give it a shot. Savannah Hernandez replied to this and said, never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. The left consistently calls for us to be killed, hurt, and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. Absolutely. I think that just outside of the Correspondents' Dinner in D.C., what do we have? Well, Katie Pavlich put this out. They're holding up signs that says, death to tyrants. Death to all of them. Think about what they're saying right now. Think about what they're pushing. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that people are looking at this saying, oh, this is a psyop, it's a false flag. No, I think what this is that, yes, the deep state players, they're putting out the messages, and they're hoping that some of these people go along with it. Now, are they getting some assistance? Maybe, maybe not. I can believe some of them are in the background. Does this mean the FBI is doing it? No. The FBI has completely changed. It means the deep state operatives might be assisting them. Some of them might be working on their own. It all depends. But what's very interesting is that CNN on April 23rd of this year decided to put out an article saying, how would an assassination attempt be staged? Now, the whole article goes into the conspiracy that these assassination attempts are being staged, are being helped. Now, I do believe that, yes, some of them are. But I also believe that the deep state players, they are pushing their agenda very, very hard. And when you look around it, we just mentioned a couple like 8647. Yes, Comey has sent a signal out. Yes, with the No Kings protest, they're getting people very, very angry with Nancy Pelosi mentioning the elections and how Trump is going to manipulate the elections via the machines. They're actually driving the people to do all of this. They're seeing something and instantly know it's going to turn heads. That's exactly what happened when I saw the Trump never surrender rules leaders. These aren't subtle, and they're not supposed to be. All finish, red, white, blue details, never surrender, right on the shoe. Put these on, people notice, period. What surprised me most, they're actually comfortable, solid build, lightweight, and wearable. Not just something you buy
These are made to be worn, not hidden. And the message is never surrender. Isn't just branding, it's an attitude. Whether you're out running errands or showing up somewhere you want to make a statement, these do exactly that without saying a word. Even if they're not your style, I bet there's someone in your life that would support these in a minute, and they make a great gift. You got a Trump supporter, a collector, or someone with an unapologetic style. This is a win. They're unique, they're different, and they're bold. If you want to grab a pair, our amazing audience will get a 30% discount while inventories last. Go to themagaoffers.com/x22. That's themagaoffers.com/x22. Don't wait on this. Inventory's moving fast, and once they sell out, that's it. Grab your pair, make the statement, and wear something that actually stands for something, or just click the link in the description. And when anyone looks into it, they really don't want it coming back to them in any way, shape, or form. And they want the brainwashed lunatics to take out the political opponent without people looking into saying, hey, they did this because of what you were doing and what you were saying. Now, there might be others that, are helped along in doing all of this, but you can see what's happening. I mean, look at the poll right now that Kitover the Great put out. A September 2025 YouGov poll found that 26% of liberals under 45 say political violence is acceptable. 7% of conservatives under 45 said the same thing. The U.S. has a growing problem with violent left-wing extremism that corporate media largely ignores. Recent examples include the assassination attempts on Donald Trump, attacks on Tesla facilities, and the murder of Charlie Kirk. It needs to stop, but it's only getting worse. So think about it. The deep state players, they keep pushing this, and the left gets more and more violent. Now, are there organizations that assist in this? Yes. Antifa assists in this. The illegals assist in this. Those people that are pushing the No Kings rallies and other protests, they're assisting in all this because they want their base to become very, very angry. They want certain individuals to take the next step. And you can see that some of these people, they do it. They basically go after those individuals that are either on some type of medication because they have mental problems. Maybe they're on the spectrum. But they get to these people in a certain way to push them down a certain path. And I do believe that's what we're seeing right now. Now, could this person have assistance from someone? Maybe, maybe not. But you can see that the security within the White House Correspondents' Dinner was actually not that great. Tony Sciarruga put the sense that Kopig was allowed to breach the ballroom before the bullets flew. The Hinckley-Hilton 2026 edition, when ideological allies get a pass and real threats get in. Before the gunman, armed with a shotgun, handgun, and knives, charged the Secret Service checkpoint in the Washington Hilton lobby last night, sending President Trump and senior officials into evacuation. Kopig had already infiltrated the White House Correspondents' Dinner ballroom itself. Medea Benjamin, her pink-clad cadre, weren't stopped at the red carpet or the metal detectors. They protested inside, live, decrying war crimes, while the press corps dined with the very administration they claimed to scrutinize. Not the first time. These same activists have crashed Trump events before, from cabinet dinners to this year's War Crimes Correspondent Dinner. Rebrand. History repeats at the very hotel where John Hinckley tried to assassinate Reagan in 1981, except this time the radicals were inside first. This is a mere protest theater. Kopig's funding trails lead to Neville Roy Singham, the billionaire, bankrolling far-left networks with not just documented ties to CCP-aligned causes, but he gets his marching orders from Xi Jinping himself and adversarial narratives on Iran, Palestine, and U.S. foreign policy. They've disrupted military events, cheered selective peace, and now walked into the most high-profile presidential gathering of the year. Meanwhile, a lone gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, 31 from California, nearly reached the ballroom. One officer took a round to the vest. Chaos in the halls. And you can see, again, look at the security. Look what they've done here. Look at the training. Does it make sense? Actually, Trump put out a very, very interesting video showing the Secret Service standing around, because everyone was in the ballroom already, and you had the metal detectors, you had the place where you put your belongings on the belt. Now, upstanding citizens, they will follow the rules. They will go through the metal detectors. They will show all the objects that they have. Criminals don't work that way. Criminals will sneak in. Criminals will run through. Criminals do this because they're criminals. So the metal detectors, the X-ray belt system, that is made for everyday upstanding citizens. Those aren't the people you have to worry about. It's the people that go around all of this. And you can see it as clear as day. Why was the Secret Service on the sidelines, talking to each other, looking at their phones? They should have been standing in front of the metal detectors, standing in front of the X-ray machines. And they should have been on the ready. Nobody passes. You stop, we look at you, now put all your objects on the belt. They should always be in ready position. But this video shows they were not. And they were caught by surprise. Why were they caught by surprise? Because they were standing on the sidelines. And this brings me back to my initial question. Going back in time, was the Secret Service trained in a way that they weren't actually protecting the outsider president? Think about it for a second. So this is very, very interesting. Even Carrie Lake says President Trump was going to deliver an incredible, humorous speech tonight, and I'm sure it was going to be a huge victory. Unfortunately, that was not how the night played out. A deranged lunatic showed up with a gun. I was there. Security was terrible at the event. It was the easiest event I have ever gained access to that the president was at. It was so bad, we talked about it at our table before the shots rang out. Remember, 90% of the people in the room were part of the fake news who spread abject and despicable lies about President Trump. They have sowed so much division in our country. I'm so grateful to God that President Trump is safe tonight. I'm so grateful that nobody in the room was killed. My kids who knew I was in the room tonight were frantically calling me, and I could not reach them until much later to tell them I was okay. Mainstream media must take responsibility for the discord they have sown across this great country. So think about this for a second. The security was absolutely terrible. And again, many people have said this, that Secret Service is really not up to the task. So think about it. The agency is pretty big. Does this have to be restructured just like the FBI? Remember, the FBI was designed to protect the deep state system. Does it have to be restructured like the DOJ? The DOJ was not prosecuting the actual criminals. So now we're at the Secret Service point. Yes, I know Trump brought in Sean to restructure, but I think this has to be accelerated right now. And no Secret Service person should be on the sidelines, even when everyone is in the room, because this is when the actual danger happens. When you look at Mar-a-Lago, the person that came with the gas can and the gun didn't enter Mar-a-Lago during the day when everyone was going through the metal detectors. The person came in at 1, 2 o'clock, realizing security was going to be a lot lighter at that point. Yes, the Secret Service, they did their job. They stopped the intruder. But again, they wait for those moments. This individual waited for everyone to go in. This person waited for everyone to become relaxed and then ran through it. And if you noticed what happened when you watched the video, everyone was caught by surprise. So the shooter knew exactly what he was going to do. He knew exactly how he was going to do this. He knew exactly where to run. Because again, he knew exactly what his plan was. He planned this from the very, very beginning. Trump, he put out a photo of the individual. He's laying on the floor. He's alive. And he was handcuffed. It looks like his shirt was off, and maybe they were looking for other objects or bombs or things like that. Paul Sperry put this out and said, shooting suspect Cole Thomas Allen was a guest of the Washington Hill and assembled his weapon on site and was not struck by Secret Service gunfire, even though he shot a Secret Service agent, which is very, very interesting. So who is this individual? Well, it looks like he was an engineer, a game developer, a scientist, a teacher. He worked at Caltech. He was a teacher. He has pronouns in his bio on X, he, him. So that is very, very interesting. He was also a Kamala Harris supporter. He donated $25 to Act Blue. So he's definitely a Democrat. So what stations has he been listening to? Most likely CNN, MSNBC. He's listening to the influencers that are going up against Trump. He's taking that side. He's talking to other people that are pushing violence on social media. Andrew Kitover put this out. Cole Allen, the gunman from last night's White House correspondent dinner, maintained an active online presence, especially on the left-wing social media platform Blue Sky, where he went by the handle Cold Force with multiple references to violence and guns. In one post, he calls President Trump the Antichrist. In another, he recommends buying guns in reaction to Trump's DOJ exploding ways to ban firearms purchases from transgenders. In one post, he calls Trump a sociopathic mob boss, and another referred to him as a traitor with known connections to Putin, repeating a favorite left-wing Russian hoax talking point. He also attacks J.D. Vance for advocating an end to America's funding of the war in Ukraine, and for his criticism of the Pope. He seems pretty fixated on Ukraine more generally. He also frequently interacts with Will Stansel's Blue Sky account, among others. So this is very, very interesting. So basically, he was taking in the narrative that these deep state players were putting out there. And he was getting angrier and angrier as time went on. Jackie Hemrick with the Senate said, new info on the WHCD shooter suspect Cole Allen from the White House. I'll be talking with the President Trump about all of this in 30 minutes. The suspect written manifesto clearly stated he wanted to target administration and officials. He also had a ton of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts. Allen's brother had notified London PD of Allen's alleged manifesto he had sent to his family members prior to the incident. Secret Service and Montgomery County Police interviewed Abrianna Allen, Allen's sister, at their residence in Rockville, Maryland. The following highlights from the interview. Allen said her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world. Confirmed Allen purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun from Cap Tactical Firearms and kept them stored at their parents' home, and that their parents were unaware that Allen was keeping firearms in the home. Allen would regularly go to the shooting range to train with his firearms. Allen was part of a group called the Wide Awakes. Allen attended No Kings protests in California at some point. So think about this for a second. And think about what we talked about a little while ago. That Antifa and many of these individuals, they've been training with their weapons. Now think about, as we approach the midterms, what Nancy Pelosi said, that Trump is going to manipulate the elections via the machines. Now, think about the No Kings protest. Think about what deep state players are planning for. I think it's becoming clearer and clearer that they're planning for riots. And yes, they're going to want to push a civil war. And I do believe on top of that, they'll probably use some type of cyber attack to actually shut power. Because again, when you have fear driving something, and there's an invisible attack, remember, the virus was invisible. People are afraid. When you hear gunfire, when you hear these people on the streets, you're afraid. And you can see that they are going to try to push some type of support. Now, is this going to work? Absolutely not. Does Trump and the Patriots know the playbook? Absolutely. They know that this is coming. So let's unpack what's going on here. And Eric Schwalm put this out. He left California and was in D.C. at the hotel where the White House correspondent dinner was being held. So he took an Amtrak train. He didn't fly. He took an Amtrak train from LA to Chicago to DC. He packed his weapons in his suitcase according to the law, and it was stored in baggage. Number 2, imagine the intent he had to have in order to travel that distance, all the while thinking about what he was going to do. He either moved several weapons or procured them in and around DC and figured out a way to get them in proximity. No, he brought them with him. Very simple. He brought them with him, put them in the baggage. You can do this with your weapons. You can fly with your weapons. You can bring them on trains as long as you follow the rules of the law. That's what he did. So he brought them to DC. He took the time to load the weapons onto his body, and nobody noticed. Well, he assembled the weapons in the hotel. He was a guest of the hotel. So he walked into the hotel with the weapons because they were in his luggage, and he was able to keep them there. Not hard to do. Now, again, if the White House correspondent dinner was going to be held at the hotel, I do believe, since the president was going to be there should have been metal detectors, there should have been security, and everyone should have been checked coming into the hotel, right? Because how do you know what people case. And maybe they were going to blow up the entire building with the president in there. I mean, just think about this for a second. Number 5, now here's the kicker. In his hidden location, he was somehow aware that the president was in the room and was seated. How, when was he aware of this part? Well, this was televised. This was televised to the entire country. He could be watching the broadcast. Okay, I see Trump. He's there. The administration's there. Everyone's sitting down. Now is the time. Number 6, if he wasn't a guest at the WHCD and he couldn't see the president from where he was, how did he know? Again, the television. Number 7, it's not like he could go look into the room. He didn't have to. So basically, he already cased the joint. He was the guest there. He knew how to get into that area. He knew what direction to run. Very simple. And he knew when he looked at the Secret Service, oh, look, they're on the sidelines. Everyone's in there. I'm watching the broadcast. I see President Trump there. I see Melania sitting there. I see the Secret Service there a little bit more relaxed because everyone's inside now. We've done our job. We scanned everyone. Everyone's clean. So we don't have to do that much more. So we can go on our phones. We can sit on the side. And we don't have to pay attention anymore. This was his chance. He ran in there at full speed, ran right past them. They were caught by surprise. They didn't know what the hell was going on. Yes, they drew their weapons, but if you notice, they were hesitant to run. And then all of a sudden, they started to run. So this individual was able to do this with no problem whatsoever. Now, if they were standing in front of the metal detectors, in front of all this, 3 of them, standing there, ready, stopping anyone. No, it's already started. You cannot enter. It would have been a very different outcome. So this goes back to the training once again. Now, the other thing that's really, really weird is that this account, Henry Martinez, it was created back in 2023. There's only one post on it. And check with AI. Grok said there is no manipulation whatsoever. It has the name Cole Allen. That's it. December 21st, 2023, Cole Allen. Now, on top of this account, the header is a very interesting piece of art. It's distinct mind. It was created going all the way back to, I think, 2021, which is very, very interesting. Now, certain individuals took this and said, wait a minute. Look at that. Look at the art very carefully. Is that Trump holding up his fist? Is this when he got shot in Butler? MJ Trutholder says, the events last night just got even weirder. That petty account that posted the shooter's name a few years ago, his header background, I found the source of that image. Besides being later linked to a Time Machine website, the image looks like a superimposed image of President Trump at the Butler assassination attempt. Do you see it? This is the wild part. That original image even predates the Butler assassination attempt. So this image was created on October 28, 2021. The Butler assassination attempt occurred on July 13, 2024. So what's very interesting is that when you look at it, it really looks like it's Trump. And when you take the image and you remove the painting, the outline is very, very precise. The other thing that's very interesting is that one of the individuals, the woman, looks like she's still on duty, and it looks like she was also the woman at Butler. Maybe that's not true, but she looks very, very similar. So that is very, very interesting. So is this a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. But it's kind of strange, don't you think? Now, again, they have this guy in custody. We have Janine Pirro. She announced that there's going to be charges. 2 counts of using a firearm, crime of violence, assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, and there's going to be many, many other charges. And once again, this individual had a manifesto. Open source things up with the said. The manifesto said he wanted to target administration officials. Investigators also found extensive anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric across his social media accounts. And this is very, very interesting. That once again we have an individual with a manifesto. So here's some key excerpts from the manifesto. Targets prioritize Trump administration officials. Highest to lowest ranking, excluding FBI Director Kash Patel. Secret Service only if necessary. avoided hotel staff, guests, and most law enforcement unless they interfered. Justification: framed the attack as a moral Christian duty against alleged administration crimes, rape, murder, detention camps. Addressed objections like turn the other cheek by saying it doesn't apply to duplicity and others' oppression. Apologies: expressed regret to families, student colleagues, and bystanders for betraying trust and endangering them. Closing rant criticized insane security lapses at the event and ended with stay in school, kids. So that is very, very interesting. So he was a guest. He traveled by train. He brought his weapons. He hid them from his parents. He listened to the fake news. He talked about violence. And look what happened here. Now, once again, we need to start to look at the Secret Service. We need to look at security. And once again, I think this has to be ramped up because, again, the attacks are only going to intensify as time goes on. Because as Trump continually breaks down the entire deep state system, they're going to become more and more panicked because, again, they lose leverage when they're exposed. When everything's made transparent and the truth is shown, they lose control. Well, let's go back a little bit in time. Let's go back to the Secret Service and how this all began. So it was established as a division within the Department of Treasury, with William P. Wood sworn in as its first chief. Its sole initial mission was to suppress counterfeiting of U.S. currency after the Civil War. Counterfeiting was rampant. Nearly 1/3 of all currency in circulation was fake, with threat the stability of the young nation's financial system. Of course, after the Civil War, we had a lot of, the South and the North, they're creating currency. I do believe the central bank was also involved in this because, again, Abraham Lincoln didn't want to borrow the currency from the central bank system and created the greenback. And you can see at this point in time, what were they trying to do? They were trying to infiltrate the system once again. So Abraham Lincoln signed legislation authorizing the Secret Service on April 14, 1865. The same day he was assassinated, but officially began operation under the Treasury Secretary, Hugh McCulloch, a few months later. So basically, it was created, the Secret Service was created to control the counterfeiting. And once again, this had nothing to do with protecting the President of the United States at that time. But in 1901, after the assassination of President William McKinley, that's interesting. William McKinley, he was all for tariffs. 1901 was right before 1913. They removed William McKinley. And then all of a sudden, the Secret Service was brought in to protect the presidents, to make them feel like they're secure. That's interesting. Why did they want to remove McKinley? Because they wanted to set up a central bank system. What did McKinley do? He had a tariff system. There was no central bank system. The country was very, very wealthy. I think Trump mentioned this many times before. So that is very, very interesting. So think about what they did here. And remember, the Washington Hilton is the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And this is the same hotel where Reagan was shot in 1981. So let's go back a little bit in time. Abraham Lincoln pretty much went against the central bank system. Then you have Andrew Jackson, got rid of the central bank system. The second one. Then you have McKinley, who there was no central bank system, but he was using tariffs and the country was very, very wealthy. They removed him, and all of a sudden the tariff system, slowly but surely, was being removed as the central bank was pushing to come in. Then if you fast forward to Kennedy, you can see he was going up against the deep state players, going up against the central bank system. Reagan, the same thing. Now, here we are with President Trump. So when you start to look at this, you start to see some type of pattern that's going on right now. And as Trump continually goes after the central bank system, because everybody, the central bank system, this is where they get their funding. Without the central bank system, this system that you see out there today, it doesn't work because you need the money to fund it. Now think about this. Since this happened, we can see there are many people out there trying to convince everyone that Trump did this. This is his psyop. He set it all up. Now, I don't believe that whatsoever. Again, Trump is not going to stoop to the level of the deep state players. And people are saying, well, he's doing this because he wants the ballroom to be built, so he needs an event to push this. No, every step of the way, no matter how much the deep state players try to stop him, he's going to win. He doesn't need the event. Can he use the event to push the war room? Yeah, he can convince the people that's why we need it. Matt Walsh put this out and said, just to be clear, the theory that leftists are running with is that the Trump administration somehow convinced a registered Democrat to volunteer to go to prison for the rest of his life so that they could use him as a patsy for a third stage assassination attempt. One that they apparently believe was concocted mostly to justify building a White House ballroom that's already being built anyway. That's their theory of the case here. And it's absolutely ridiculous because Trump, he already got approval to build it. Yeah, the fake judge, the fake news, the activist judges, the corrupt judges, yeah, they're going to try to delay it. But again, they're going to fail every step of the way because they don't have the rule of law on their side. But is Trump going to use this to say, listen, this is why we should never have this in these hotels. This is why we need a bulletproof area. This is why we need a bombed area. This is why we need security set up all the time in the location where we don't have to come in and set it up. He put this out and said, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would have never happened with the military top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It has every highest level security feature there is, plus there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. The ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog, who has absolutely no standing to bring such a suit, must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with this construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President AJT. And he's absolutely right. Again, they don't want these things because it makes it a lot easier for what? For the deep state players to go after the presidents they don't want, the outs that gain political power. Absolutely. Now, once again, the D's and the fake news and everyone else, they're all trying to just defend themselves and pushing and pushing. And they're going to continually push against Trump. And yes, the fake news, the D's, certain influencers, they're all going to be pushing violence against Trump. Because the name of the game is what? To take back control. Trump is trying to take back control of this country, and they're trying to take back control from Trump. So you can see there's a definite war going on. Now, Trump said something that was very, very interesting. He says that he has studied assassinations, and the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. So Trump is saying, historically, those presidents that go up against the deep state players, those presidents that push against everything that they have in place, they're the ones that are being assassinated, or there's an attempt assassination on them. Now, why is he saying that? Because he's letting everyone know that he's the outsider, and the deep state players are coming for him. Because what is he doing? He's reversing everything that they did. He's exposing their entire system. He's dismantling their entire system, and they are trying to stop him every step of the way. That is what he's saying. Now, so if you go back a little bit in time, what do you see? You see Kennedy trying to shut down the deep state system. You see Reagan trying to shut down the deep state system. Now we have Trump trying to shut down the deep state system. And Trump is succeeding. And this is why they keep making hit after hit after hit. This is why they tried everything to get rid of him. So we can see at this point in time, the deep state players are going to become more and more desperate as time goes on. And when you look at the SPLC and USAID, this is all part of their system. And who runs all of these different organizations? Well, if you go back a little bit in time, it was the CIA. Think about it. But now, Trump has control over these agencies. He's taking the control away from them. He's taking USAID away from them. He's taking the SPLC away from them. Last Refuge put this out and said, this is the point everyone misses when they discuss USAID. It is factually accurate that USAID is the CIA influence operation. So, if SPLC was being funded by USAID, then who was ultimately funding the SBL. Listen to what Trump says about the Southern Poverty Law Center. He says it's one of the greatest political scams in American history, has been charged with fraud. This is another Democrat hoax, along with Act Blue and many others. If it is true, the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So basically, what happened in 2020 should be removed because the SPLC, USAID, and the rest were involved in rigging that election, which means Biden was never president. Now think about it. Like we said from the very, very beginning, the deep state system is much deeper and wider than everyone can imagine. And they built their system up with charges. Do you think that's it? Well, it isn't. C3 put this out and said, the SPLC is only one of 16,551 civil rights, social actions, and advocacy nonprofits, NGOs in America. Think about what they did. They built all these systems to do what? To protect their system. So they built layers of protection, and they used the protection to divide the people, to send them in the wrong direction. So you never know. What do? You got to remove all the pawns. You got to remove the pieces on the board, the pieces that are protecting the king. Who's the king right now? I think it's going to be Obama. All roads lead to Obama. Is this going to lead to other people above him? Absolutely. But you can see this with all the pieces. What are you going to use? There's no false flags. There's no ammunition. There's nothing. They got nothing. And think about this. Since it came out that the SPLC was indicted, isn't it weird that Candace Owens fled the country? In 1 day, fled the country. Ian Carroll claims he's scared of the victim. Sneeko has paused his streams. What's going on here? Joe Lane says, what are the odds that the SPLC fact checkers created an effort to reinforce propaganda digestion, the battle to prevent truth from reaching the people, the battle to maintain and push division. Divided you're weak, divided you fight each other, divided you pose no threat, system of control, information warfare. Groups like the SPLC exist for two reasons: to foment hate and division, and also to raise money off that same hate and division. So do these podcasters, same playbook, information warfare. And this is about Candace Owens. He says, Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe in this case, without verification, she's an extremely low IQ individual. Very, very interesting. So look at all the organizations, look at the podcasters, look what they've been doing. And now they're fleeing. I don't know why they're going to different locations, why they stopped. But again, it's very, very odd. And you're going to see other organizations that have been pushing the same exact thing. Very interestingly, Stephen Miller put this out and said, speaking as a Jew, EDL is not a Jewish organization. It is an ultra-left activist org that pushes radical transgenderism, order, erasure, police dismantlement, and the demolition of free speech, deploying rank, slander, bullying, and character assassination to achieve its aims. Elon Musk says exactly. So when you look at all these different organizations, everything they set up, I think it's becoming very, very clear that the deep state system set all of this up to protect their system, to keep everyone divided, to make everyone believe there was hate everywhere. Think about it. These organizations became much, much larger when Obama came into office. Basically, he set up everything to begin dividing the country on a scale that we have never seen before. Think about that for a second. And think about how Trump now is setting it up so he can go after all the deep state players. Think about what's happening out in Iran. Think about how he's removing the protection of the deep state players. No protection whatsoever. And once we have all the leverage, Trump has all the leverage, the House, Senate, place judges in the judiciary, Iran's gone, Venezuela's gone, all the organizations, all the NGOs stripped down, they got nothing. The money shut off. At that point, Trump has all the leverage to go after these people. Trump put this out. He's pointing to Julian Schwartz, and it says this gift. Hillary Clinton funded, approved, and created the Steele dossier. Barack Obama called the shots, and Brennan's CIA did the dirty work. The evidence is clear. Treason was committed, and now they must pay, or they will do it again. Americans demand it. Trump is continually putting this out, letting everyone know this is our direction. And remember, we need to dismantle the system first. They can't do us harm. They can't confuse the narrative. And we must remove the activist, corrupt judges out of the judiciary. Everything must be set up so Trump has the leverage. Now, a lot of people are making a really big deal that the D.C. subpoenas for grand jury testimony are withdrawn, and they were replaced by requests for voluntary interviews. So people are like, oh, see, nothing's going to happen. No, that is not the case whatsoever. The issue around the CIA targeting President Trump are extensive, attached to numerous individuals and entities, and generally complex. Normally, in an investigation of this sort, it would begin with questions to the outer perimeter individuals who are carrying out the instructions of those above them. It is from those types of lower-level interviews that material is gathered for use in examining the truthfulness of those who organized and directed the operations. In the example of John Brennan's false statement to Congress surrounding the ICA, Intelligence Committee Assessment, or the inclusion of the Steele dossier in the analytical material, there are key people within the Directorate of Analysis, National Security Agency, and National Intelligence Council who can give first-hand statements about Brennan's instructions. Those types of interviews are just as important as questioning John Brennan himself, and for obvious reasons, those interviews should come first. Absolutely. So this is exactly what they're doing to go after the deep state players. And it looks like now they're using the interviews to build the case. And yes, we only have one chance to do this right, and it must be done correctly, because it must hold weight, it must follow the rule of law, and it must be airtight. Now, the other thing that's really interesting is that the DOJ, they have reinstated the firing squad as official federal execution methods. So that's very, very interesting, because if you go back a little bit of time, if you go back to Mike Garland, they actually went ahead and they removed this and said there will no longer be federal executions. So the department has rescinded the Biden-Garland moratorium on federal execution and has authorized seeking death sentences against 44 defendants. So now the firing squads are back. Is Trump and his administration are getting prepared for when we know that Obama and the deep state players, they were there to destroy this country, destroy everything about it. When you look at D.C., for example, you can see they just let it go. They didn't care. And if you look at the reflecting pool, you can see it was a complete and utter disaster. Fountains didn't work in D.C. The White House is a disaster because, again, they were in the process of destroying the country. Trump is in the process of taking the power back and restoring the country. And he put out a very interesting post. It's on Truth, and it says, Hussein Obama. It shows the reflecting pool. It's dirty, disgusting. He did nothing about it. Why? Because he didn't care. He was destroying the country. Trump shows the new reflecting pool. It's all cleaned up, and it looks absolutely amazing. And he writes, coming soon. So Trump, he put this out and said, this is the reflecting pool of the Lincoln Memorial, 2,500 feet in length, of the tallest building in the world, starting the final phase of renovation that was supposed to cost $301 million and take 3 years, and was instead done with the help of Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum and the entire department, and a much better final result. $2 million in 1 week. Far more exciting is most favored nations for prescription drugs. The United States paying the highest price in the world, and now they're paying the lowest, with a drop of 50 to 60, 70, and even 80%. President DJT. And then he was able to get fountains working. He put this out on Truth. The first time Lafayette Park fountains opposite the White House have worked in decades. My great honor to have funded this project and many others and helped President DJT. So let's see. He got rid of the crime. He's restoring D.C., restoring our capital, because again, what was Obama doing? What was the deep state players doing? They were destroying this country. And he's letting you know he's reversing everything that they have done. And he's letting everyone know that we must pass the Save America Act and this out. He said, not passing the Save America Act will lead to the worst results for a political party in the history of the United States Senate. An unrecoverable death wish. Likewise, filibuster. Terminated now, President DJ say. At this point in time, we can see the deep state players, the rhinos, they're not going to pass the Save America Act. Because again, if they do, they're never going to be elected again. If they do, the Unit Party is going to be exposed. It's going to show that the rhinos and the D's, they've done. So do I believe they're going to push back every step of the way to make sure that the Save America Act is not passed? I do believe so. Trump keeps pushing them to do this because he wants the people to understand who they are. Now, maybe they will pass it, but at this point in time, I don't think so. And Trump is letting everyone know, if we don't get rid of the filibuster, the D's are going to do it no matter what. And they're going to take it clean out of control. This is why he has the executive order in his back pocket, because he knows what he's up against. He knows the deep state players are going to try to stop him every step of the way. He's going to keep pushing because he wants them to do the right thing. But in the end, if they don't do the right thing, he will do the right thing. Because once again, he knows how important it is for us to get control of the House and Senate. Because once again, without the House and Senate, the plan can't move forward. We need the House, we need the Senate to push certain laws forward. We need to remove a lot of the judges. And in the end, we need to remove the Federal Reserve and most of the laws that they put in place. So once again, we can see how important this is. And Trump didn't leave it up to chance. He didn't leave it up to the rhinos. He didn't leave it up to the D's. He always makes sure that he has another plan to make sure that no matter what happens, he can stop them. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be welcome, safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Good night, everyone. Research is stuff here tapping in. It is 2:49 a.m. We are about to start the overnight playlist. So before we start, Robert and I saw your messages in the chat. And just to give you some clarity, the assassination attempts, right? These events are contrived by the criminal syndicate. So the criminal syndicate is not going to find these people. We have to do the investigations. We have to expose it. There are some good people in the government right now working on that. At the time when one of those events took place, specifically at Butler, Pennsylvania, the dynamics of who control these agencies were different. A lot has changed. So if you have any questions about the deep state, let me know. Type in the chat. I'll see if I can help you out before I fall asleep. But for now, we're gonna start the overnight playlist. Hope you guys enjoyed the report. This is Research Stuff signing out. Good night, everyone.
up here tonight. This has been Keir Starmer's week from hell. It began with him hauled into Parliament so he could be laughed at for serving up a load of tripe about Mandelson.
I know many members across the House will find these facts to be incredible.
Then he was called a liar twice.
So does the Prime Minister agree with me? He's been lying.
He is gaslighting the nation, so let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a barefaced liar.
Yeah, then he was humiliated by Diane Abbott.
It's one thing to say, as he insists on saying, nobody told me. Nobody told me anything. Nobody told me. The question is, why didn't the Prime Minister ask?
The best he could come up with as a response was this. It's like the Roadrunner, wasn't it? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Then the civil servant he sacked got stuck into him and revealed that Downing Street did try to find another job for another paedophile's friend.
I walked into a situation in which there was already a very, very strong expectation coming from number 10 that he needed to be in post and in America as quickly as humanly possible.
Then one of his own MPs called for him to go.
It's got to the point now where I genuinely think that, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, it's not a case of if, it's when.
Then another MP called for him to go.
He needs to make plans for him to go in as dignified a way as possible. Dignified for the sake of the country, for the sake of the Labour Party.
Then he faced allegations that he may have misled Parliament by saying this.
He said, I can say with certainty it was never put to me in that way. No pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case.
Actually what Ollie Roberts said was this.
Throughout January, honestly, my office, the Foreign Secretary's office, were under constant pressure. They are clever people who would have been very aware of the pressure. I also have complete confidence that their recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made was rigorously independent of that pressure.
Constant pressure was the actual word there, wasn't it? Now there's talk of a cabinet mutiny. Rayner and Streeting are talking of a perhaps Andy Burnham might emerge as the chosen one. Then it emerged his great friend, the man he appointed as Attorney General, Lord Herber, is now accused of helping to prosecute British war heroes despite being told the claims against them were possible on the double. Oh gosh, it just makes you feel sick, doesn't it? Anyway, now his beloved Arsenal are absolutely bottling the Premier League again. Fantastic. Look, he's discredited, he's a lame duck. His time as Prime Minister officially died this week. Nobody backs him. He's totally isolated. But it's a terrible week. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bloke.
Hello, I'm Bev Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living, and maybe there's a solution. I'm here today with the CEO of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. Cameron, what is Tally Money?
Well, Bev, gold traditionally is a great store of value. It has, on average, gone up at over 11% per annum for the last 25 years against the pound. It's tripled in value in the last decade, and in the last 2 years alone, it's increased by 50% against the pound. Banks' savings products just can't compete with that level of growth.
But this isn't just about gold. This is about a currency that you guys have created at Tally Money. Explain it to me as though I'm an idiot.
So the people need to be able to hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access away from government control.
Great. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind. The more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant.
Alright, I've got the views of my panel. So yes, well, go on, Adam, I'll start with you on this, mate. How much longer do you think you can cling on?
He's not got long at all. Now the cabinet's mobilising against him. We've got his own MPs coming out against him. He's lost the confidence of his party. Look, the Labour Party are going to be decimated in the May elections, in my opinion, and he's going to be the face of it. And everyone of this country's demise over the last 2 years. And even though I know and everyone knows what comes next could be worse, we just want to see this man gone because I can't even bear to see his face or hear his voice. And I think that reflects many people's opinions as well and experiences with.
Well, he's here tonight.
Do I think he can survive? No. From the people I'm speaking to, and I've got a few Labour sources, they want him gone. And so once that starts, the herd starts to move, he's gone.
Well, what about it? Tough week for your Gaffer.
Yeah. It was a tough week for him. Look, let me just correct some of the stuff there, okay? Because at the start of the week, Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage both said he must have known, he did know, and he's lied to Parliament, right? And that's capital offence. So they agreed with him that he ought to have known. And the next day, what happened was Ollie Robbins went into the select committee and said, no, I didn't tell him. He didn't know. So actually, Reform and the Conservatives agreed with the Prime Minister on the central charge that they made against him, that he must have known, which he didn't, and they also agreed that he came out with a whole load of other stuff about Matthew Doyle and all the rest of it, which was unspeakable. You asked the question, how long has he got?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a quantitative or a qualitative answer?
What's the truth, really, mate?
Downing Street are now living from day to day. Their constant concern is Keir Starmer. Their constant concern should be the country.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that Keir Starmer has. At the moment, instead of being focused on everything else, and I'm sure the guy is trying to focus on the Iran war, the King's visit to America, the cost of living crisis, I'm sure he's trying to focus on all of that. But if you have that sword hanging over you that is saying, people are muttering in your cabinet, there's rumblings on the back benches, everybody else, even Adam Brooke doesn't like you, he's got a head that only has so much capacity. And remember when Boris Johnson said, when the Prime Minister becomes a distraction, they've got to go, or he's become the distraction. Well, but the interesting thing on that, Adam, I was thinking exactly about this earlier in the comparison with Boris. Boris made himself the centre of attention all the time. When he stopped being the centre of attention, when there were other things off, that's when he collapsed. With Starmer, I think it's the other way. Starmer was not always the centre of attention. Now he's become the centre of attention. He has a huge problem.
I just want to pick up on what you said about Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage being wrong about thinking Starmer must have known. I think what came about after Ollie Robbins spoke to the Foreign Affairs Committee was that pretty much everybody of all parties did not properly understand how this process works. In fact, one thing that came out of that is that Ollie Robbins pushed out that you don't fail security vetting. There's a recommendation made and then you're offered to put in place mitigation factors, which they apparently did. But what did come out of it?
You can fail UKSV. You can fail it, and he didn't say that he hadn't failed it. So he said, what I did was Ollie Robbins basically had the right, it's the only department that does have that right, to when somebody does not pass UKSV, they have the right to grant clearance. And that's what Ollie Robbins did. But at that point, everybody, Kemi Badenoch, Starmer, and and Nigel Farage were all in agreement. At that point, he should have told the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister had already been out there on the airwaves saying, yeah, Mandelson's the man.
There's a lady here who wants to make
It comes to something when Zara Sultana, Diane Abbott, and even Ed Davey appear to be talking sense. I mean, that is a universe that I don't understand and I want to have no part of. And Diane Abbott, again, I can't believe we say this, it's always sticking over it, but Diane Abbott actually made a really good point this week, which is, why didn't he ask the question? It would be like Keir Starmer going to the doctor and the doctor saying, we need to do some tests on you because you could have a very, very serious life-threatening illness. And they do the tests, and then go back to the doctor, and the doctor says, well, would you like to know the results? No, I just want to know the process was followed. I think that this government are an absolute shambles, and that we've had the highest tax rates in history. I could list the things that are terrible about the country since they came in and that they've made worse. But actually, I don't want that to be the case. Although Labour isn't my natural home for voting, I actually want them to do well. I do. I want good government. And all of this is distracting from that. These self-induced crises all means that the country is suffering even more. It's time to put a stop to it, and it's time to put someone competent, I don't know who that would be, in his place.
All right, and there's a lady who'd like to make a point here. What would you like to say? You can put one card in on it. Thank you very much for that. And I might put a skip, I think.
Does the panel think that the Prime Minister has deliberately misled Parliament? And if that is proved to be the case, what would be the consequence for him? Could he be compelled to resign? What is the punishment for that as such?
Okay, good point. Well, so I suppose it's, do we think he deliberately misled Parliament? I mean, I think the thing that maybe did for a bit this week was about him saying that, Ollie Robbins has said that there was no pressure, there was no civil service pressure, there was no pressure on the civil service, sorry, and that seems to be untrue.
So let me answer the technical point that you asked, which is what would be, if he had, what would be the consequences? If he had, he would have broken the ministerial code, and I think everybody in Parliament, he would be obliged to come back to Parliament at the very least and say, I'm sorry, I misled Parliament, here's my correction to the record. That's the normal process. If he willfully, deliberately misled Parliament, that's even worse, and you could then see a situation in which he would be moved against. Sorry, Patrick, the point that you were making, which I've now forgotten.
It was about when he said no pressure.
Oh yeah, no, that's a really important point. I think the issue is this. I think there was a culture in number 10. I'm not saying it was the Prime Minister, but certainly in number with Morgan McSweeney, to get Mandelson appointed at all costs, right? And that was totally wrong. But there's also a culture in the civil service. And that culture is, don't give ministers uncomfortable truths. Don't give them information they don't need to know if it's going to gum up the works. And knowing that number 10 wanted this to happen, and with workarounds, at that point, Ollie Robbins had a choice, in my view. And that choice was either I tell the Prime Minister, look, you're going to have to row back here because you've already announced this. And he thought, I'm new in the post, why would I want to do that? Sweep it under the carpet. And it would never have come out unless there had been this humble address.
They was on the front page of The Independent last year, Barry.
Yeah.
Why didn't we ask the question?
Even if Barry,
those were things that were going on in the background. They were not believed.
even if Ollie Robbins made the wrong decision, what is clear, or at least from what he has said, is that number 10, whether that was from Starmer, McSweeney, or other people, is that they were essentially bullying the Foreign Office. And what Ollie Robbins said is, even if Starmer knew that Mandelson had failed his vetting, he probably wouldn't have cared. They didn't seem to care whether he was vetted or not.
He didn't actually say that.
All right, well, there we go. Well, obviously, the jury's out on exactly how long he can cling on for, but I think reading between the lines, it looks as though the herd has moved, doesn't it, when it comes to Keir Starmer, so there we go. But in a statement by an ally of Lord Herd, who I mentioned earlier, is in Elizabeth's trouble, the Daily Telegraph, he said the Daily Telegraph deliberately misrepresented different legal claims and key facts in an attempt to improve their story and they were warned of this pre-publication. Their investigation simply shows the attorney's minimal involvement in the al-Swedi claims, limited to a small number of hours between 2008 and 2013, and there is no suggestion of any wrongdoing on his part. Right, okay, well, that clears that up, doesn't it? Anyway, right, we've got loads more coming your way.
Was charging clients.
Yes, the problem was that he's charging that, the allegation being, of course, for the willful prosecution.
And you've never outlined what you were charging them for, Barry.
All right, here we go. Now,
But first, it's the assassination attempt that has attempted to break a checkpoint. Footage released by the president shows the suspect, Cole Allen, charging past officers at around 8:36 p.m. Rising from this, what implications will this have for the King's security on his visit to Washington? We're going to go live to Washington, D.C., where GB News royal correspondent Cameron Walker is there for us and has some breaking news from Buckingham Palace. Hello, what is this news?
Hi, George. Yes, I've received a statement from Buckingham Palace in the last couple of minutes. It says, following discussions on both sides of the Atlantic through the day and acting on advice of government, we can confirm the state visit by their Majesties will proceed as planned. The King and Queen are most grateful to all those who have worked at pace to ensure this remains the case and are looking forward to the visit getting underway tomorrow. Now, I understand that although the vast majority of the state visit is going to be going ahead, there are going to be a few minor, what they describe as kind of operational changes to the visit. The problem is we're not quite sure what that means. Does that mean less contact time with ordinary members of the public? We know that the King and Queen and other members of the royal family like doing walkabouts. Does that mean a change in location, some of the engagements? We simply don't know. We are trying to get more details on that. But of course, there have been discussions well over through the night, following on from the assassination attempt on President Trump and senior members of the Trump administration. The British government said this morning that they take the security of King Charles incredibly seriously, as does Buckingham Palace, of course. And I think it was probably a situation where secret assurances that when the King and Queen are on American soil, both here in Washington, where I am, also in New York and Virginia, that they are going to be as safe as possible. I suppose clearly with this gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, who's in police custody at the moment, being questioned, 31-year-old, he was targeting Trump, wasn't he? He was targeting the royal family, is not more than it was 24 hours ago, if that makes sense. So let's wait and see. The King and Queen clearly keen, or at least the government clearly keen, to try and use the King's soft power to repair that relationship between President Trump and Sir Keir Starmer, Downing Street and the White House, of course. But this runs far deeper than whoever occupies the White House or who is occupying 10 Downing Street. This is about two nations celebrating 250 years of the Confederation of the United States, and the constant in all of those 250 years is the British monarchy, and that's what's going to be celebrated this week.
That's it. You don't think there's, as you say, I mean, it's vitally important to our government for the King to go out there, the King and Queen, to repair this relationship that arguably the government has damaged. Do you think there was really ever any question of the King and Queen not going out there?
It's really hard to say. I think it would have been incredibly embarrassing for President Trump if the state visit was pulled at such quite so last minute. I think he probably would get on Truth Social straight away and start criticising the UK government, because remember, it's the UK government that is sending the King on a state visit with the Secret Service, wanting this White House Correspondents' Dinner to continue once that gunman has been apprehended. But due to protocol, the Secret Service said, no sir, you've got to go back to the White House, you've got to stay safe. And he has already pledged that he's going to redo that White House Correspondents' Dinner within the next 30 days. So Trump is absolutely determined, clearly, to make sure that people like this gunman who targeted Trump and targeted the Trump administration are not going to stop their way of life and stop celebrations such as this.
Using the internet without a VPN, a virtual private network, is a bit like taking to the road without car insurance. All it takes is one unlucky moment to cost you a lot of cash. This video's sponsor is Private Internet Access. They are the VPN to help keep you safe. Click the link in the description below to find out why over 30 million people have downloaded PIA to protect themselves online. The virtual private network is an app that hides your IP address and helps keep your data private. When you're browsing the internet at home, you give up large amounts of data to
Private internet access helps protect your personal data by encrypting your internet connection to keep your data out of the hands of cyber criminals. And it's not just hackers either to be concerned about. Information can be censored too. When Canada passed their C-18 bill, social media giants decided to ban news content on their platforms. But PIA can protect your ability to consume the news and content you love. Private internet access is available for Windows users, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and you can use one PIA subscription to protect an unlimited amount of devices. And we've got a huge GB News discount for you too. Click the link in this video's description and you'll get a massive 83% off PIA. That's under £2 a month, the price of a coffee, and you'll get an extra 4 months completely free on top. Also, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee too. Visit piavpn.com/GB News to start protecting yourself digitally today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. GB News World Correspondent Cameron Walker. We're going to get our take now from my guests who this evening are Aideen McQueen and Cressida Wetton. Let's give them a round of applause. It's a bit weird applauding as we're talking about an assassination attempt. Cressida, another assassination attempt. And seemingly someone from the left.
I don't think happened on the day. Yeah, I mean, he's a teacher, isn't he? He's a celebrated teacher, somebody who'd won.
Wait, I know a teacher. I know a former teacher.
Please?
Frisked.
Well, I relate, because sometimes when those kids are getting to you, it's just wish you had a... You know, I could see why it happened. Yeah, I'm shocked by how he managed to get into the Hilton Hotel with so many weapons on him. I mean, I remember when Prince Charles, as he was then, visited my hometown, a small, quiet town in Ireland, not an IRA town by any means, and we all had to leave. Shops everywhere that was in shooting range was cleared out. The forensic amount of detail that they went into was incredible. So he has to have somebody on the inside.
You say that, but Cressida, this is America, and I'm sure that if he had a bazooka, they'd be like, well, is it for personal use?
No, not at all. I am completely with you. He should have been. What is anybody doing going into that hotel, staying? I mean, he mocked this in his manifesto. He's got a manifesto, so we'll find out what he's thinking. And
it's funny how we're calling it a manifesto when essentially it's an email.
It's not like we don't know anything about this guy at this point. We know he was a celebrated teacher. He's from the left. His manifesto has this attitude of like, I'm doing the world a favour. He talks about Jesus wouldn't have turned the other cheek if other people were being oppressed. That he's turning himself into this kind of hero of the oppressed.
I remember Jesus rocking up with a shotgun.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Josh. But my point is he's done that thing that we see more and more. He's turned it into, okay, it looks like violence to some people, but really I'm a good guy. And here's when he's dehumanised the other side. So it's all justifiable to him. And that's a huge worry, isn't it? And that's why in his speech earlier, Trump said that people should be resolving things with discussion. I mean, it used to be obvious, but it isn't at this point. So this guy, I guess he'll become another hero of the left.
He definitely will become another hero.
This is
a lot of people who say in bars around the country, if I could have a gun and shoot Trump. And he's done what is so many people's fantasies.
But why are they coming to this conclusion? And that's, I think, what you were touching upon there, is a lot of this narrative about Trump is coming from the mainstream media, certainly in America, that he's this Nazi and this evil human being and he's taking everyone's rights. And so that by not dealing in sort of reality, you don't have to agree with every policy that it doesn't make him the worst human being on the planet. Where you've got someone like, in this country, you've got Clancy sort of saying, well, I choose Trump. Isn't that what he said the other day? I choose Trump over Putin or something. It's just like, really? Really? That's the level that we're at now, is you think that Trump is worse than Putin. That's not a good state of affairs. And it's that kind of rhetoric, of course, that leads people to violence.
Almost the continuous consumption of social media that we have that's completely brainwashing us. I mean, this guy could have been psychotic for all we know. It would be interesting to find out more about him. I don't think the media can be blamed for this. I think it might be a slightly natural reaction to how people feel they are being oppressed by the Trump regime.
That's it, but why do they
They're not discussing the policies. They're just saying, no debate. I'm going to use violence.
That's the final question then, Cressida, is this violence that we're seeing does seem to be coming mostly from the left now.
Absolutely, and it's this thing we've said a million times on this show. when you start conflating words with actual violence, it's only so long before you think those things are interchangeable. And rather than have a debate, I appreciate what you're saying. Of course, he's not well. He's a very unusual, anomalous individual. But I'm starting to feel like he speaks for a section of.
What about the assassin? It was a joke.
Lol.
Yeah, very funny.
Well, let's just hope that King Charles and Camilla are frisked as they go in, and that there's no more guns brought in anywhere near the
Prince
president.
Charles got those hats. Right, next on Free Speech Nation, have there been a split in the gender critical movement? We're going to find out what's been happening and why the ultras, who they are, and why they're upset with J.K. Rowling. See you in 2 minutes.
He's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get it? Like, you are inciting people to do crazy stuff. You're inciting people. And by the way, we've got the SPLC news this week, which I'd love to have you opine on as well. Without further ado, Harmeet Dillon, she's the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. We're honored to have her. Welcome back to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me again.
It's great to see you. You're doing a phenomenal job in a very tough environment. I mean, if anybody is unaware, the DOJ, you guys got a lot coming at you. There's a lot of people demanding things of you all the time, and you have been, in spite of that, able to continue to play offense, Harmeet, and so you deserve a lot of credit for that. We just had Savannah Hernandez on before you. She had to take kind of a break from media. I had been asking her, hey, can you come on and give your story? And she's like, I just need a little bit more time. Today she said she was ready to tell kind of where she's at. And, one of the things, when you talk to her, she's pretty upset that Hennepin County has not been more aggressive. It's basically misdemeanor, slap on the wrist, kind of we'll update you when we know more kind of thing. What can you tell me about maybe the federal level, about maybe the DOJ pursuing an investigation?
Well, thanks for asking. And what happened to Savannah is really outrageous and should never be permitted in any Americans and others who were attacked in this manner by Antifa and other sort of these so-called black box and anti-fascist groups. And this recent thing that we're seeing with regard to ICE is just an outgrowth of all of that. It's funded from abroad. Neville Singham and others are part of shadowy networks that fund these types of protests in the United States that are really designed to disrupt our government. And I think it's very concerning. What I can tell you is, as you know, we already have investigations going on in Minnesota regarding some of the characters there who are attacking our ICE, and we're doing protests, so-called protests. We indicted 39 people for invading the city's church in St. Paul. One of the individuals in this mob was egging on the attacks on Savannah, appears to be one of the individuals involved in that matter. But, there's a line between speech and action. We saw at least 3 people appear to attack Savannah there twice. I can't say more until there may be a development in court, but please rest assured that protecting First Amendment is incredibly important in this Department of Justice, and also protecting our law-abiding and patriotic ICE officers in doing their jobs is very important to us. And mob action like this is designed to intimidate both our law enforcement and also the journalists who seek to document.
I'm assured, because I know you, kind of the subtext of what you're saying there. So you mentioned this, you didn't say his name, but it's William Scott, I think it was Kelly. William Scott
Yes.
Kelly, yeah. So he's the city's church guy that was storming in there. He was also, according to Savannah Hernandez, the one that I identified her to this mob and then kind of egged people on. At what point does that type of behavior become incitement? Because I have another incitement question for you after you answer this.
Well, it's very fact specific. I'm not the investigator, so we do have I know people are frustrated by this in our online world. I know you're more sophisticated, but we have investigators who go and do interviews. We interviewed, I will say, we interviewed and preserved Savannah's input early on in this case, the very weekend that it happened. I made sure prosecutors and our law enforcement were out there to take her statement. That's been done. Then you have to take statements of other people, witnesses, look at the camera angles and all of that. And then there's case law that tells us, there's Brandenburg and other cases that tell us sort of the dividing line between protecting
speech and incitement. So I'm not going to prejudge that. We have to take cases either to a judge or a grand jury.
Right.
And I don't want to
Yeah, but
get ahead of that.
when you talk about incitement, so I'm gonna throw up a theoretical here. Hassan Piker has made a lot of news this week because he's talking about social murder and he's justifying the assassination of Brian Thompson. Yes, the CEO of United Healthcare. Sorry, I blanked on his name. But then, so people are starting to dig up his clips, right? Hassan Piker, and there's a clip here. It's like he says, if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Sateh.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
So this is just him kind of off the cuff, but then you see other things that he said. He's talked about like stabbing people. He's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get it? Like, you are inciting people to do
So this is not that hard of a question, actually. The standard requires that it be an incitement to imminent violence. And so now, and Hassan Piker spewing his garbage on the internet, because I don't think a court would find there to be, unless there's a circumstance where he's talking directly to an individual with a knife poised above a person's body, that would be an imminent incitement to an imminent violence. And so I know that's unsatisfactory for people, but that's kind of what the Supreme Court has ruled, and it's over-inclusive of speech and under-inclusive of criminal activity.
So you're just saying the standard is imminent.
Yeah. So if Hassan Piker is standing in a mob and saying that's fill in the blank law enforcement official, get them, and someone is standing next to them with a rock or a gun or a knife, that could be considered incitement to imminent violence.
Well, we brought up the SPLC, and we have to recall that they have no great love affair with you either. So here's a headline: when you were nominated for Assistant Attorney General, SPLC expresses concern over Harvey Dillon's nomination. So, with all
their history with me, I've commented on them going back to 2017, and when Jeff Sessions was the Attorney General here, he talked about their conduct, and I went on Fox News and talked about it as well. So I've known about their shenanigans for years, and I've had many clients over the years, nonprofit organizations. Andy Ngo is another one, who got onto their hate map and were characterized as hateful agents and entities. And at the end of the story, where they're tagging me as being a horrible thing for civil rights because I'm not sufficiently good for Black and brown people, I'm not the right kind of brown person apparently. They say that their purpose in life is to get rid of white supremacy and that kind of social constructs running business against conservatives. And there was apparently an insufficient supply of hatred in our country on the right, so they had to manufacture it. It is a truly shocking story, and I tend to believe that this is only the tip of the iceberg. SPLC gets money laundered through various different channels. So, you might see an Obama foundation give money to some intermediary, Tides, Ford, some others, and then they launder that into SPLC. And I believe there are probably plenty of others, much less prominent than SPLC, and who are getting this kind of money. SPLC has a huge amount of money offshore, by the way, as well. So I'm sure my colleagues who are looking into money laundering and financial crimes are very interested in that. And I think we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg here. I feel vindicated in this regard.
Yeah, so we have one minute before the break. Could there be additional things just against SPLC? I know they've had complaints against them for decades. People on the left have said the organization is a con. Morris Dees left under a cloud, and they said this will totally be investigated, and nothing was ever heard again. Is this maybe just the beginning of what we have against the SPLC? Could more be forthcoming in that case?
Look, again, we never try to tip our hand about what we're doing, but we've started with the type of crimes that eventually took down the mob in the United States. Elliot Ness kind of started out with tax fraud, and then the thread, and you're going to see a lot there. A lot of us on the right knew that there was shady stuff happening there. Nobody had the will until this DOJ, starting under Pam Bondi and now continuing under Todd Blanche's great leadership, to actually do something about it.
I mean, can you stay one more segment? I want to ask you about this DEI case in Colorado that just broke right before you came on the air. So hang right there. Okay, perfect. That's a big one. DEI and AI. It's a lot of acronyms that can mean a lot of bad things if it's not handled correctly. I want to say that All Family Pharmacy, the good folks at All Family Pharmacy have flipped the entire pharmaceutical industry on its head. So if you need medications, if you need your daily maintenance meds or antivirals, you can go straight to allfamilypharmacy.com. All Family Pharmacy, it lets you be proactive in your healthcare. So don't get sick and wait in line and ask a doctor for permission. You don't have to do that. You get prepared ahead in advance, and then you have them ready if and when you do get sick. I have just started using them myself, and I will tell you, I'm impressed. They're an amazing company. Allfamilypharmacy.com. Use promo code KIRK10 for 10% off your first order. That's allfamilypharmacy.com. Promo code KIRK10 for 10% off. Check them out. We'll be right back.
Hello, all you free-loving people. The SPLC is in the spotlight with a case alleging that the SPLC funneled donations to informants who are affiliated with the same extremist groups that they were founded to oppose. And the U.S. team is headed to Pakistan while the Iranian government's team is shaken from Golubov walking out. Why? Okay, let's get into it. Major legal fight around the Southern Poverty Law Center, known as the SPLC, is growing. The SPLC is one of America's most well-known civil rights organizations. Yesterday, House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan ordered the SPLC to hand over their documents by April 30th. The request is about the SPLC's ties to the Department of Justice and the FBI under the Biden administration. Jordan wrote a letter to Brian Fair, who is the SPLC interim president and chief executive. In that letter, Jordan said that public records show that the DOJ under the Biden administration worked closely with the group during the Biden-Harris years. This included regular meetings along with early sharing of federal law enforcement data and allowing SPL staff to train prosecutors. Lawmakers now want to know how much influence the organization may have had on federal policy. Jordan is also asking for the communications that the SPLC made with informants. The informants tied to fake business names and were allegedly used to move the money. The committee also wants communications between the SPLC and federal agencies that date back to 2021. The committee is investigating whether the SPLC helped shape federal policy during the Biden-Harris years. The committee pointed to the now withdrawn 2023 FBI Richmond memo, which dates back to when Christopher Wray led the FBI. That memo describes some radical traditionalist Catholics as being prone to violent threats, and it cited the SPLC as a source of the description.
The House Judiciary Committee has sent a letter to the Southern Poverty Law Center requesting documents on any communication and coordination between the group and the Biden administration. Now, in that letter, the committee claims the FBI had at least 13 documents, including a memo that labeled traditional Catholics as violent extremists. That memo, according to the committee, cited material from the SPLC. This after a 2023 report from that same House committee found that the SPLC identified Christian identity as a hate group.
An 11-count indictment against the SPLC
In the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
The indictment describes the SPLC's conduct in detail. In one case, they paid a member of a leadership group that planned the 2017
Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of one person and injured dozens more. This particular person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years.
The SPLC is also alleged to have paid a separate informant more than $1 million between 2014 and 2023 to leak information about the neo-Nazi organization that is called the National Alliance. Federal prosecutors say that in total, the SPLC secretly sent more than $3 million.
Indictment. Between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the National Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front.
The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertised to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They used their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front.
And Cash Patel outlined how the SPLC used shell companies to hide their criminal activity.
In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred.
The SPLC has long been known in media and politics for tracking extremist organizations through its hate map and research reports. And now that they are facing these charges, there have been many reactions to the case against the SPLC. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called the indictment baseless. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accused the administration of weaponizing the DOJ against watchdog groups. Brian Fair also rejected the charges. He said that the organization is outraged by the false accusations, and the organization will vigorously defend itself, its staff, and its work. Fair acknowledged that the group had used paid confidential informants in the past, but he said that the practice had ended. He also maintained that the payments were for confidential informants to gather credible intelligence on extremely violent groups. Fair argued that infiltrating violent organizations was dangerous but necessary work that saved lives. But critics of the SPLC say that the SPLC labeled opponents too broadly and they held too much influence over public institutions. In an interview with the New York Post, America First legal president Gene Hamilton, who is a former DOJ official, likened the SPLC scandal to paying the proverbial arsonist to help put out a fire. Hamilton said that it would be like if his own MAGA type group was secretly giving money to DEI officials to see that it's unimaginable to us that a civil rights group would gin up fake bigotry in order to solicit donations from concerned Americans.
This is what the SPLC did. It is shameful and outrageous. And the SPLC even labeled Turning Point USA as a hate group on May 27th, 2025, and Charlie Kirk reacted to the move at the time.
They're literally putting high school chapters of ours on a hate group next to the KKK and next to neo-Nazi groups. And I mean, we can laugh this off. There's an element to this. Remember that there was a shooter that went to the Family Research Council years ago, inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite. Our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go on to the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us
Well, when you're effective, you're a threat.
And the SPLC case has drawn a sharp response from President Trump. In a post on True Social, President Trump wrote that if the allegations against the SPCL are true, then the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. And President Trump questioned, how do you defend the SPLC when they are giving money to the KKK while pretending to fight hate groups? A few days ago, we reported that Kash Patel said that there would be news coming out about the 2020 election. Then today in our research, we noticed that the SPLC was funding ballot boxes in Fulton County. Back in October of 2020, the SPLC announced on their website Georgia-based actions to fund ballot drop boxes in Fulton County and mail 1 million absentee ballot requests to meet voter needs in a historic election. So could this be what Kash was talking about? The temporary ceasefire ended its 17th day today. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be sent to Pakistan tomorrow morning to participate in talks related to the Iranian government.
As you know, and I spoke about it earlier this week, the president was flexible in granting an extension of the ceasefire throughout this time. The president has decided to dispatch Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner back to Islamabad. The Iranians want to talk. They want to talk in person. And so the president, as I've said many, many times to all of you, always willing to give diplomacy a chance. So Steve and Jared will be heading to Pakistan tomorrow to hear the Iranians out. We hope progress will be made, and we hope that positive developments will come from this meeting. And we will see. And the president, the vice president, the secretary of state will be waiting here in the United States for updates. And the vice president, I understand, is on standby and will be willing to dispatch to Pakistan if we feel it's a necessary use of his time. We've certainly seen some progress from the Iranian side in the last couple of days. Again, the president has made the decision to send Steve and Jared to hear the Iranians out. And so we'll see what they have to say this weekend.
And today, President Trump said in an interview with Reuters that the Iranian government wants peace talks, and President Trump intends to see whether reaching an agreement with Iran is possible. He also said that the Iranian government is preparing a proposal that is aimed at responding to U.S. demands and at resolving disputes. Two Pakistani government sources told Reuters that a delegation from the Iranian government, including Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Iranian government, has already arrived in Pakistan today. Earlier today, Araghchi said on X that he is also traveling to Moscow, but Mohammed Ghalibaf will not be attending. Israel's Channel 12 claimed that Ghalibaf stepped away from the Iranian government's negotiating team. This apparently was because of interference from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. The report said that Ghalibaf had been handling secret contacts with the United States and managing negotiations in Pakistan, but he has now left those roles. Channel 12 said that Ghalibaf opposed the growing influence of IRGC commanders, including the head of the IRGC. Apparently, their involvement limited Ghalibaf's ability to move talks forward. The report also said that the dispute between Ghalibaf and an IRGC head came to a turning point after a Qatari proposal failed. Under that plan, the United States would allow 20 Iranian ships to pass through Iranian ports, while the Iranian government would guarantee safe passage for 20 ships from Arab Gulf countries through the Strait of Hormuz. But according to the report, Araghchi sided with the IRGC
hardliners and block the Qatari proposal. Meanwhile, there's a mixer as a mediator, and President Trump also attended the talks. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, and U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon Michael Issa accompanied President Trump. After the talks, President Trump said that the meeting went very well and it is a great start. President Trump wrote on True Social on Thursday night, "The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the Iran-backed militia that operates in the country's south. It holds seats in Lebanon's parliament, and it operates as an organization since 1997. One day before the talks, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar called on Lebanon to work with Israel to disarm Hezbollah. Sa'ar said, "We don't have any serious disagreements with Lebanon. There are a few minor border disputes that can be solved. The obstacle to peace and normalization between the countries is one, Hezbollah." He also said that Lebanon could have a future of sovereignty, independence, and freedom from the Iranian occupation. President Trump wrote, "The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, in self-defense." The Lebanese ambassador thanked President Trump for his efforts to help and support Lebanon, and the Israeli ambassador said, "We hope that together, under your leadership, we can formalize peace between Israel and Lebanon in the very near future." Since the Iranian government backs Hezbollah, President Trump said that any deal the U.S. signs with Iran must include a provision barring the targeting Israel on March 2nd. After the U.S. and the Iranian government agreed to a ceasefire on April 7th, the Iranian government insisted that it cover Lebanon as well. Due to the anti-Hezbollah stance of the current government of Lebanon, the Trump administration saw a unique opportunity for a peace deal through a separate channel, direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. Rubio said that the ceasefire extension gives time for Israel and Lebanon to work toward a permanent peace. President Trump told reporters in the Oval Office after the meeting, "It'll be heavy blows to the CCP." Yesterday, White House said that the CCP is carrying out industrial-scale campaigns to extract advanced U.S. artificial intelligence technology. In a memo that was addressed to federal agencies, Michael Kratkios, the director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, stated that American officials have evidence that foreign entities, primarily based in China, are systematically targeting U.S. frontier AI systems. These efforts involve tens of thousands of proxy accounts and the use of jailbreaking techniques that are designed to bypass safeguards and extract proprietary information. They enable foreign actors to develop comparable products at significantly lower cost. The memo reads, "These distillation campaigns also allow those actors to deliberately strip away security protocols from the resulting models and undo mechanisms that ensure those AI models are ideologically neutral and truth-seeking." To address this threat, the Trump administration has vowed to hold foreign actors accountable for industrial-scale theft. At the same time, the NASA Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, has, in a rare move, disclosed an old case involving espionage by a Chinese citizen. This person posed as a U.S. researcher as part of a spear-phishing campaign to obtain sensitive information from the space agency, as well as from government entities, universities, and private companies. The OIG said in a release on Thursday, "For years, NASA employees and research collaborators thought they were simply sharing software with some of the victims of the campaign were employed at NASA, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, and the Federal Aviation Administration, while the others worked at major universities and private sector firms. With the assistance of the NASA Office of the Inspector General and federal partners, this long-running scheme was uncovered, thereby preventing further leaks of classified information to hostile foreign entities. The individual linked to the campaign was outed as Chinese national Song Wu. Between January 2017 and December 2021, this individual repeatedly targeted American professors, researchers, and engineers. According to the 2024 indictment, Song was formerly an engineer at a state-owned aerospace and defense conglomerate in China that manufactured both civilian and military aircraft. He and an unidentified accomplice attempted to obtain modeling software that is used in aerospace design and weapons development. They conducted extensive research on their targets, posing as their genuine friends and colleagues to request copies of the software or its source code. The scheme was successful in a handful of cases where victims shared the sensitive information with the imposter accounts that were managed by Song. So the FBI has added Song also on foreign relations, which is a U.S. think tank, that the Chinese Communist Party had taken the lead in mobilizing the entire society to engage in theft in order to climb the economic ladder. And the OIG said, as phishing campaigns continue to become more sophisticated, there are common clues that can betray scammers and expose their export fraud schemes. In Song's case, he repeatedly requested to purchase the same software without specifying his requirements. And fraudsters often suggest using unusual payment methods, such as suspicious wire transfers, or they suddenly change payment terms or sources, and they also use non-standard transfer methods to conceal their identities or circumvent shipping restrictions, among other tactics. Cybersecurity agencies in Western countries also issued a joint security advisory on Thursday, warning that CCP hackers are extensively exploiting everyday connected devices, such as home Wi-Fi routers and smart home devices, to build covert networks in order to conceal their malicious cyber operations. Led by the National Cybersecurity Center, this operation involved 15 international partner agencies from 9 countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, the Netherlands, New Zealand, and Spain. And they jointly issued an urgent cybersecurity advisory warning regarding a significant shift in the tactics employed by hacking groups that are linked to the CCP. The announcement states that these attacks exploit so-called covert networks or botnets, which operate by relaying malicious traffic through thousands or even hundreds of thousands of compromised home devices around the world to conceal the source of the attack. And home Wi-Fi routers are the most commonly hijacked devices, while printers and network cameras are also highly vulnerable to intrusion. Security officials explained that a typical home Wi-Fi router could be used as a relay point to attack a large corporation without the homeowner's knowledge. One case study shows a Chinese private company established a vast hidden network by infecting more than 200,000 devices worldwide. The case urges companies and organizations to take a number of steps, such as mapping out their IT systems, including connections to consumer broadband networks. The political scene in the UK has also been turbulent recently, as controversy over the appointment of the ambassador to the US continues to escalate. A war of words has erupted over who should ultimately take the blame for appointing Labour veteran Peter Mandelson as envoy to the US. Previously, media coverage of Mandelson's case focused on his relationship with Epstein. However, newly revealed information shows that Mandelson has had business dealings with CCP-affiliated companies and Chinese capital in the past. According to investigative reports and disclosures by think tanks, Global Counsel, the consulting firm founded by Mandelson, has been involved in transactions and lobbying activities related to CCP-funded enterprises, including assisting with investments by CCP capital in the UK's technology sector. Keir Starmer has faced questions these days at Prime Minister's questions from MPs regarding Mandelson's appointment 7 months after his sacking from the top job in Washington. On Tuesday, Starmer defended himself in strong terms. He stated that full due process was observed during Mandelson's appointment. Starmer told MPs the problem was, I was unaware that the UK security vetting recommended against clearance of Mandelson. criticized foreign ministry officials for failing to promptly inform the Prime Minister of the security screening risks. And he alleged that relevant information had been missing on multiple occasions. The Prime Minister called the withholding of information a deliberate decision. He described the entire information processing process as incredible and astonishing. He said that he would have canceled the appointment of Mandelson had he known about the vetting concerns. On the other hand, Ollie Robbins, a former top civil servant in the Foreign Office, described someone that he called number 10. Apparently, number 10 was so determined to press ahead with the appointment of Mandelson that he thought that there should be no vetting at all. But Robbins still insisted that his department follow the process rigorously. However, Robbins was sacked last week, and now number 10 denies that they put pressure on the Foreign Office to appoint Mandelson. Pat McFadden, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, also denied such pressure was made to appoint Mandelson. He said that Ollie Robbins made the judgment that he did, so he did not have to tell Keir Starmer about Lord Mandelson not clearing security vetting. So McFadden said that Starmer has acted fairly in these circumstances. But politicians from opposition parties have repeatedly criticized the Prime Minister over the appointment. Many have called for Starmer to resign or for a vote of no confidence in his and charged him with misleading Parliament. Several opposition parties, including the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish National Party, have also joined in the criticism, questioning whether the appointment process has been seriously compromised. The atmosphere in the House was tense. Two members of Parliament were kicked out of the chamber for flatly accusing him of lying, which is against the rules of the House of Commons. Far-left MP Zara Sultana accused Starmer of gaslighting the nation, telling the chamber, "Let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a bare-faced liar, and if he had any decency, he would resign." On Wednesday in the Commons, Tory leader Kenny Badenoch repeatedly pressed Starmer on whether the full due process was observed. But Starmer says that he stands by his statement. He admitted that the appointment was a mistake. But he again says that the Foreign Office officials granted security clearance to Mandelson against the recommendation of UK security vetting. And Badenoch even claims that Mandelson was given access to classified briefings before he received clearance. But Starmer explained that as a member of the House of Lords and as a Privy Councillor, Mandelson was permitted to have access to certain material before developed vetting. And on Tuesday, Pat McFadden claimed that Mandelson was appointed because he was a political operator and someone with trade experience. So since the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, wanted to take full responsibility for advising the Prime Minister to appoint Mandelson, he resigned from his job in February due to his role in the Mandelson case. The British government has now launched a new round of security vetting to determine whether Mandelson's tenure posed any national security risks. The assessment will be conducted by a unit under the Cabinet Office, but some members of Britain's Parliament are still demanding that Starmer resign. The Prime Minister's future is on the minds of some of his MPs, but President Trump believes that Starmer will recover from the scandal President Trump wrote. Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom acknowledged that he exercised wrong judgment when he chose his ambassador to Washington. I agree, he was a really bad bet. Plenty of time to recover, however. But this has raised questions about his suitability for a sensitive diplomatic position. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thank you so much for your support of Front Page. Please remember to leave a comment below the video. This is really helping us to be seen all around the world. The more people who watch Front Page, the more freedom-loving people the world will have. And please hit the like button and hit the notification bell after subscribing. And please share this video with your friends and family, because everybody deserves to know the truth.
Right, time for the papers at 7:47 with Susan Evans and Kevin Schofield. Morning, both. To the Express, Suzanne. Keir Starmer is being told
by the Tories must give a public apology to grooming gang victims.
Yes, that's right. So the Express has done an investigation into Keir Starmer's prosecution when he was head of the CPS of the Rochdale grooming gangs and have found him severely lacking. And now Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, is saying that there needs to be an investigation into this as part of the current inquiry into the scandal. So this is much more pressure on Starmer, this time from the Tories and from regarding a case that, of course, has got huge emotions around it. So basically, you might remember Maggie Oliver, the police officer who blew the whistle on the whole scandal. She was a conspiracy to commit sexual activity with a child, a 13-year-old, whereas in fact, he raped her, made her pregnant. This was what apparently, and so they got the DNA they from the baby. That's how they caught him. So basically, the idea is that Starmer was finding lesser charges to convict these men, but his leadership rival, Mayor Andy Burnham of Greater Manchester in 2024, did a report into this and talked about the CPS's behaviour. Basically, amounted to deplorable further abuse of these children because their appalling suffering was basically dumbed down. So much more pressure on Keir Starmer now, and arguably, if the CPS didn't prosecute to the full extent of the law, and we know there are other perpetrators who are still out there who evaded justice, then I can quite see why the Shadow Home Secretary is calling for him to be grilled as part of the inquiry.
Well, who knows, it may not be criminal stuff by then, if that ever was the consequence.
I don't know, can we move on to something I'm feeling a little bit shy of? I have to say, I did have a little bit of a giggle when I saw this headline about EU chiefs investigating Peter Mandelson over Epstein corruption.
Mandelstein, that's the
arch Remainer, EU lover Mandelson is being pursued by the very thing that he loves. So I have to say, as an arch Brexiteer, I did have a little bit of a giggle about that this morning. Basically, what happened is earlier this year, Sir David, exactly, you put it in my head now, I got it out of my head, Mandelson's relationship with a Russian oligarch called Oleg Deripaska could be as bad as the one he has with Epstein. Because
George Osborne was on the board as well.
That's right. So when he was EU Trade Commissioner, he put basically contracts worth £148 million in his pocket. So David Davis wants this investigated, as does Nigel Farage. So I did have a laugh. Shall I for you?
All right, you two. Thank you.
Here's what most people don't realise. Your personal data isn't just floating around. It's being bought and sold every single day by data brokers. That means employers, strangers, scammers, and even criminals can access it. And that's how identity theft, fraud, and harassment starts. Now, sure, you could try removing it yourself, but it takes hours of forms and emails, and even then, it usually pops right back up. That's why this video is brought to you by Incognito. Incognito contacts data brokers on your behalf and demands your information is deleted from their databases, and they keep on doing it to make sure it stays gone. And they've just launched an unlimited plan with custom removal. So if your info appears on some random website, you can paste the link and their privacy team will personally work to get it taken down. It's simple. Click the link in the description, create your account, give permission, and they handle the rest. Head to incognito.com/GB News. And with the code GB News, you can get a huge 60% off an annual plan. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code now. It works out at less than a coffee a month. It's also totally risk-free for 30 days. Take back control of your personal data today with Incognito. And a big thanks to them for supporting the channel.
Our main story this morning is about the Prime Minister. Is he heading into another week of turmoil?
Well, reports suggest that members of the Cabinet are holding private talks over who should ask him to step down, following, of course, the Peter Mandelson and other scandals.
Yeah, what does that remind you of? Back in the 90s? Well, it comes ahead of Morgan McSweeney, his former Chief of Staff, appearing before the Foreign Affairs States.
He lost his phone and nobody can find it. In other developments, the Home Secretary is considering whether to open talks with the Taliban on returning failed asylum seekers.
Let's talk to political commentator Duncan Barks, who's here. I mean, it's interesting. I saw some analysis this morning saying actually this coming week could be far worse from the Prime Minister than the week that's just gone.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's in a very critical period. I suspect there are conversations going on behind closed doors and will be continuing over the weekend regarding what do we do with a problem like Keir Starmer. I think if there was an obvious successor to take his place, someone who was able to strike, he would be in a lot of danger. But at the moment, the only obvious challenge there, until her Texas investigation has been completed, where Streeting seems to be off the ball a little bit, and Andy Burnham, the King of the North, who's often cited as the future leader of the Labour Party, not even an MP, he's the mayor for Greater Manchester. So the forthcoming week will be interesting. If he can survive it, I think he's all right for a good few weeks. There was an interesting story last night in the Independent newspaper by David Maddox, their political editor, saying that the Speaker of the House of Commons over the appointment of Manson. Now, if that were to happen, that would put Starmer in such a dangerous position because GB News viewers and listeners will recall it was that privileges committee that basically did for Boris Johnson.
So Mr. Speaker's going to put it to a vote?
Not yet. MPs apparently have written to him saying we would like you to consider having a vote about whether or not the Prime Minister should go in front of the Congress.
Because that's going to be fast.
2024 by effectively saying, look at the Tories and how chaotic they were and how grubby they were in certain areas and how this lack of probity. For a party that actually got into government in July 2024, Labour saying, we're not like that. Look at where we are now with this.
Straight into it, really.
Yeah, I mean, it would basically be a vote of no confidence.
It would be. So it comes back to whether or not those Labour MPs are that desperate to get rid of Keir Starmer, but then you go full circle. Who is the obvious replacement? Do you want a summer of chaos where there's some kind of leadership contest? And then you've also got to consider the impact it has on our economy and the markets, because for all of Starmer and Reeves' faults, stability does make people who lend this country a lot of money feel relatively secure about handing over the dosh.
Can we talk about the Taliban?
Yes.
This is a very odd situation. I mean, one of the biggest groups of people crossing the channel on small boats are Afghans. Yeah. And there's an issue sending them back because obviously the Taliban is now in charge. The Home Secretary says she's considering talking to the Taliban. To give her a due, it's been announced that EU countries and Sweden are talking to the Taliban about returning people. It's a difficult one, though.
It is, because ultimately for this to happen, the EU Commission holding talks, want to hold talks to the Taliban government. Our Home Secretary's thinking, well, maybe we should do the same to thrash out some kind of returns deal. 10% of all arrivals crossing the channel are Afghans. The figures here are quite staggering. 36,000 Afghans claimed invasion, where we might have our Home Secretary acknowledging this regime. And just a bit of background here, the Taliban, I think, took control of Afghanistan back in 2021, because American forces withdrew, we withdrew. Some people say we just left, a lot of people in Afghanistan literally hanging. So we could end up in a situation where we have some kind of returns deal with the Taliban.
I can't quite see it happening, can you? Because there's no way the Taliban are going to accept kindly people who have tried to escape the country.
Yeah, I mean, the people that they're looking to return effectively are either those who have got criminal convictions in this country or have failed asylum seekers. And then it gets us into this awful area. What kind of deal would it look like? And is it going to be a case of, because what would be the incentive for the Taliban to take back a load of people?
All right, let's bring this guy in. This guy, he's probably one of the most connected people I know. He scoops everything. He's got just a pipeline into the administration because everything that comes out is just, if it hasn't happened yet, let's bring in a good friend of mine, CEO and editor-in-chief of Just News, John Solomon. John, around 11:30 p.m. last night, Just News posted a story titled The Art of No Deal. Tell us what you mean by that.
The Iranians don't have a clear negotiating team. Something you and I talked about a couple of weeks ago. There's a division between the IRGC, which are the most radical of the fanatics in the Iranian regime, the Revolutionary Guard. They would like to fight to death. Trump could deliver that wish if he would. I would like to. And then some of the civilian leadership, which vacillates between a partial to full deal. I do think what has happened in the last 48 hours is that the Iranians have agreed on a potential strategy, and they've identified the foreign minister as the sole voice for speaking for all the different factions that are left behind in the sort of splintered Iranian leadership, and that allows for clear negotiations. And the only question will be, will the Iranians accept the president's terms? The Iranians don't have much to leverage. They are the losing, defeated party. Yeah, they cause a little mischief here and there in the Hormuz Strait, probably not as much as we think. But they are.
You said the Hormuz Strait. Trump said that the other day. He backed down with, someone call it the Strait of Hormuz, a much more beautiful movie. I love that.
Yeah, it is straight over. I always, I shorten it when I'm talking about it fast hands. But,
well, you meet with a guy, maybe he picked it up. Anyway, I don't think
I can blame him for that one. That's my own brain on that one. I do think that this is the last round of negotiations. A little while ago, Senator Roger Wicker said that the time for negotiating is over. The Iranians are never going to make a deal. I think that's a general assessment inside the intelligence community right now. That said, the president wants to exhaust every possible option here. And there are some inklings that Iran wants to move towards a deal. The parliament speaker has been pushed aside. So it's just the foreign minister now. The foreign minister's job is to go to all the different factions to get consensus and go back. If there's no consensus, then there's no deal, and we're going to resume bombing Iran. And it's probably going to be pretty ugly for Iran. And really focus on eradicating the IRGC and some of the radical leaders that are still left, who have risen up from mid-level positions to lessen the number of people that have to get consensus to. But I do think that if this war resumes, we will have full control of the Strait of Hormuz pretty quickly, and that'll be an objective. And the objective of taking out more and more of the leadership, so there's fewer and fewer people to object to a peace deal. I think that's the next piece of it.
So Fox has reported in the last 2 hours, I believe, that Kushner and Witkoff are going to head to Islamabad over the weekend.
Sunday? Yes.
The question is, it's not J.D. Vance. Do Kushner and Witkoff have signing capability to actually cut the deal?
Well, they have direct access to the president. So, look at the deals they have cut all around the world. They've been quite a tandem. I think pulling the vice president back is a statement to the Iranians that it's not worth our time to send our vice president and give him the charade that we've had. But if you establish at this meeting that you can speak with one voice, and that when you say you agree to something, you can back it up, then we might bring the vice president back to close the deal. So, there are all these little nuances in diplomacy. Pulling the vice president isn't because it's a failure, it's because it's not worth your time if you guys can play cat and mouse. And quite frankly, if this is another cat and mouse, we're unleashing another round of fury on you. So I do think that what's interesting is that the Iranian negotiating team has shrunk. And I think that creates a more quick path to getting answers. And we're going to know pretty quickly who's in charge and whether they agree with what we want. And if they don't want what we want, we're not going to bend to them. We're the winners. We're the ones who just took out all their capabilities, blockaded their blockade. The losing party doesn't get to dictate. I know that's been the past behavior of Iran, not with this president. So I think by Monday or Tuesday we'll know whether we're resuming the war for a little bit or whether we have to deal. And it will be the last round of negotiations.
John, so Abbas Siraji, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, if I'm not correct. He's the foreign minister who will be meeting with Witkoff and Kushner. You say they narrowed it down
for 5 factions. His job is to go back to the 5 factions. We so decimated their leadership that they're factionalized, and they can't get together because every time they get together, we kill them, right? So it is sort of a pigeon carrier exercise of 5, what I've been told are 5 different factions. You got the IRGC, and then you've got the leftover original leadership, and then you got some of these new figures in the foreign ministry that have popped up since all the other leaders were taken out. That is what's going to happen this weekend. Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going to be able to sit there and say, this is the last thing. The president's not going, yeah, it's not good enough. Just tell us, and we'll resume voter registration data, creating a major vulnerability. Last week, we showed that before those penetrations occurred, so the penetrations occurred in spring of 2020, in January and February of 2020, the intelligence community unanimously assessed that America's election infrastructure was significantly vulnerable and could be compromised by a foreign power. That's very different than what the Chris Krebs and the Chris Wrays of the world told us. Everything's fine, secure election. That's not what our intelligence agencies actually believe. We were given a sugar pill to hide those very difficult vulnerabilities. The sad part about that is that we went from knowing there were vulnerabilities and that the voter registration database was the most vulnerable to allowing it to be compromised to then keeping it quiet so that nobody could increase since 2020. The number of penetrations have only increased. I would not be surprised if we learned from Tulsi Gabbard sometime in mid-May that 18 to 20 states' voter election databases were penetrated. That would be a national scandal because it would have been kept from us. And by the way, when it happened in Great Britain in 2024, it was a national scandal. There was a moment of shame, and it led to recrimination and some very significant security improvements. I think this is the moment the president has one more shot to go back to the Senate. Say, hey, Senator X and Senator Y, you're currently not voting for the Save America Act, but this is what just happened in your state. You were kept in the dark by Joe Biden on this. We're telling you the truth about what happened. Here's the data. Here's what happened. Now's the time for you to get on board by China, and they'll have to make a hard decision. I stay with my party line or I stay with my rhino line. I won't support this, or I'm going to do what's in the best interest of my state, because my state constituents are very concerned, and we'll go forward. I think the other thing we're going to start to learn is that the government has multiple projects going on here to identify how many illegal non-citizens and illegal aliens got on the voter rolls. It's not in the thousands. It's going to be north of 100,000 in the numbers I'm hearing. That too should come out in May. Those are two big revelations. These aren't small little things like the left keeps making them out to be. These are major vulnerabilities and major failures of our election system. I think the president has a chance to ride these new disclosures to put new pressure on a lazy Senate that hasn't gotten around to the Save America Act.
John, let me do this very quick. We're really so kind of rapid fire because I'm going to put me in a spot to ask you what you know. I'm going to ask you what you think. Because the left loves to spread rumors. And the left is spreading rumors that this one's out, this one's out, this one's out. Tulsi Gabbard, you think she's safe for the near term?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. How about Kathy Talbot?
Definitely.
Okay. And Howard Lutton?
To be determined. I just think there's a fondness for the president for it, but I think there's also a question of just what sort of success he's had. And at the end of the day, the president can like you, but he's a bottom line guy. And if he doesn't like the bottom line, sometimes he makes a chance. In Donald Trump's world, making changes isn't a failure. It's just an effort to get improved, right? It's like what you do in the football training camp, right? You may have a good athlete, but maybe the guy a little bit better. The better guy before you get to the regular season.
Yeah, the quarterback's not making games. You bring your backup, see how it goes. And, yeah, of course. That's
how it works.
That's in business. John, that's why I've been a Trump supporter since 2015. A completely unaltered, never buried, because the business guy in him says, if it's not selling, let's get another one. Let's find someone who can sell.
I agree. I think it's nothing more profound than that. He looks at things analytically and he just wants to keep getting better. And most people in politics today will see an iceberg coming and they'll say, oh my God, we're going to crash in the iceberg. Donald Trump sees an iceberg. Thanks, guys.
2.5 minutes, folks. We'll be right back.
That's right. So, as I said earlier, there are rooms basically where there's lots of socialising, lots of networking, lots of celebrating actually of the journalists who work very hard in this town. And so I was at the top of the escalators. The pictures we've been seeing, just to explain a little bit of the geography of the building, is the lobby level anyone could walk into. I think Thomas Corbett-Dillon was just saying. Anybody could walk into that level. Guests, of course, people who work in the hotel, anybody. And there was no security at that point whatsoever. You walk in and there's a table with two ladies with a piece of paper, and they basically tick your name off. I mean, it is incredibly informal. That's part of the charm of this city. A lot of the events are like that, but obviously, on occasion, that backfires somewhat. You might escalate it. So the pictures we're seeing here, this is the lobby area in the basement. So there's a lobby area on the first floor, there's a lobby area in the basement. So this is the area where the metal detectors were. This is the area where you'd have to put your bags through the machine. They're going to search your bags, they're going to pat people down, they have the metal detectors in their hands, etc. So it was at this point, obviously, where the gunman realised that he wasn't going to get through the metal detectors, and that is why he's made a run for it. See, he's come right through, but you can see how relaxed everybody is. Nobody's on high alert. The body language of the people there, it was a very convivial atmosphere because it was a social occasion. It wasn't like going into a conference. It wasn't like walking into the White House on any particular, it was a social occasion, and so I think they had their guard down, is the best way I can describe it. I mean, I spoke to a couple of guests. In fact, you might play that this morning, but there were two women who were just guests in the hotel. I got chatting to them in one of the bars actually beforehand, and they were sort of baffled by the event because they just booked for a weekend. They live in Phoenix. They booked for a weekend in Washington. They didn't know it was the Washington correspondence dinner tonight when they booked into the hotel. It's a vast hotel. This room that we're looking at here holds about 2,500 people for this sort of event. And so there were lots of people walking around. And I guess this guy, we now know, he was a guest at the hotel. The question is, I suppose, how long had he been down in the basement? Because there was a level of security you had to get through to descend the escalators, but it was literally a case of saying, do you have a ticket? Can I see your ticket? And if you showed a ticket, you went down the escalators. And when I say a ticket, guys, it was a tiny little white piece of paper, easily replicable, nothing distinguishing about it. There's no QR code, there was no ticket on a phone. Again, it's part of the charm of Washington. It isn't quite so technologically advanced that maybe these events would be, and a lot of us rather like that, but it does mean that on occasions like this, if you've replicated a little white ticket, I guess you can get down the escalators and you can get down to the lobby area. We're seeing the gunman here, obviously once he was apprehended, and we know a little bit more about him. I've got Ben Leo sat here with me as well, if you want me to hand it to Ben.
Hello guys. So this chap here on your screen, he is called Cole Allen. He's a 31-year-old from California. He's been identified as a teacher. And unbelievably, not so recently, he was crowned Teacher of the Month. So it does beg the question how you go from being Teacher of the Month, educating the future generations of Americans, to travelling all the way across the country from the West Coast to the East Coast, armed with not only just a pistol, as we first thought was the case when this story first broke in the early hours this morning. I think it was around 1 a.m. UK time. Armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives as well. As a massive event like this, the White House Correspondents Association dinner, it's an annual event. It's advertised well in advance. Everybody knows who attends. Everybody knows who's coming, and the severity and the top level of security needed to keep attendees safe, not least the president. How was this guy, Cole Allen, a 31-year-old teacher, able to check into the Hilton Hotel at some point during the week, perhaps, armed to the nines with an arsenal, and indeed stay there until this dinner this evening? And the footage of him literally sprinting, and the president was describing it in some detail, sprinting towards the front. The Secret Service detail you can see here, the guy runs in, the Secret Service en masse. I describe them as, and I mean this with no disrespect, it's a compliment, just like ants, the way they convene together, they all move forward together with their pistols out. They did fire 4 and 5 shots towards the chap. He wasn't hit, unbelievably. He was unscathed, so he was arrested and taken into custody unharmed. But just how this happens, how he's able to check into the hotel with all those weapons, and you would have thought at least that if there were going to be guests staying at the Hilton Hotel, that at least everybody was searched before this event took place and the president made his way onto site.
There's nothing more important than keeping your money and your identity safe online. And with so many VPN options available, choosing the right one can be pretty daunting. But this video sponsor, ExpressVPN, is making the choice easier for GB News viewers. ExpressVPN is offering up to 75% off plus 4 extra months free. That's top-level security from just £2.49 a month, and you're covered by their 30-day money-back guarantee. So just click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code now. Remember, when you're online, you are often sharing personal data, so hackers can steal your information, your passwords, your photos, and your bank details in just seconds. But ExpressVPN encrypts your connection, making it virtually impossible for hackers to access your personal information. So why choose ExpressVPN? Well, it couldn't be easier to use. With just one click, you are protected. And ExpressVPN uses military-grade AES 256 encryption, which is the same standard trusted by the US government to guard their classified information. With their new tiered plans, you can protect up to 14 devices at once and manage passwords securely. Live chat support is available 24/7, and it typically connects you in under a minute with a real person. Click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code to get up to 75% off ExpressVPN plus 4 months extra for free. Start protecting yourself today with ExpressVPN.
Yeah, if I could just step in there, actually, the point that President Trump has been making, and of course, politicians, if they've got a point they want to make, it's in the aftermath of something like this that they make it. As we know, he's been desperate to get this ballroom built at the White House. And on a night like this, it is quite clear, being in this town, how desperately the White House does need its own social space. The fact that it doesn't have one is amazing, because it means that the president and all of the cabinet have had to travel across town. It isn't far, it's only a couple of miles between the White House and this hotel, but they've had to travel there, and then they are so vulnerable. And what President Trump has been calling for is to have a ballroom at the White House where he could host this many people in the most secure setting imaginable. And that's obviously the point, that he will be planning permission for the ballroom. Part of it got rejected recently, didn't it, Ben? Have I remembered that correctly?
Yeah, there's been a back and forth, legal challenges as well. It's worth reminding viewers and listeners that the president is funding the ballroom himself. It's the East Wing. I guess it's a moot point in light of what's happened tonight, but he wants that ballroom, and he said in his press briefing this evening, this is the reason we need the ballroom. We cannot keep having events such as this in public spaces where we can't fully trust the security. He pretty much had a dig at the Hilton Hotel for saying their security, or the building, apologies, was not secure. He said this is why we need the ballroom, and why the military at the White House are asking for it. Bev, I just want to get your thoughts on other comments made by the president in that press briefing. He was very quick to get to the podium. I guess one of the most poignant comments he said was, in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts to resolving their differences peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. What did you make of his tone?
Unexpected. I genuinely found that really advice, because he doesn't help with the temperature. I understand why he does it. I understand his frustrations, having been in those briefing rooms, temperatures sometimes, by some elements of the left-wing press here in America and in the UK as well. And so I do understand the frustration of the way that he, particularly as an individual, is demonised repeatedly and cast as evil. We've heard people say that he's evil. In fact, there was footage online this weekend, just a couple of days ago, of a preacher in a church praying to God, please take President Trump, to ripples of laughter from the congregation. And when you've got, don't be surprised when vulnerable onlookers take that advice literally. One of the things I think is probably worth reflecting on, actually, on this occasion, is the fact that the shooter, the guy that had the gun, as Anne said, quite rightly, we don't know precisely why he was there. We can hazard a guess. As it was.
Yeah, it could have been the president himself who was after, or it could have been just talking about the rhetoric and the kind of political toxicity we see both sides of the pond. But on the flip side as well, President Trump, he will say things such as the media, enemies of the people, so on and so on. So it could be, it's not been struck out yet, that possibly maybe this man was heading towards journalists. Who knows? Maybe he was after journalists or broadcasters. Maybe he was a right winger. Maybe he was a left winger.
Yeah, it's a very good point because, in fact, I'm glad you've reminded me, Ben. Some of the heckling when I was walking into the building this evening was directed at the press. No doubt about it. And they were saying, how can you support him? How can you report on him? They would shout somebody to yell at. Some of the pictures, Ben and I are just sat here now with the laptop open here, but actually some of the pictures of the protesters, and that was what I saw very much, masked up, all of them with their faces covered. Almost none of the protesters there tonight would show their faces. We see it all the time, in particularly the Antifa, particularly the left-wing protesters and political agitators. They always have their faces covered up. They will never freely stand there and show you who they are, and sure enough, it was the same thing today.
Stephen, and just before I throw back to the the UK embassy team attending tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner are grateful for the swift and professional response of the Secret Service. We're thankful that the President and all those in attendance were unharmed, and our best wishes are with the injured officer. But just finally, they'll have some questions to answer, I argue, sort of heightened security detail to consider ahead of the King's visit he's here on Monday, isn't he, ahead of Tuesday. They will be thinking about this now.
Well, we are both at the Ambassadors tomorrow. There is a huge event in town tomorrow at the British Ambassador's residence. It was meant to be the morning after the night before. Hundreds of people will be there on British soil at the embassy with Christian Turner and his wife Claire tomorrow morning, having a brunch, and it will be a very different mood in the air now tomorrow. Now, of course, as you say, Ben, the state visit starts on Monday. We have the biggest 3 days, 4 days probably, on the calendar this year in Washington, D.C. The 4 days which will unite our two countries happen in just over 24 hours or so, and 48 hours. And so the security will be extremely heightened now, of course. King Charles, is due to take a trip up to Shenandoah, one of the national parks just outside of Washington, on Thursday, and to Virginia. There are several occasions welcoming. There's an afternoon tea, there's a dinner. We'll be covering every single second of it on GB News for you from Monday morning onwards, and this will certainly add a level of tension to proceedings, there's no doubt.
was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech because the fact that he just unified us, our room was just totally unified. It was one way, very beautiful thing to see a man charge a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. The tape showing our country's behalf really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. It's very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent, and we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's a much more secure. It's got stroke-proof, it's bulletproof glass in the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement and working with the DC police. We just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. When you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Pennsylvania less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. In Palm Beach, Florida, months after that, came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts, resolving our differences peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. You get everybody in the room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of very quickly, rushed off the stage. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement, Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get something new. And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up and say a few words and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. Obviously, he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's about, not just white said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say what's been happening. You've been very responsible. So John Lynch, I'd like to say a few words, and we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on, and we can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for lunch time. Was really incredible, and we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to say tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell this day. But it was protocol pretty soon because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out very quickly. They have very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much, and Doug Lynch, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that charges should be self-evident given the conduct. But as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges around the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will need the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said remains no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President, the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on the scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any other lawful actor or anyone else that was responsible, we will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your time.
Enough for her to ask each other questions, but you have done a fantastic job. Please.
I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. I wonder, especially because unfortunately we have experience with these sorts of crimes. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was running through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question. Actually, it was totally shocking that something like this happened to me. And that never changes. The fact we're sitting right next to each other, First Lady, am I right? And I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a train. was a train going down. I've heard that many times, and it was pretty loud noise. And it was for quite, some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening, but pretty like it's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people. We were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There was a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and got into an area. We very much, if we wanted to, Jim, very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out there, we held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I just said it was protocol. We're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner. I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made. And I said, so I have to say, I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site.
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much, because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, and they were impactful, let's take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country. We were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer. But you know, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away. So he was very far away from the room.
We saw a video of how fast
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was quick. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand with them. No, I thought they were very impressive. They're crazy. They're crazy. And, you know, you never know. It's very far away from me. I've been through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables. Literally, this guy is sitting, maybe you could take from this. We had people all over the room. So you get a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense in the yard. And they really, we had all the next thing. He was in custody. They're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they go overtime, and they were already at his apartment. He lives in California. And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you.
Suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege that he was really?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was probably, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that with a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that's
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out.
No, they acted very quickly. I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark, when you would agree with that, I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying, did he It's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
This shooting was going to be linked to war in Iran.
I don't think so. You know, we're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot, please.
President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned that something like this happens?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only give great people that get the job. In my opinion, a much better job than great people. Seconds from the distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And he didn't know, he's David. His name was David. You say hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 miles. He fired, and he didn't do that. What a great person to be but they did have that 1 week spot. That covered. And tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to reach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't open, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
I think that's just my profession. There's great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is that he was a lone wolf, whack job. He's a crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt. As you know, he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, he'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try to get with somebody else. The sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, a lot about it. We're going to know a lot about it. We have a couple more. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This will be politically motivated.
Concerned about everything. But I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily. They die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. You take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 9.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job, and as part of the job, it is a dangerous profession. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous, but I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening. We have a great country. We've got, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things, but with that come risks. No question about it.
There's been so much political violence, not just against yourself, but members of Congress, State House members in the area. cost of doing business, do politics in America anymore?
What else say about Elm Street? You look at this great violence in foreign countries. Talking to somebody from another country today, and they have enormous assassinations all over the world. You look at South America, some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point,
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. We're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military, the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon. And they'd use it to Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. You can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, 5 years, 4 years. It was maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others and said, we have to take a little journey. I seem to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during winter. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. I said, we're going to have to make a journey to America. We're going to have a nuclear weapon. We had the B-2 bombers. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, what more?
Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life considering, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I take it, really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any others. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. And it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise. It was either a train or a bullet. I was hoping it was a train, but it wasn't. And again, we have some very great people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. Most of, I think we released the names already. Evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Want to say something? One of the messages that you want to give to the Lord that this routine, what corrective measures can you take from here on? Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people, you have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. So we will do the best, get the best. We have the best people. Look, it was moving tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur. He was moving things. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like, who are you doing? And they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. But it with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. Take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents. And it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with that. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Well, why don't you continue with your topic, Lizzie, now that you're on your soapbox?
Well, where do I begin? What do you mean? Yes, we're giving more money to our French allies. We are indeed. Pourquoi? No, pour us. It's 162 million, that's what. In fact, the total amount that we have given to the French so far is going to be 1.3 billion. That's right, folks. And what for? They haven't even got their feet wet. And who's paying for this? Shall I tell you? Yeah, it's you and me and the panel that, is all our taxpayers' money that is paying for the French. And I don't understand. Because remember, Starmer said in the Rose Garden, toast. Well, I tell you, Starmer, you are toast. And if you give more to the French, well, I tell you what will happen. Rien, which means nothing.
Using the internet without a VPN, a virtual private network, is a bit like taking to the road without car insurance. All it takes is one unlucky moment to cost you a lot of cash. This video's sponsor is Private Internet Access. They are the VPN